This story begins on a city street where numerous cars rush along the road, and on the sidewalk among a crowd of other pedestrians. A young man and a girl walk slowly. The companion holds the young man's arm, and while talking, they eat ice cream. The young man says they haven't been on dates for a long time. The girl agrees with him and is glad that finally tests and assignments will not bother them. The screech of brakes is heard. Passers-by look around, horror appearing in their eyes. A truck is rushing straight onto the sidewalk. People manage to escape by running, but in the place where the main impact falls, a guy and a girl remain standing. Everything happens so fast that they do not have time to run away. The young man shouts, "Careful!" He pushes away his companion, trying to save her, but he himself remains standing in place. He no longer has time to take any action. He still manages to look back, and a curse slips from his lips. The guy closes his eyes to avoid seeing the metallic monster approaching him. He lies with his arms and legs spread out and wonders, what happened? Wasn't he hit by a truck? He realizes he cannot speak and tries to understand what happened. What about his neck? Is he dead? He cannot even move. The thought that he will remain like this forever frightens him. Such a prospect terrifies him. He decides that he cannot just lie there and tries to get up. The guy gasps in fear. Clouds swirl around him, and stars shine in the black sky above his head. Remaining motionless, lying on the border between the clouds and the dark space, he sees people marching past him, from whose bodies fiery flashes burst out. He does not understand what is happening or who they are. The guy wonders, maybe he is dreaming? He sees a village engulfed in fire. Near the blazing buildings lie the bodies of people. The crack of a branch breaking under someone's foot reaches his ears. An elderly man leans over him, saying that it seems he is the only one who survived here. The guy thinks with surprise that the old man is Chinese, but he still understands his speech. From the man's mouth bursts out, "Buddha Amitayus, it must be fate." The guy, seeing his reflection in the old man's eyes, is puzzled. What is happening? He sees a baby there. The old man lifts the child into his arms. The guy cannot come to his senses. He is shocked that he looks like a baby. Around them, the fire continues to rage. The elderly man leaning over him says, he is sure that the guy is different from the other villagers and from Chongqing. Swiftly rushing past the trees, the old man says, he continued to be a crybaby even at 5 years old. The guy, looking at his savior, thinks that this is not an ordinary grandfather. To move so swiftly with a baby in his arms, the old man is clearly using some kind of martial art. The guy sees with horror that they are approaching a cliff. Mentally, he curses. They are going to fall now. But the old man easily pushes off the ground with his foot and makes a giant leap. He moves through the air, holding the baby tightly to his chest. Behind him remains a cliff with a waterfall. The old man rushes forward swiftly. The guy's heart stops with horror. His savior confidently lands on both feet. Looking at the child, afraid to move, he says that the child is not even crying. What a calm baby. His hand, enveloped in a bright aura, rests on the infant's stomach. The old man says that soon they will be at the place. Just a little left. So they stand for some time, surrounded by the old man's warm aura. Her warmth is enough even to melt the snow on the trees. The guy thinks, chi transfer. The conductor of energy between bodies. He remembers that he once read about this in martial arts books. But his thoughts begin to get confused. He really wants to sleep. He understands that he cannot fight this state and falls asleep. From the mansion located on a cliff among the impregnable rocks, a shout is heard. Sabiki. That is what they call those who have been in the clan longer than a true master. This noise makes the guy wake up. He realizes with surprise that he fell asleep and does not remember their further path. The old man stands at the foot of the stairs. Several men come out of the palace to meet him. The guy is surprised. Where is he? Such a huge building in the mountains. 4 men bow before the old man climbing the stairs. One of them asks, "Did the Sabiki's journey go smoothly?" He answers, "You could say that." He inquires, "Did anything happen during his absence?" He has already reached the top of the stairs and stands surrounded by men, holding the child to his chest. One of the men greeting him says, "What could have happened?" The old man says, "There must be nothing better than this." He says that he has brought no news, but he needs to meet with the master. One of the men timidly reminds him about the child in his arms. The old man interrupts him and says that Chunjin will take care of the baby. The man exhales, "Oh, like Kun-san." The old man interrupts him again, that he found the child by chance and nothing more. Holding the baby close, he walks inside the building, ignoring the men watching him leave. Already inside the palace, the old man tells the child that this is the Chongnam clan. He adds, once one of the 9 strongest, but that time has passed. The boy sees through the slightly open door a sparring match between 2 men. He watches as one of the people there levitates above the floor in a lotus position. The other, upside down, also stays in the air using internal energy. He understands that they are practicing martial arts. The boy thinks with delight that this is simply amazing. The old man, laughing, says that he has an astonishingly aware gaze. Sabika praises the child, well done. Then the old man continues walking down the long corridor leading to a terrace, beyond which mountain peaks are visible. He descends the small staircase into a small inner courtyard. Everything around is dusted with snow. The old man continues confidently stepping forward. He is already walking through the hall. On both sides of him rise tall bookshelves that reach all the way to the ceiling. A man is coming towards them. The man meeting them greets the master, then adds, "Welcome." The old man throws the baby to him, saying, "Take him." The guy is shocked. He threw him. Using inner energy, the man carefully catches the child in his palms. Looking at the baby, he asks in confusion, "A child?" The old man in response inquires, "He doesn't have a student yet, right?" The young man answers, "Yes, but..." The old man's satisfied laughter interrupts him. He says, "Let this child become his student." The young man looks confused. The guy is outraged. What are they talking about? Make him a student? He looks with horror at the man leaning over him, thinking that martial arts do not allow marriage. He understands that the men standing on both sides of him are virgins, and mentally adds, they are not even allowed to date anyone. The guy is horrified at the very thought that he will study martial arts here for the rest of his life. This cannot be! His scream is heard even beyond the palace walls. A cozy two-story house stands surrounded by snow-covered fir trees. Behind it, against the dawn sky, mountain peaks are visible. The boy in a martial arts student uniform shouts in protest, desperately waving his arms and legs. A young man enters the room holding a bowl, entrusted with the care of the baby by an old man. He asks, "Is it time to eat?" and inquires, "Has the baby been waiting for him?" Then he adds the name they decided to call him, Gochin. The guy, hearing his name for the first time in this world, does not like it very much, but naturally, he can do nothing about it. The young man takes the child in his arms and brings a spoonful of porridge to his mouth. The guy mentally laments that he cannot even tell him about his unwillingness to become a master. He focuses his gaze on the food offered to him. What is this? Porridge? The young man puts the spoon into his mouth, saying that he is probably hungry. He encourages him to eat, and laments that the child eats like a little bird. Gochin grimaces, but decides to eat the offered food anyway. He agrees to everything just to survive. Meanwhile, the master scoops another portion of porridge with a spoon. He blows on the contents of the spoon to cool it down. Then, smiling, he offers Gonchan to eat one more spoonful. The guy thinks that he seems to be a good person. Feeling discomfort, Gonchan begins to wave his hands indignantly and make cooing sounds. The young man is curious. Does he dislike something? Did he wet himself or something else? Gonchan, shouting indignantly, thinks it would be great to be able to speak. He feels very suffocated and would give a lot for a breath of fresh air. The master answers the questions posed to himself, seemingly no. He tries to guess why the baby is crying then. Maybe he wants to sleep. He lays Gonchan down on the bed, but he starts crying even more desperately. The boy protests. He is not a child, and he does not want to sleep. The young man is very upset. What is wrong with the baby? The sun is already at its zenith, and the sound of a child's crying continues to come from the little house. Evening is coming, and the desperate cry of the child has not yet stopped. Only with the onset of night does Gonchan finally fall silent. He lies trying to catch his breath and realizes, no matter what he tries to say, all he manages is crying. The master, sitting on a stool and rocking the baby in his arms, also exhales wearily. It seems the child has calmed down. He lays Gonchan on the bed and says that although it is already late, they still need to train. The young man steps away from the bed, trying to walk carefully so as not to disturb the child. Gonchan thinks about his desire to speak. He is annoyed by his own helplessness. He sighs. How hard it is for him now. The master sits in the center of the room in the lotus position, immersed in meditation. The guy turns his head towards him and looks at him with curiosity. Meanwhile, the young man's body is enveloped in a bluish aura, and he rises above the floor. The master's eyes are closed, and sounds reach the guy. Huff, puff. The young man takes a slow breath in, and then an equally unhurried breath out. His even breathing has a lulling effect on Gonchan. The baby's eyes close, and he begins to breathe in unison with the teacher. His small body also emits a bluish glow. The young man's meditation is broken by an exclamation, "Uncle!" Startled, the master turns his head to the bed and asks, "Did he say something?" Gonchan is happy. He succeeded. Smiling, the young man suggests he try again. The guy tries to understand how he managed it. At first, he was just breathing, and then suddenly something changed. Gonchan wonders, is this what they call energy? He remembers how the old man jumped off the edge of the abyss, and thinks, so his strength was also an energy? He closes his eyes, trying to immerse himself again in a meditative state to try speaking once more. But he fails. Only indistinct baby babble slips from his lips again. Gonchan is upset. He tries again and again, but nothing happens. The young man, laughing, turns away from the bed. He thinks he just imagined it, but it doesn't surprise him. That's right. It's still too early for him to speak. The guy mentally curses and wonders. Maybe he needs more practice? On a branch against the bright blue sky and white clouds sits a curious magpie. An unexpected forceful impact makes her flutter fearfully from the branch and fly away, losing feathers. The power flow comes from the window of the room near which Gonchan's bed stands. Lying on it, the guy meditates, trying to return to the state when he was able to speak. Suddenly his body flips over, and he realizes he managed to do it on his own. This makes him happy. He concludes that energy training allows him to develop faster. He falls face down on the mattress, and the euphoria leaves him. What was that about? The guy feels that his head is incredibly heavy. He realizes with horror that he will not be able to turn back over. Gonchan realizes that in this position, he is deprived of access to air. He decides that he needs to breathe again as the master did and gather the necessary amount of energy. He diligently inhales and exhales air. His body is enveloped in a bluish aura. The master enters the room and sees Gonchan lying face down on the bed. He also sees the energy emitted by his body. He rushes to the bed at full speed, saying, "How come?" The young man picks up the child in his arms and asks, "Was he meditating just now?" He guesses that the little one was imitating his actions. The master carefully examines the infant, then says, "Strange. He does not look like a genius at all." Continuing to hold Gonchan in his arms, he says that with such quick-wittedness, he can become a scientist. Looking out the window, the master says, "It is snowing," and adds that he had counted on spring so much. 2 years later. The house stands surrounded by green trees against the backdrop of vegetation-covered mountains. A child's hand reaches for the stone lying on the ground. Gonchan, sitting under the tree, examines his find. He tries to influence the stone with energy. A bluish glow envelops his hand and the cobblestone. Under the influence of the power he emits, the stone crumbles in his hand into small pieces. The master, watching his actions, screams in fear, "Gonchan!" With worry in his eyes, he rushes to the child. Gonchan looks with surprise at the master hurrying towards him, shouting, "No!" Stone crumbs are still falling from his hand. The young man covers the remaining distance between them in one jump. At the same time, he keeps scolding, telling the student not to put stones in his mouth. Landing next to the boy, who is covering his face with his hand to protect himself from the dust raised by the teacher, he orders him to show his hands. The young man grabs his wrist and sees sand falling from the child's palm. The master strokes the boy, who is trying unsuccessfully to say the word stone, on the head. He asks, "So, he turned it into sand?" Then he explains that neither stone nor sand should be put in the mouth. Gonchan looks at him with eyes shining with joy, thinking that perhaps he should not tell the master what kind of energy he used. The young man picks up the student in his arms, saying, "Let's go!" 7-year-old Gonchan, standing with closed eyes, joins his palms. Then he makes a sharp kick, raising his leg above his head. He continues training, performing various exercises. Strong inner energy emanates from Gonchan. Focusing, he lifts off from the ground. Energy flows from one palm to the other. Gonchan plays with it and marvels, "Is this real?" The energy moves along with the body. He clenches his palm into a fist and says, "This is honing!" Gonchan hears his approaching teacher calling him and responds. The master says that tomorrow he needs to go to the temple of Tapin. The boy is surprised by his words. The young man says that he is already 7 years old, so it's time to start training. Gonchan is unpleasantly shocked by this decision. The teacher reminds him of what he had told him earlier. To find the right path, one must care for their people. Gonchan clarifies. Does he mean begging in the glory of Buddha? He wonders. Will the master give him a sword and send him to wander? He has heard that hermits cannot die or be wounded. The boy already imagines himself wandering, clutching the sword among an indifferent crowd. The teacher answers. Therefore he sends him to the lands of the Chanam clan. There he will be able to see the world. He believes that it is dangerous for the boy to be alone. Leaning towards the student, the young man says that he must become the best master. Gonchan grumbles. They can't even get married. He doesn't want to go to them. The teacher laughs and calls him a child. Then he explains. In their Chanam clan, one can marry, so he should not worry about that. Gonchan calms down and thinks that this is good news. He approaches the gates of the mansion. Blooming trees are visible in the yard. The young man boldly steps through the gates. Gonchan thinks that he started quite early, so being at the 3rd level, he is already reaching for the 4th. Although he understands that the age difference will still be noticeable. A girl is coming towards him, which surprises him very much. She stops and looks at him. The young man is impressed. Wow, what a beauty. The girl takes a step towards him. Looking down at him, she says, "Just look, he is Gonchan, isn't he?" She asks, "Right? He is a student of Gonchan?" Then she introduces herself. Her name is Gonen. The young man bows into traditional greeting, saying that he is pleased to meet her. He does not hide his surprise and asks, how did she know his name? The girl answers that she came for him. Gonchan, smiling, thinks that it seems like it will be interesting here. She turns around and, walking forward decisively, invites him to follow her. He agrees and hurries after his guide. Gonen throws the club at his feet. Gonchan picks it up and asks, "What is this?" Drawing a circle around them, she moves towards him, holding a similar club in her hand. The girl answers, "What do you mean? This is combat training." He asks, "And why this circle?" The girl explains, "As boundaries." Spinning the club in her hands, she says, "So, let's begin." Gonchan, stepping back, says fearfully that this is just an ordinary old stick. Her strike leaves a tear on Gonchan's sleeve. He reminds her, "She said they were just training." Gonen rushes at him again. The guy knows how to fight but cannot block her strikes. Meanwhile, the girl decisively advances on him. But then she stops. Confusion is clearly visible in her eyes. Gonchan, closing his eyes and covering himself with the club, trembles, expecting a blow. Gonen asks, "What is this?" He does not know the basics at all. The guy admits that he is fighting for the first time. The girl thinks that he should be able to block attacks. She demonstrates to him how to defend with a club. Gonchan is staring at her with all his eyes. He asks the girl to demonstrate the defense techniques to him once more. She agrees. Fine, let him watch. Although he still won't be able to stop them. Gonen once again demonstrates his martial art to him. The guy intently watches her, trying to remember her movements. Meanwhile, arching her lower back, the girl swings the mace. She jumps high up and, raising a club above her head, attacks Gonchan. He steps aside and the girl delivers a powerful blow near the guy's leg. Gonchan smiles. He believes that he will be able to defend himself. Resolutely raising the mace, he suggests trying once more. The girl asks in surprise, "What?" Then she also decisively raises her club, saying, "Well, come on." She moves so quickly from the spot that the guy opens his mouth in surprise. Gonen is already next to him. Her club is about to strike him. Gonchan manages to put his own club under the blow. The girl's attack is stopped. The guy managed to defend himself. Gonen looks at him with surprise. She did not expect such agility from him. With an excited shout, the guy rushes into a counterattack. The girl is surprised by Gonchan's resistance. She thinks he catches on quickly, even if he does not grasp the essence of the style. Suddenly he stops and freezes. Gonen, who has already taken a defensive stance, does not understand what is happening. She asks, what is he doing? If he understood everything, then let him attack. He admits that he froze before he could think about anything. Gonchan, scratching the back of his head, adds, he didn't even realize he could attack. The girl thinks that he looks like a genius, and although his movements are sluggish, his mind is sharp. The guy raises the club again, his eyes gleam mischievously. He suggests continuing. The girl agrees. They continue the fight. Gonchan is getting better and better at mastering combat techniques. The sun is already setting, but they are still training. The moon disk is already visible above the pavilion roof, but even that does not stop them. 2 years later, outside the outlined circle, the material used for roofing falls and breaks, but the guy does not react to the extraneous sounds. Focused and composed, he stands, clenching one hand into a fist and holding the other palm forward, looking at the attacking Gonen. The girl wonders, is he still learning to defend himself? Smiling crookedly, the guy replies that the essence of martial arts lies in the clash of two minds. Deflecting Gonen's attack, he says, she knows that distance and methods of attack are limited, right? Clenching her fists, the girl suggests he try to block her next attack. She is confident he won't manage. Pushing off the ground with his foot, Gonen rushes toward the opponent. She moves with astonishing speed. Gonchan fearfully stretches both hands forward, realizing that he is unlikely to stop her. The girl resorts to a spinning move, wanting to strengthen the strike. Her eyes are full of determination to teach the guy a lesson. With her foot, she delivers a crushing blow to Gonchan. But at the last moment, he manages to dodge. Gonen, whose eyes still burn with a fiery spark, says that he is lucky. She tries to hit him with her fist, but he again successfully avoids her attack. Gonchan's face is now extremely focused. He is no longer joking. The girl delivers a series of kicks to him. He covers his face with his hands. Then he jumps back and takes a defensive stance. Gonen shouts, "Well, hold on!" She hits him again with her fist. The guy puts up his arm bent at the elbow to shield his head from the blow. He blocks another fist strike with his palm, which radiates inner energy. The girl tries to attack the guy again, but the shield he created does not allow her to do so. She fails to break through his defense no matter how hard she tries. Gonen is surprised. She cannot believe that he managed to create a powerful shield that completely blocks her attacks. She asks Gonchan, "What was that?" He explains that it is a technique from the old style. The guy says he is perfect in close combat if you use the 2nd, 6th, and 9th forms in turn. Gonin asks in surprise, to connect the 6th and the 9th? Gonchan explains that to connect them, it will be necessary to use a new style as well. He offers her to watch how he does it. A small energy ball forms between the guy's palms. The guy says, if you start rotating energy from Enchonhel, an acupuncture point in the center of the foot, to Kenchonhel, an acupuncture point in the center of the chest. He finishes the explanation, demonstrating the result of the manipulations he conducted. Gonchan believes that this is directly related to the old style. Thinking it over, he adds that he himself is not very sure about it yet. He feels that the new style is somewhat intrusive, yet the process should be continuous. Gonin is amazed by his reasoning. And these are the words of a 9-year-old? Smiling, the girl says that in 2 years he has learned a lot from her. A lively sparkle appears again in Gonchan's eyes. He says it's time to show her how much he has grown. The guy thinks all the girl's attacks look alike. Gonin attacks him. Seeing that she is winding up her fist, he thinks the blow is aimed at the head and covers himself with his hands. But, making a deceptive move, the girl strikes him in the stomach with her fist. The pain from the blow makes the guy bend over. He is surprised that the opponent suddenly changed her target. Her subsequent actions make him gape in astonishment. Jumping up, Gonin performs a somersault. Gonchan puts his palms forward, from which a glow emanates, thinking he can shield himself from the kick. But the girl breaks through his defense. Her strike knocks him out of the circle drawn around them. There is a hole in his energy shield. Gonchan is surprised. What? How come? He was perfectly defending himself. The guy asks, how did the girl manage to break through his defense? She replies that she used the technique dominance in the air. She says that he learned all her attacks and ways to defend against them. She, however, mastering space, is capable of more extraordinary moves. Gonin adds, to put it simply, he can't defend himself because he just memorized everything. The guy is upset. He lowers his head and sighs sadly. Leaning towards him, Gonin says not to lose heart. After all, he only has 9 years of experience, while she has a full 19 behind her. Turning away from her, already somewhat cheered up, Gonchan replies, that was unexpected. He asks her to wait. He will think a little now and come back. The girl exclaims in surprise after the running Gonchan. Hey, she wants to stop him. But he is already far away. Gonin remains waiting for him in the training pavilion, while the guy, humming, runs down the steps and rushes somewhere further. The girl looks after him thoughtfully. She thinks, even though she used a new technique, this boy managed to raise a barrier. Gonin wonders, could he really be a true genius? The guy is sitting on the floor in a dark room among bookshelves. Next to him lie several open books, and a candle is burning. Flipping through the pages, he mumbles under his breath, no, none of this is right. Finally, he finds the needed section in the book. Air Supremacy. Basics. He takes the candlestick in his hands to see the text better. Then, placing the candle next to the book, he begins to read. There are 7 rules for successful mastery. Sighing, the guy slams the textbook shut with force. Gonchan falls to the floor next to the book and says, a whole gold has already passed. He thoughtfully repeats, year. The guy remembers his training with Gonin. The girl spins around him so fast that he can hardly distinguish her movements. She shouts, take this, and strikes him from behind. Here her fist rushes to his face. He is sure he will block it, but she breaks through his defense, which simply stuns the guy. Gonin attacks him again and Gonchan barely manages to dodge. Then he still manages to block her strike with his hand. He tries with all his might to resist the girl, but he does it quite poorly. Triumph and excitement glow in her eyes. Gonin strikes the guy in the chest with her knee and he flies far back. With a groan, he falls to the ground and quickly rolls to the side to avoid another blow. He manages to leave the circle. Lying on the ground and gasping for breath, he declares that that's all for today. Gonchan struggles to get up. The shadow of the girl falls on him. He hears her voice. Good training today. Smiling, Gonin says that he is still powerless against a fighter who uses air energy. Lying on the floor of the archive among scattered books, the boy sighs. Is this really his limit? He continues to ponder, looking at the ceiling. The candle is almost burned out. Yawning, he wonders. Maybe it's already time for him to go to sleep. The candle has almost completely melted in the low candlestick. The wick barely smolders, and a light smoke rises from it. Gonchan stands, folding his palms at chest level and bowing his head, among the gray dirty fog. He thinks about the fact that in the old style there is a way to relieve tension. For this, you just need to focus on your energy. Without opening his eyes, he carefully performs the necessary actions. He is enveloped by a light green aura. He continues to listen to his inner voice, which says that then he needs to fill the inner cup to the brim with it. His palms turn horizontal to the floor. The light smoke of the extinguished candle avoids the energy shield he created. The boy opens his eyes. Surprise can be read in his gaze. He continues to lie on the floor, but his whole body is enveloped in protective energy. He rejoices that he managed to create an energy foundation. From the pavilion, Gonchan's voice is heard. He says that he has mastered the technique of dominance in the air. The girl standing in the circle opposite him replies, "Is that what the little boy, who is not even 10 years old, is telling her?" Taking a fighting stance, Gonin asks, "Will he show her?" The guy folds his palms in the traditional greeting gesture and answers, "Of course." He performs the same actions as in the library. His body is enveloped in a light green aura. The girl says, "But this is not it." Holding his palms forward, he says that he combined the power of energy flows with the old style. Gonin asks, "How is that?" The guy replies that it is difficult for him to explain in words and promises to show in action. The girl says, "Like this?" Well then, they will see how similar their techniques are. She attacks Gonchan. Gonin swings his fist and strikes, but her hand hits a powerful barrier in the form of light green energy. She tries to press on the shield, but she cannot overcome it. She strikes again and again, but to her greatest amazement, all her attempts break against the guy's energy defense. Holding his hands in front of him with palms forward, Gonchan maintains a protective dome around himself, watching the girl's insubstantial attempts to break through his defense. In the heat of the battle, they do not notice that their confrontation has gained a witness. The old man, leaning his hand on the tree trunk, greedily gazes at the fighting opponents. He sees on them the red clothes of the School of Foundations. The old man, who once saved the boy, thinks that Chunjin has raised a good disciple. Gonin still continues trying to break through the boy's defense. She indignantly says, "What nonsense is this?" She tries in a jump with her foot to break the protective dome surrounding Gonchan. The girl unleashes all her strength on the energy barrier. Triumph shines in her eyes. "Got it?" But the boy just smiles carefreely in response. Gonchan, with a palm surrounded by a force field, makes a forward strike. A strong blow throws Gonin far back, but she still does not fall, landing on her feet. The girl thinks that her student has exceeded all her expectations. Looking at the boy surrounded by an energy shield, she says, "Then only one way remains." Gonin concentrates. The energy she focuses in her body crushes the soil beneath her feet. She promises to force him to open the defense by force. The girl fiercely rushes forward. Awakening the spirit of the tiger within herself, she charges at the boy, radiating such power that he becomes uneasy. Gonin intends to apply all her strength to break the boy's defense. Like an angry tigress, she rushes at the boy, surprised by her aggression. She confidently throws her fist forward. With all her strength, she strikes the protective field surrounding Gonchan. The boy tries to resist her and exerts all his efforts to hold the defense. The girl's eyes burn with excitement. She intensifies the pressure. "Come on!" Her fist breaks through the boy's defense. He increases the force of his resistance. The old man jumps onto a branch to better see what is happening in the training open pavilion. He is impressed upon seeing Tailkagan, a special type of concentrated spiritual energy. Gonin is again amazed, and Gonchan smiles cheerfully. The girl does not stop trying to break through his defense, and the guy rushes at her with a scream. Gonchan's energy strike throws the girl back again. He shouts triumphantly, "Defended!" She regains consciousness after a while. But the guy does not allow his opponent to fully regain balance. He delivers a kick. She flies even further, hearing him say that he even attacked her, and quite successfully. He lands on both feet while Gonin falls to the pavilion floor. The joyful guy says, "Of course, the basis of her technique is different, but the form is somewhat similar, right?" Getting up, the girl asks, "How did he do that?" Watching her try to catch her breath, he answers, "This? If I try to describe it." Above the pavilion flies his short but at the same time concise explanation. Teral Gaigon. A path winds among the trees. Sunrays illuminate it through their crowns. The guy walks with his teacher Chunjin along the road. Ahead rise mountains covered with green vegetation. Gonchan asks the teacher, "Why did the elder summon them?" He answers, "Who knows? Hasn't the guy become famous throughout the school?" The apprentice looks at the master with surprise. Is it him? They approach a small house. They are greeted with a bow by a man in red robes. He loudly announces that Chunjin and Gonchan have arrived. The master and his apprentice stand at the porch. From behind the door, a voice allows them to enter. In the house, they are met by a gray-bearded old man. He greets them and says that he has often met Chunjin, but this is the first time he is talking with Gonchan. The young man bows his head and greets the elder. The old man asks the master to leave them and invites the young man to sit down. Chunjin obediently bows his head, showing respect to the host of the house. The elder asks the young man. He is curious why he called him, right? Gonchan agrees, of course. He sits at a table covered with a red tablecloth, opposite the old man, and looks at him with curiosity. The elder says, he heard that the young man is very worthy and mature beyond his years. The old man explains that he called the young man to test his strength, but first he will ask something. Gonchan replies that he is listening carefully. The elder asks him to say what an energy foundation is. The young man looks somewhat confused. He raises his hand and looks at his palm. Then, stretching his hands forward with palms facing forward, he answers. He thinks that this is a single large connection, which is also called Talkigon. He waves his hand and a greenish aura trail appears. The guy says, it connects his consciousness with the surrounding world. Gonchan finishes the explanation with the words, and at the same time forms a continuous flow of energy. The old man asks again, connects him with the world? The guy answers that he feels it when the energy flows through his hands. The old man, squinting and looking carefully at the guy, thinks, it can't be. The galaxy is courteous and eternal. It protects all living and dead. In the end, any energy flows into its huge smooth stream. This is the knowledge he was seeking. The elder closes his eyes. A lunar disk is visible in the sky. The old man, enveloped in a shining aura, sits in the lotus position and performs a breathing technique. A man approaches him from the darkness. He congratulates the elder. The old man rises to meet the one he respectfully calls Sabika. The elderly man, who once saved the boy, says he sees that the child helped him. The elder replies that he too should listen to his speeches. The interlocutor says that he will manage. What can that change in him? They simultaneously turn their heads in the same direction and look. The boy sleeps, covered with a blanket. The elder says, it seems he has fallen asleep. They approach the bed, and the Sabika reaches out his hand to Gonchan's head. He says he will leave the boy his last instruction. From the elder's lips slips, brother. The old man's hand is enveloped by a bluish cloud of energy. The night darkness is dispersed by powerful energy beams bursting from the house windows. The energy flow causes the forest beast to stop. Its eyes burn with a bright fire in the night twilight. Morning has come. The sun rises above the trees. The elder addresses the kneeling brother, calling him Sabika. He says he is unable to control his energy, so he had to seal it. He tells the elder, when the time comes to remove this seal, he must guide the boy on the true path. He asks him not to forget this. Looking at the peacefully sleeping boy, the Sabika says that this child is the future of their clan. He asks the elder to take care of him. The old man's face looks emaciated. The eye is almost invisible in the black hollows of the eye sockets. He says that his time is up. The elder falls to his knees beside him, and with bitterness utters only one word, into which he put all the pain of his soul. Brother. In the glade, students in red robes fight with clubs. Gonchan watches the sparrings from above. Then he rushes to them on the glade. The guy jumps onto the roofs. His silhouette is clearly outlined against the bright blue sky. He lands among the fighting students. Straightening up, the now grown-up Gonchan says, now that's a level. They won't give in if he joins. Pink petals torn from a tree by the wind fall on the guy's face. He smiles. Spring. His attention is drawn to the training of students fighting with clubs, and he decides to join. Jumping down from this roof, where he was watching them, right into the center of the glade, he offers to train together. He brings his palms closer together and concentrates. Soon, an energy sphere emitting cold light appears between his palms. It transforms into a sword, which the boy wraps with a thread of chi, wishing to strengthen it. He releases the weapon from his hands, and the blade spins before him in the air. Gonchan makes a gesture with his hand, and 7 blades appear before him. Obeying the movement of his hand, they begin to spin in the air in a circle. Thus the boy creates a chi shield. The disciples gathered around him admire his skill. Exclamations are heard, incredible. The boys nearby decide, if they work hard, they will achieve the same. A man standing on the stairs leading to the house tells the boy that they want to see him at the Temple of External Affairs. Gonchan replies that he is already on his way. The boy tries to understand why they need him. It seems he hasn't done anything wrong. From the Temple of External Affairs, Gonchan's voice is heard. He has come at their summons. The boy, having entered the room, bows in greeting. The man sitting at the table on which stacks of books are visible invites him to come in. Continuing to write characters on the parchment, he informs that an urgent matter has arisen. The man adds that there is no one who could handle it. The boy asks, what is it about? He replies that Chunjin already knows everything, so they can set off. The young man, unprepared for such words, stammers slightly and asks, where to? With surprise, he listens to the answer. He needs to meet with the team and help them deal with the mountain bandits. The man wishes him a successful battle. The guy bows in a traditional bow, saying that he understood everything. Walking along the path by the edge of the cliff, the guy wonders, what should he do? What a predicament. On Gonchan's back is a duffel bag. He is clearly ready to set off, but he is troubled by the question, what to eat? When it comes to China, he immediately remembers their tasty treats. Deciding it was time to eat, Gonchan, to shorten the path, begins to jump from ledge to ledge. There are many passers-by on the city streets hurrying about their business. Gonshin suddenly stops in the middle of the street, uttering an exclamation of admiration. Inhaling the aroma reaching him, the boy says, "How delicious it smells. Now his stomach will be pleased." He hasn't been here for so long that he forgot this wonderful aroma. His face immediately darkens, and he sighs, saying, "This is the life of a true recluse." He decides that first he needs to find Tail's lodging. The guy addresses a passerby. Apologizing, he asks if he may ask a question. That one, looking closely at his attire, asks with delight, "Is he a master from Mount Chonam?" Gonshan, a bit puzzled by such joy, answers, "Well, yes." The man bows and says, "Incredible." He asks the young man what he is interested in, and says he will gladly help him. Gonshan replies, "'Tis simple. Maybe he knows where Tail's lodging is." The passerby says that only spies don't know this place. Picking up a stick from the ground, he draws a plan in the road dust for the young man on how to get to the needed place, muttering, "Like this, then let him turn here, walk a bit more, and here will be exactly the place he needs." The young man bows and thanks the passerby for such a detailed explanation. He wishes that the grace of Amitabha Buddha descends upon him. The man bows and thanks the master for the kind wishes. When the man leaves, Gonshin's lips stretch into a smile. He understands that the master is respected here. The young man decisively walks down the street toward the indicated place. Soon, on one of the buildings, he sees a sign with the inscription Tail. The young man, bowing in a greeting, says that the third-generation disciple Gonshin greets the brothers. He names the people standing before him: Jinjok-san, Huang Yi-hen, Honjok-man. Then he asks, "Is everything correct? Did he not make a mistake?" Jinjok-san answers that everything is correct and says that the others present should greet the young man. Gonshin, addressing Huang Yi-hen, says, "He heard that he is the youngest, but it turns out he is really very young." He, stating his name, adds that he is also called the Swift Sword. Jinjok-san puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and says, "They were told that one older brother was expelled and a gifted young man was taken." He asks, "Was it about Gonshan?" Then he addresses everyone present, saying that they are aware of the situation and must go to Sokchon, where there is a Tail unit responsible for transport and security, whose goal is to clear those places of bandits. Gonshin asks, "Is anything known about them?" The man answers, "Good question. They will discuss it on the way." Jinjok-san decisively heads to the door, saying the matter is urgent and they cannot delay any longer. Among the rocks winds a fairly wide mountain path leading to a small building. 4 horsemen are galloping along the road. Jinjok-san pulls the reins, stopping the horse. He tells his companions, here they have arrived. The main one here is called Hensu. A voice comes from the house, announcing that its owner is already hurrying to meet the guests. A stocky man runs out of the building. He says his name is Hensu, and he is the local manager. Jinjok-san states his name, then introduces his 2 companions. The guy is still standing behind their backs, and the manager does not see him. Then the man adds that Master Gonshan from the main temple has arrived with them, and the boy, smiling, steps forward. Hensu is impressed that he came from the main temple. Gonshan bows in greeting, stating his name. The manager responds to him with the same bow, thinking that before him is the very Gonshan about whom so many rumors circulate. Hensu asks them to wait a little while they prepare rooms for them. He asks, "What is the reason for such a sudden arrival? Could it be?" Jinjok-san, looking him in the eyes, says, "Yes, exactly. Night has fallen. Light pours from the windows of the building. Horses graze nearby." The manager and Jinjok-san sit at a table opposite each other. The guys stand nearby, listening attentively to their conversation. Hensu says, he heard the conversation of the vagabonds. They were talking about how mountain bandits are not behind this. Jinjok-san asks, "Then who is it?" The manager answers, "They suspect the Moists." Gonshin, eagerly listening to their conversation, is surprised. "The Moists?" Jinjok-san says anxiously. "This is serious. Perhaps they will not be able to handle them alone." Gonshin wonders, are the Moists really that strong? Everyone present looks at him in surprise. Huan Yi-hen says that the young apprentice probably does not understand that being a Moist is already a feat. He adds that he does not intend to belittle their school. But even the oldest Muryangjin of their school cannot compare to a Moist warrior of the 16th generation. And Muryangjin is practically an unattainable level of mastery, signifying the understanding of truth. He continues, although they say there are only 2 such among the Moists. Gonshin asks in surprise, "What?" Huan Yi-hen says that these 2 are called Heavenly Horse Majin and Bloody Sakchon. If a guy asks how strong they are, several decades ago one of them advanced against 100,000-strong Mongolian army without anyone's help, and another one cut their Khan's throat without much effort. The young man ends the story with the words, "After that battle, no one was left alive." Jinjok-san adds, that's how they got their nicknames. Huan Yihen confirms. Everything is correct. He asks, can they stand against such opponents? He begins to explain that they are adherents of the old style. Their school has only 8 generations. They do not have even a few warriors capable of matching them. The young man is curious. Does the guy now understand the seriousness of the situation? Gonchan is impressed by his story. Jinjok-san, reaching out to the candle, asks them to calm down and suggests visiting Haomun tomorrow. If they want to figure everything out on their own, they should hurry. Rising from the table, he adds that today they need to rest well. Everyone agrees with his words. The sun shines brightly in the blue sky. In a bamboo grove, 3 people hiding under cloaks with hoods are having a conversation. One of them says, let them say as much as they want that he is weak, but a tiger is a tiger. The second replies that he did not expect such a reaction. They decide what to do next. Someone suggests retreating. One of them says that their tactic worked. His interlocutor asks, a person from the Chonam clan? The man whose face is framed by gray strands answers, a 3rd-generation student of Gonchan, and 3 swords from provincial temples. The interlocutor asks, will they be able to get rid of them? The man replies that the chief ordered not to deviate from the plan. The interlocutor objects. He recommended, not commanded. The final decision remains with them. The third in their group suggests finishing them off and then retreating. The second person supports him. They have already made it clear to them who they are. At the end, they can play a little. One of them clarifies who their main target is and hears in response, Gonchan. Everyone agrees with this decision. Their voices ring out in the grove. Death to hypocrites. Hypocrites will pay for everything. Gonchan pulls the blanket over his head, then suddenly throws it off and sits up in bed with a scream. A still not fully awake guy mumbles, is it really necessary to get involved in this at all? He thinks that such strong opponents are too much for the first mission. But nothing can be done. Work is work. He hears someone's voice asking, have they already arrived? Gonchan says, the older brother was in Haomun, but it seems he has already returned. Going out into the yard, the guy sees Jinjok-san and Huan Yihen. The older brother says they need to gather and discuss everything. Soon all 4 are already sitting in the room at the table. Hongjok-man asks, is there really no trace left? Jinjok-san confirms, exactly. He tells the guys listening carefully that they acted unexpectedly, so it seems those simply ran away. Huan Yihen asks, the package? The older brother answers that, surprisingly, he even determined the location. Their task is to retrieve it. The young man asks, how will they do that? Jinjok-san says that they sold it. They have no choice but to buy it again. Huan Yihen inquires, so where is the package now? The older brother reminds that he already spoke about this. It is on the west coast. The young man clarifies, so they were there today for the purpose of selling? Jinjok-san says that the power of the moists was truly secret and mighty. However, because of this incident, many of them disappeared, so the Shanxi province will be calm for some time. Huan Yihen, stretching, says, why do these moists destroy everything around when they want to get something? He does not understand this. The older brother, rising from the chair, says they will finish for today and announces that tomorrow they leave. He orders to send a letter and the main temple will take measures. The young man, following his example, replies that they will do just that. When Gonchan stood up from the chair, he heard someone calling him, student. He asks, what? Huan Yihen says to the guy, if he has time, maybe they will drink tea or something stronger together. The guy is surprised. Alcohol? He remembers how in his past life he often drank with friends. But in this life, it turns out he will try alcohol for the first time. A drink pours from the bottle into the bowl. A voice is heard. Phew, good drink. Then an indignant address to the guy. What is he doing? He is a man after all. Sitting at a small table with bottles and plates of food, opposite Huan Yihen, Gonchan explains that he is drinking so much for the first time, so he decided to start small. The young man replies, really? Though he has grown tall, it turns out he still doesn't know how to drink. The guy replies, can he even imagine how much time he devoted to meditation? He simply had no time for nonsense. Huan Yihen, smiling, says, wow, nonsense? Their student is quite cheeky. Knocking his hand on his chest, Gonchan replies, yes, he is like that. This is no news in the main temple. The guy jumps up scared in his chair when his drinking companion falls headfirst onto the table. He is surprised. Did he pass out? But how come? A lunar disk is visible above the building. A person in a cloak with a hood, flashing eyes, says, in the name of, carrying Huan Yihen on his back, the boy walks down a deserted street. Gonchan says tiredly, no matter what happens, he cannot abandon his brother. Some movement in the bushes, barely perceptible to the eye, catches his attention. Then a similarly faint rustle is heard from the roof of the building he is passing by. The boy wonders, who could it be? Looking down at his feet, he sees a pentagon glowing with a red aura. Gonshan realizes it is a trap. They want to lock him here. He cannot get out. A man appears before him. He asks, "Third-generation disciple Gonshan from the Chonam clan, correct?" The boy asks angrily, "So what?" The man, raising his blade, says, "In the name of the great." Shouting, "Die!" He lunges at Gonshan, followed by another man in the same cloak. The boy curses. No one has ever managed to outsmart him. He drops his burden to the ground, asking his brother Huan to wait just a minute. Gonshan raises his hands before him, around which a greenish aura immediately begins to concentrate. He throws his hand forward with his palm. His energy reaches the attacker, who is surprised that the guy is resisting. He swings the sword, but Gonshan holds an energy shield in front of him. He expands the boundaries of the protective dome, and it strikes the opponent, forcing Gio to retreat. The man asks, "The guy probably thinks they attacked him without reason?" A second man rushes forward, shouting, "Even if so, he will still have to die." Gonshan is a little surprised. Two at once? He makes sweeping motions with his hands, resorting to the power of inner energy. Meanwhile, the man whose face is framed by gray strands from under the hood is already very close. Swinging his blade, he shouts, "Take this!" But his eyes widen in surprise when Gonshan grabs the blade of his sword with his bare hand. The guy squeezes his hand harder, and the metal crumbles into small pieces. In Gonshan's eyes flickers the cold light of inner chi. He raises his hands towards the opponents. The energy emanating from his palms strikes the men. Gonshan's gaze is cold and resolute. Both attackers lie on the ground at his feet. Already smiling, the guy says, "They just scared me a little." He turns away from the defeated opponents, saying, "What were they even hoping for, attacking him? Well, no need to linger here. Forward!" Gonshan shakes Huan Yihen, but he does not regain consciousness. The guy calls him by name, then decides that he is very ill. Something makes him become alert. Looking back, he sees a shuriken in the throat of one of the men who attacked him. Gonshan wonders, was there someone else here? He realizes that the man was finished off so he wouldn't tell anything. He sadly thinks about the fate of this man, who died at the hands of his own brothers. The guy believes that this is only possible in this place. Near the house stand the manager and his 4 guests. They have surrounded the bodies of the men who attacked the guy. They are sure that before them lie masters who possess magic. Jinjok-san tells Gonshan that he has exceeded all their expectations. He thanks him for the praise. The elder brother warns him to still be careful. The energy here is very strong. Survival will be difficult. The guy replies that he understands everything. Then Jinjok-san turns to Huan Yihen, saying that he should be more careful. He shouldn't drink so much on a mission. He advises him not to forget what his life depends on. The embarrassed young man apologizes. The elder brother hears someone asking him to look at something. Han Jok-man, who had crouched near the bodies, raised the hand of one of them. Pointing to the index finger of the dead man, he reports that he found a strong poison on it. Jinjok-san says that the moist use it for suicide, so it was them. The elder brother orders to report the incident to the main temple. The man looks at the boy, wondering why they attacked Gonshan. He decides that the boy's life is in danger. After all, he was not sent here for nothing. Voices near the house assure that they will try to notify the main temple as soon as possible. Jinjok-san reports that he will meanwhile contact Haoman and the guards. Several days passed. It was not possible to find traces of the moists. However, rumors of their appearance quickly spread throughout the district. At the same time, the talented Master Gonshan became no less an interesting topic for discussion. Jinjok-san, together with his companions, stands on the street. He tells the boy that it is time to say goodbye. He thinks it was fun. Gonshan replies that he learned a lot from them. The elder brother says that in such a short period they did not manage to teach him anything worthwhile. He says goodbye to the boy. "See you later." Honjok-man wishes him a good journey. Huan Yihen adds, "They will meet again." The guy bows respectfully, replying so that they do not worry. He also says goodbye to them until the next meeting. The older brother looking after him thinks that they have no reason to worry. Tired Gonshan, walking down the street, reflects on the fact that everything was returned to the main temple. The enemies disappeared without a trace, and he is returning from practice. He is saddened that his hopes of having the opportunity to study with brothers from another school did not come true. He considers this sad. The guy stops, thinking about where he should go now. He thinks that Muji is certainly quite far, but maybe he should go there. An owl sitting on a branch turns its head in surprise. A dark figure is making its way through the forest thickets. Pushing aside the stalks of young bamboo, the guy comforts himself. The forest will end soon. Joyfully jumping out of the thickets, Gonshan shouts, "Hooray! He is out!" Brushing off his clothes, he says that it would be nice to eat some hot rice soup now, and then fall into a soft bed. Raising his eyes, he sees that ahead of him the forest thicket awaits again. A curse slips from his lips. Looking ahead, Gonchan realizes that the forest is not over yet, and his joy is somewhat premature. He throws a duffel bag from his shoulders onto the ground, deciding to review his supplies. Examining the contents of the bag, the guy says that he has a lot of various provisions. He lays out his supplies. There is rice, dried zucchini, and a pot with chopsticks. But then his eyes widen in horror. Exactly! Flint! Could he have forgotten the most important thing? Gonchan remembers that he used to be a big fan of barbecue. He decides that it's time to shake off the old ways. He takes a stick in his palms, places it on a small board, and begins to spin it intensely. The guy fiercely rubs it in his palms, trying to get fire. The tip of the stick spins in a small indentation. Soon a thin stream of smoke appears. But as soon as Gonchan stops, it immediately disappears. The tired guy curses. He says that waiters did it better. Throwing the stick on the ground, he sits in a lotus position, drilling his gaze into the board lying in front of him. Gonchan wonders, how can he get fire this way? He takes the stick again and begins to rub it in his palms, saying that friction will generate heat, and then it should turn into flame. He decides, if he adds chi energy to the friction, it will happen faster. Looking at his palms surrounded by a purple mist of aura, he exclaims, "Oh!" Gonchan returns to his activity, commenting on his actions. He says that he carefully and cautiously summons internal energy. A wisp of smoke appears again. The guy continues to spin the stick intensely, saying that after summoning the energy, it should be directed downward. The purple aura now envelops both the stick and the board. Gonchan is somewhat surprised by the result of his efforts. A spiral-shaped chi energy appears before him. Energy spins between his palms. He realizes that he can do without the wood. He compresses the energy in his fist and lowers his hand to the grass. Then he unclenches his fist, and immediately a fire ignites. The guy rejoices at the result of his efforts. Soon Gonchan is sitting by the fire, with porridge cooking in a kettle. Stirring the brew with a spoon, he says, although this is not the flame of the samadhi truth, which can heal the body and is achieved through spiritual practices and long meditations, at least he doesn't need flint. Humming, he continues to stir the porridge. Smoke from the fire and an appetizing smell drift over the trees. On the 10th day, the tired Gonchan wanders across the plain, muttering to himself that apparently the village should be somewhere around here. The dirty and exhausted guy complains about fatigue and that he is very hungry. Looking into the distance where mountains are visible on the horizon, he sighs. The boundless Chinese land. Suddenly he freezes in place, opening his mouth slightly in surprise. Right in front of him, he sees a hare nibbling on grass. Sensing something wrong, the animal stops eating and looks around, nervously twitching its ears. Gonchan already imagines a fried hare carcass on a plate surrounded by vegetables. They both take off at the same time. Chasing after the hare, the guy shouts, "Food!" He tirelessly chases it across the entire field. It seems to him that he is about to catch the prey, but at the last moment the hare slips away. This repeats again and again, but the guy does not give up. His eyes burn with excitement. He makes a dash and jumps right onto the hare. Holding the animal by the ears, Gonchan rejoices. Caught it! But in the heat of the chase, he did not notice that they were on the edge of a cliff, and together with his prey, the boy falls down. They fall onto the trees growing below. But even while falling, Gonchan does not let the hare out of his hands. Sitting on the ground, tired and battered, the boy speaks to the hare. He caught it. Now he just needs to make a fire. Gonchan holds the prey in his outstretched hand, tightly clenching the hare's ears in his fist. Suddenly he sees the eyes of his captive right in front of him. The boy thinks, what a cutie. Gonchan, pressing it to his chest with one hand and stroking the hare's back with the other, says that now he will not be able to kill it. It seems he has charmed it. The boy puts the hare on the ground and lets it go. Watching the fleeing animal, he shouts, "Good luck!" Gonchan expresses hope that the next stranger appearing on the hare's path might also spare it. Suddenly a prolonged moo is heard. Looking around, the boy realizes that a cow is nearby. He is glad. That means the village is close. His face darkens a little. He does not know where to go, east or west. Taking a step aside, he says, well, at least one more time. A mooing sound reaches him again. Gonchan breaks into a run, realizing he needs to head east. Soon he really reaches the village. From the door, a hospitable welcome reaches him. The tavern owners look around in surprise when they hear 5 portions of fried beef and the same amount of fried chicken for the table, also dumplings. Soon the guy, sitting before empty plates, strokes his bulging belly and breathes out happily. Now he can live. The owner tells his wife that the guy ate everything rather quickly, and admits that because of this he starts to worry. He looks at his torn pants, then shifts his gaze to the dirty face. A woman runs up to the guy. She addresses him, telling him to listen to her. The woman asks, "Will he be able to pay for the meal?" The guy answers, "Of course." He puts his hand into the inner pocket, saying that all this time he was saving his money. Confusion is written on Gonchan's face. he realizes that the pouch with the money is gone. The guy understands that he most likely lost the money at the moment when he fell off the cliff together with the caught hare. The tavern owner, a rather sturdy man, folding his arms on his chest, looms over Gonshin. He asks, how does he intend to pay? The guy thinks, it is unacceptable for the masters to become associated by people with rice kidnappers. Smiling, he addresses the owners of the establishment standing before him. He asks to allow him one boldness, and then inquires if they manage everything there. At night, the man's face turns crimson with anger. Baring his powerful biceps, he shows them to the guy, saying, does he see these muscles? Enough of this nonsense. Let him shut his mouth and get lost. But his wife stops him. Placing her hand on the man's shoulder, she asks him to wait and not to get so heated. On a sheet of paper, the brush draws another hieroglyph, giving the paper to the enthusiastic woman. Gonshin says that she should put this talisman under her husband's pillow, and by the next night he will definitely get stronger. She thanks him, calling him a respected master. The visitors are interested in what is happening. Talismans. The guy announces aloud, to those who order dumplings from the kind owners, he will give a discount. In the Chonam clan, he learned to read and direct the Tao, mastered Chinese medicine, and found out how to attract luck. A queue of those wishing to receive the coveted paper immediately forms before him. Of course, no one knows for sure how reliable all this is, but it is absolutely clear that this makes things much easier for people. The man who received the talisman looks enthusiastically at the sheet of paper in his hands. Continuing to diligently draw hieroglyphs, the guy tells people how to avoid evil fate, what virtue to perform, for example, to help him. Looking at the clock, Gonshan decides that it is time to continue the journey. Satisfied with himself, the guy, having bought sweets for the road, sets off on his way. Henan Province. The ambassador of the Shaolin Temple, sitting in a luxuriously decorated room, asks, do they believe him now? He addresses the men with bowed heads, asking why they are silent. Then he says that they have ignored the words of the main temple. Sitting at the head of the table, where several people have gathered, the ambassador says, he does not understand. Have they suddenly gone mute? The man sitting to his right replies that this is too much. The ambassador asks, does he think this is too much? The man replies, without any evidence, they should have spoken out. The ambassador, beside himself with anger, shouts, people are being killed, and he talks about some kind of evidence. An aura of anger envelops the ambassador. He says, enough. They have already started to act, but the main problem lies elsewhere. The man sitting to his left clarifies, is he talking about rumors about representatives of the 3 external sects? The ambassador, glancing at the 6 people sitting before him, answers, correct. They say not only the moists have appeared. Along with them, the Sun Temple, the Ice Palace, and the trio of the Southern Gates have stirred. About the Sun Temple, it is only known that it is the main sect of the deserts. They practice resistance to high temperatures. The Ice Palace is located in the north. Its cultists study the martial arts of snow and ice. The trio of the Southern Gates are called the Poisonous Gates, the Beast Gates, and the Bloody Gates, who have divided power over the southern lands. Each of them thirsts to seize Sichuan province, so the representatives of the gates endlessly fight each other. The man sitting to the left of the ambassador says that is clear. He asks, and who is their leader? The ambassador asks, what is the purpose of such a question? The man says that the ambassador leads their assembly, so he should be kind enough to answer the question posed. The ambassador recommends Namgun to the people gathered here. He believes that the fame of the Sword King speaks for itself. One of those present thinks about the Sword King Namgun Muja. He agrees that there is no one who can compare to him. Except maybe the ambassador, but he himself nominated the king. He reflects that at the moment 4 strongest warriors stand out. Dan Chongi, Namgun Muja, Jae Galsan, and Yu Mangu. The man sitting in this corner of the room, who is actually Yu Mangu, asks, can he be told? The heads of those present turn to him. The venerable elder says, he passes. To push for leadership at his age? There are younger and more worthy people. He says that Jae Galsan has disappeared. The ambassador asks, and what does Namgun himself think about their choice? One of the men says, he does not know if his father will intervene. The temple representative asks, in that case, no objections? Namgun Muja replies that it is too great an honor, but he cannot refuse the ambassador and will take the leadership post with full determination. Thus the members of the oldest Murim association elected the Sword King as their leader. Meanwhile, Sapa, a sect of villains who use chi only for destruction, the progenitors of the Mohists, sensing the approach of difficult times, created the organization Helsurin. The duffel bag over Gonshin's shoulder is full. He thinks he should earn some more money since he has spent it all. but at least he bought a new uniform. Walking down the road, the boy says that the old one no longer looked like clothing, but in this one he feels so good. He believes that training should be done in comfortable clothing. Gonchan sighs sadly. Why wasn't he taught to overcome the feeling of hunger? Soon, some kind of stew is already bubbling in the kettle suspended over the fire. Stirring the cooking food with a spoon, the young man decides that he will probably stop here, and tomorrow he will quickly reach the nearest village. Bringing the spoon to his mouth, Gonchan says that the meat porridge with dried meat turned out tasty. Behind him, a loud sound is heard, making him flinch. Looking around, he curses. Someone here can't sleep at night either. The girl, leaning on her sword with one hand and pressing the other to her body near the solar plexus, stands before several opponents. A man whose lower face is covered with cloth, calling her a witch, suggests she simply surrender and they will end it there. They will have a proper time with her. The tip of the girl's tongue slides over her chapped lips. She insults the men and wonders, can't they find anyone in the whole world who would willingly want to please them? Blood seeps through the girl's fingers. Gonchan, hiding in the bushes, is surprised. A girl? The girl is clearly determined and does not intend to surrender so easily. A voice from one of the attackers reaches the young man. Is she going to say that honor is more important than life? He thinks that they are disgusting scoundrels. Meanwhile, the men decide to attack, promising that afterwards they will play with her corpse. The girl raises her sword and takes a fighting stance. Suddenly, Gonchan appears ahead of her, saying, "How are things?" Both the men and the girl are surprised by his sudden appearance. Waving his hand, enveloped in a pale purple aura, the guy uses the instant moon technique. His energy, spreading in a semicircle, rushes toward the sword-wielding men. The attackers caught under its effect immediately fall to the ground. The man leading the squad and previously negotiating with the girl is surprised. What kind of technique is this? He asks. Why did Chanam's disciple intervene? Gonchan, grinning mischievously, wonders, does he seriously not understand? That's why they are villains, he thinks. He declares to the surprised men that he is, moreover, a just master. The guy tells the opponents stunned by his behavior that it's time to stop talking. He asks, maybe they will start attacking now? He takes a fighting stance. Deadly energy swirls around him. The villain leader is surprised. Tailkagon? Gonchan, continuing to hold energy, wonders, does he know the combat techniques of the School of Foundations? Who are they? The leader orders his henchmen to kill the guy. The men rush at Gonchan in a crowd. He sighs. There are so many of them. He uses the 5 Seals of Thunder technique. Then the guy resorts to the 5 Heavens technique, easily scattering numerous opponents in different directions. The leader manages to break through to Gonchan. The man extends his palm forward, enveloped in a bluish aura, and shouts at the guy, "Die!" Their outstretched palms meet and touch. They look into each other's eyes. Then confusion appears in the man's eyes. The guy's internal energy throws the leader and his henchmen back. Splashes of blood scatter in different directions. Looking at the bodies of the people lying before him in the clearing, the guy curses. It seems he has killed them. His hand involuntarily clenches into a fist. He thinks that he managed not to lose his mind only thanks to training. Gonchan, looking back, asks the girl, calling her little sister, "Is she okay?" She answers affirmatively, and thanks him, though without much enthusiasm. The guy says that she looks quite strong, as if she herself took down a couple of them and ran away. She laughs. Such ones usually fly away with one hit. The girl continues speaking, and in general, such fools. Noticing that the guy is not listening to her, she asks, "What is he doing there?" Meanwhile, he is digging a hole in the ground with a pointed stick. Without stopping his activity, he asks her to wait a little. Looking at the guy praying, standing next to the mound he made with his hands, she says, "Could it be that he buried them?" Smiling, Gonchan replies, "It's a pity. Everyone deserves peace, no matter who they were." The guy says that it seems the girl is wounded. He has a comfortable camp set up nearby. He invites her to follow him so he can treat her there. Without looking back at her, he adds that, of course, you wouldn't say so by looking at him, but he has had to study healing. The girl looks thoughtfully at Gonchan. She thinks that he does not resemble other masters. By this time, the night has fully taken hold. A round disk of the moon shines in the sky. Following Gonchan along the forest path, the girl clarifies, "Is he a student of the Chanam clan?" The boy answers affirmatively. He says he looks young, and asks, does it not embarrass her that he calls her little sister? Or is it better to address her as friend on the path of self-improvement? The girl answers gloomily, "Better, little sister." The boy gives his name and asks what the girl's name is. She does not hurry to answer. She even asks him again, "Her name?" Then, lowering her eyes and blushing, she says that her name is Sol Hai. Gonchan asks, "How old is little sister Sol Hai?" He adds, "It seems to him that they are the same age as his sister." The girl asks again, "His sister?" Then says that she is over 30. The boy answers that he is now 18. His sister, here he recalls Gonin, is 10 years older than him. Gonchan adds, as soon as he saw Sol Hai, he immediately remembered her. The girl walking behind the boy replies, well, let's say. They come out to a clearing where a campfire is burning, and a pot is hanging over it with porridge cooking. The girl asks, is this the very convenient camp? She reproaches him, saying that he is a master and he must not lie. She is clearly upset. Gonchan, pointing at the campfire, says that he was not lying. There are no wild animals. There is fire. Raising his hands up and spreading them wide, he adds, a starry sky overhead. Then Gonchan points at the pot, saying that for dinner there is the most delicious porridge available. Sitting by the fire and stirring the stew with a spoon, the guy explains that, in his opinion, there can be nothing more comfortable in the forest wilderness. He invites the girl to sit next to him. Suddenly the girl falls to her knees and starts coughing heavily. Worried, Gonchan rushes to her. Sol Hai continues coughing. Drops of blood fall from her mouth to the ground. The guy exclaims, Sol Hai is poisoned. The girl says that otherwise she would have handled the bandits herself. Gonchan asks her to give him her hand. He explains he needs to check her pulse. The girl, trying to get up, says that everything is fine and she can manage on her own. Gonchan objects. What? She might have internal injuries, and dealing with poisoning is not so simple. He suggests that perhaps the poison can be suppressed with inner strength. Around the already standing and focused girl, a light cloud of bright aura appears. Muddy streams flow down her palms. Gonchan, watching her in surprise, realizes that the girl is drawing the poison out of her body. This is only possible after 120 years. He looks with surprise at the girl meditating in the lotus position with her arms stretched forward, wondering, who is she? Sol Yehi was sold at the age of 10 to the Yumhuan Gun School. This school was famous for its great knowledge of dark arts. Its followers were capable of absorbing yin and yang energy. 50 years after its founding, the school fell under the onslaught of enemies. Its founder was wounded by a mace and then died. At that time, Sol Yehi was only 15 years old. By then, she had already become a first-class warrior and had learned to skillfully extract energy from people. Afterwards, many tried to seize the Yumhuan Seon Do-gel, secret writings about the dark practices and martial arts of the Yumhuan Gun School. In the end, the writings passed into the hands of Sol Yehi. By the age of 30, the woman had mastered this knowledge and became one of the 16 strongest. Gonchan realizes that, having absorbed the energy of the earth, the girl instantly expelled the poison from herself. He distrustfully pokes his finger at the drops of blood that fell on the stone. With surprise, he admits that it really is poison. Sol Yehi asks, is he okay? She warns him to be careful. One drop is enough to kill a cow. Seeing that Gonchan is putting his finger stained with poison into his mouth, the girl is horrified. Grimacing, the guy says, it really is poisonous. Sol Yehi asks in surprise, what is it? The guy says that she is strong since she was able to expel such a potent poison from her body. Sol Yehi says, well, kind of. Gonchan stirs the porridge in the pot again. He tells the girl, first the fight, then the poison. The little sister must be tired. He thinks it is better for her to rest now and restore her chi energy. Sol Iki replies that she is not particularly tired. The guy thinks that this is rather strange, since the poison was quite dangerous. To resist it, one must have considerable abilities. He asks, isn't that so? Not waiting for an answer, he continues to speak. Besides, she was exhausted in battle before that. According to his calculations, counteracting such a poison would require a great deal of strength. It turns out she has only enough life energy left for 30 years. Sol Iki sighs more. Gonchan, handing a plate of porridge to the girl, suggests that to avoid messing up, she should eat and recharge her energy. Sitting down on the ground next to him, Sol Yehi says that she refuses. Gonchan asks, does she not trust him? The girl answers that she was just chased. Would he trust if he were in her place? She believes that people are unpredictable. Sol Iki asks, is he really a master? Looking at the burning campfire and the pot with porridge, the guy replies, exactly, though not quite ordinary. He adds that he does not care about her trust. Eating the porridge, he says he helped not for this. Sol Yehi asks, but for what? Smiling, Gonchan explains, the more good deeds a person does, the purer their karma will be. Perhaps through such actions they approach the Tao. He thinks that he interested her since she asks so many questions. The guy says, recalling what happened the day before, how can you abandon a girl to be torn apart by a huge crowd? Suddenly, Sol Yehi shouts, in vain! They will kill them anyway! She will have to leave! Gonchan looks at her in surprise. Sol Yehi says angrily, he is a fool if he thinks everyone fights fairly. People like those have no mercy. Biting her lip, she adds, there is no chance against them. A moment. and the tip of the girl's sword presses into Gonchan's chest. She asks, what will he do if she slashes his stomach while he is sleeping? Slightly smiling, Gonchan replies, that doesn't sound like a sister. Losing her fighting spirit, the saddened girl says, he doesn't understand what he's talking about. Struggling to hold back rising sobs, she says that he knows nothing. The worried guy calls out to her. The girl says that her energy has become weaker. Gonchan thinks that this world is too cruel for her. Soon, curled up, the girl is already dozing by the fire. The guy, looking at her, thinks he will not disturb her. Light smoke rises above the trees from the fire. The awakened girl is surprised to find that Gonchan has carefully covered her with a piece of cloth that serves as his gear bag. She slowly pulls it off herself, trying not to wake the guy lying nearby. For a while, she just sits and looks at him. Gonchan is sleeping soundly, with his mouth slightly open in his sleep. She covers him with the cloth and leaves. The guy, waking up, grumbles that the girl could have at least said goodbye. Packing his things, he says, another independent woman. Setting off on the journey, he says, well, now to the north. The guy walks up the mountain slope, struggling to move over huge boulders. Soon the road became even, but it still goes upward. Gonchan stops and freezes, looking ahead. He breathes out with relief, finally. Standing on the cliff and looking down where several buildings are located on the coastal strip, he raises his hands up in a victorious gesture and exclaims, Huanghua Temple! Examining the surroundings from the cliff, Gonchan adds that nearby there is the village of Namso. He decides to go and inquire about ferry tickets. Running down the almost vertical slope, he says that now he will move along the river, and nothing will definitely happen on it. There are many passers-by on the street, hurrying about their business. A man with a sack on his shoulder climbs the gangway onto the ship. Another on the pier lifts a bale. Next to him stands a man keeping cargo records. The guy asks passers-by where he can buy tickets here. He is told that tickets are only sold here for the ferry to Nagyan. Gonchan stands before a man sitting on a chair by a table. He asks, are there first-class cabins on the ferry? The guy, approaching the ship, thinks about how much he has learned about the three kingdoms of Nagyan. This place is considered very important. Climbing the gangway, he reflects that it is in friendly relations with Shaolin, the founder of the first temple in Chunwan. The ship departs from the pier and heads at full speed into the open sea. The guy's path leads straight to a tourist city representing Henan province. Gonchan, spreading his arms as if he wants to embrace the whole world, stands on the deck, enjoying the feeling of freedom. Everyone has already taken their seats. The shore is far behind, and the guy still continues to stand at the stern, gazing into the distance. The ship under sails is sailing on the water surface, but now the sailing ship reaches the pier. The guy is walking down the city street. He knows that somewhere here they should be selling magical artifacts. He wants to buy at least ice balls, and if he has enough money, then fire ones too. He decides to start by strolling around Nagyan and visiting Mount Jimgan. Gonchan, walking in the crowd, thinks, it turns out wandering is not so bad after all. The ship has already cast off from the pier. Shouts reach the men standing on the stern. Wait! Stop! The man with the ropes in his hands replies that it is already late. You have to wait for the next one. Rushing along the pier, Gonchan shouts back. He knows that the next ferry will be only in a few days. Pushing off from the edge, the guy makes a giant jump and, to everyone's surprise, ends up on the ship. Landing on the deck, he breathes out happily. Oh, made it. Ignoring the surprised passengers, he, fixing his hair, asks, where is his cabin here? The ship continues to sail. The sun is already leaning towards sunset, coloring the water orange. Gonchan is examining the map. He says that his voyage in the Eastern Sea begins from Nagyan. Without taking his eyes off the map, the young man says that he only needs to hold on for a few days. He wonders, is it true that pirates might be encountered on the way? Gonchan believes that Sol Yehi was right. With Kanho, a place where many masters practicing spiritual disciplines meet, one must be more careful. Taking off his shoes, he decides that he should think about his safety. Settling on the bed in the lotus position, he immerses himself in meditation, deciding to replenish his energy first. A light purple aura mist appears around Gonchan. The power emanating from him makes the candle flame tremble. From the window of his cabin bursts the radiance of the inner energy surrounding him. The sun is getting closer to the horizon line. Gonchan slightly opens one eye. Peeking out of the cabin, he hears someone's voice. They say the duty must be paid. The guy's face is somewhat puzzled. Duty? He makes his way through the crowd on the deck to where a sturdy man is talking with the captain, saying that a few days ago the current strengthened due to rain, and they need to pay extra if they want to get there faster. Gonchan thinks, some kind of duty. Are they never satisfied with money? He says that this won't go unpunished. The man standing in front of him replies that nothing is clear yet. Two burly men with swords in their hands, accompanying the sturdy man, sit on the ship's railings. One of them says they must move on. He asks, they don't want trouble with bandits, do they? The guy's interlocutor explains that the ship has problems, and it's not just about money. Watching the pouch of money pass from hand to hand, Gonchan asks, "What is the right thing to do?" His face darkens. One sight of injustice and hopelessness strains him, but if he intervenes, he might make things worse. The man with his escorts leaves the ship. Jumping into a boat and looking back, he laughs and says, "See you soon." Once in the lifeboat, he commands his assistant, "Forward!" The captain, wiping sweat from his face with a handkerchief, says it is already getting dark. He decides they need to dock and continue the journey tomorrow. Sitting in his cabin and brushing over paper with a brush, Gonchan thinks that at the next stop he definitely must find a dark little shop and buy an icy, fiery, and outer sphere. Now he knows that one should prepare for such situations in advance. The guy wonders, will he have enough money? Probably he spent it all in Nagyan. He pours coins from the pouch onto the table. Gonchan counts the money. An unexpected sensation makes him freeze. He asks, "What is this?" His face darkens. "Exactly! This is chi energy!" He turns his head to the window. The guy sees nothing, but clearly feels the foreign energy. He senses that somewhere there is a lot of it. Meanwhile, the ship, immersed in sleep, quietly rocks on the waves. Peering into the darkness, the guy finally makes out rapidly approaching boats with armed people. He curses. These are bandits. The guy thinks that the chi of these people is completely unlike the chi of those who collected tribute from the captain earlier today. Gonchan knocks on the door with his fist and calls the captain. The man opens the door and asks, "What does he want?" The guy says they must set sail soon. He reports that bandits are approaching. The captain, looking into the distance, says, "What is he even talking about? No one is visible." Gonchan agrees. No one is visible yet, but they are heading towards them. The captain asks him not to make noise, assuring, if they do attack, they will simply pay them off. Two crew members watch their conversation. The guy is told not to panic and to go to sleep. The captain yawns so loudly that one of his subordinates even has his ear blocked. Gonchan, realizing that words won't reach them, strikes the deckboard forcefully, and the crates standing on it fly into the air. He draws his sword, and before the eyes of the men stunned by his actions, cuts one of the crates in half. The eyes of the captain and his aides almost pop out of their sockets, and their mouths open in surprise. The guy declares that he is Gonchan, a disciple of the Chonam clan. He offers the captain to order to set sail or prepare for battle. The frightened man replies that they haven't fought for 10 years. He asks, "Can the master be trusted?" Suddenly, an arrow flies just a few centimeters from his face and sticks into the wall. The captain screams in fear. A hail of arrows descends on the ship. The captain orders to get weapons from the hold. Quick, almost imperceptible to the eye strikes, cut the arrows in the air. Gonchan, with several swings of his blade, prevents the arrows from hitting the ship's deck. The guy, slightly turning his head back, asks, "Is everyone safe?" The shocked captain and his crew are too scared to utter a word. The captain quickly recovers. He shouts, "Raise the sails! Full combat readiness!" The crew hurries to carry out his order. 3 boarding hooks are thrown onto the railings at once. Gonchan curses. How many of them are there? A man climbs onto the ship, the lower part of his face covered with cloth. His eyes shine with inner energy, and in his free hand he grips a sword. The man shouts, "Forward!" and several more bandits jump after him. Gonchan rushes to meet them. Near the ship, 3 boats sway on the waves, with ropes of boarding hooks stretching from them. Each boat has 1 bandit left, the rest have climbed aboard. At the stern of one of the 2 sailing ships nearby stands a man. He says, "So much screaming, like at a slaughterhouse." The person behind him replies that they sent 20 of their best men. The man whose face is crossed by a scar says nothing. A green-haired youth standing behind him asks, "Isn't the outcome obvious?" Smiling quite enough, he says their men will cut them all down and burn and sink the ship. The man sees waves carrying past their sailing ship the corpses of bandits. Noticing that one of them is the leader of the sent combat group, he says, "It seems something went wrong." He declares he will check what is happening there, and orders the youth to stay here. The youth asks, "What if he gets wounded?" Drawing his sword and balancing on the railings, the man replies, "The young man thinks he should protect his body like some relic? In that case, it is not worth a penny." He adds, "Let him just wait here." The man's eyes flash with unfriendly red sparks as he says that his sword thirsts for the blood of these pigs. He leaves the ship, resorting to combat technology that allows movement through the air. Behind him sounds. He is rushing again. Gonchan repels the attack of numerous opponents with his blade. With one swing of the sword, he wounds 2 bandits, the one in front of him and the one sneaking up from behind. Several dead bodies of attackers are already lying on the deck. He exhales wearily, drops of sweat streaming down his face. The guy is surrounded by several bandits at once. An order sounds, "Kill him." Gonchan reminds himself, if he doesn't deal with them, he won't get into the dark shop. He stops the box thrown at him with a sword. One more swing, and wooden splinters fly in all directions. The energy force strikes the bandits surrounding him. Sharp splinters pierce the bodies of the attackers, inflicting deadly wounds on them. The boy freezes for a moment with his arm extended forward. A voice sounds, "Not bad." Gonshin raises his head up, trying to make out the next opponent. A man stands on the mast with a sword in his hands. He speaks. Judging by his clothes, he belongs to the Chonam clan. The boy wonders, who is he? Gonshin understands that by looking at a person, one can feel their energy. The man's eye, whose face is crossed by a scar, burns with a crimson flame. The other eye is hidden by a strand of hair falling over his face. The boy thinks that before he felt pressure when looking at strong masters. He remembers the Sabik master, the elder teacher Chungjin. Gonshan realizes that he feels the same emotions now. He concentrates and looks more closely at the man. The man's body is enveloped in a strong purple aura. The man asks, "Does the boy want to know who he is?" He pushes off from the mast and rushes downward. A man, swinging his blade in a jump, declares that he is the one who will finish him off. Gonshin barely manages to jump back, and the man's sword crashes onto the deck. He immediately attacks the guy again. The guy realizes, one moment and the opponent will strike him. Clenching the sword hilt tighter, he thinks, no other way. Gonshin's eyes shine with the cold light of inner energy. He swings the sword and a bluish aura whirls around him like a vortex. The guy stands, pointing his sword at the opponent. Powerful chi energy emanates from his weapon. The man is surprised by this turn of events. From his lips escapes, "A sword?" Gonshin replies, "Yes, a sword," and insults the opponent. The man, smiling crookedly, thinks that this technique requires a lot of experience. Then his face distorts into an evil grimace, and red sparks flare in his eyes. "Well, youngster, now you will get what you deserve." His sword is enveloped in blood-red flames of inner energy. The man attacks the guy with the words, "Let's have some fun!" He shouts, "Swords!" And immediately several energy blades rush toward Gonshan. The guy rushes to meet the opponent, raising his sword to block the attack. Gonshan is unpleasantly surprised by the opponent's speed. Mentally cursing, he tries to figure out where his weak spot is. If only he had opened up for even a second. The man swings his sword, and his energy copy almost hits the guy on the ankles. At the last moment, Gonshan manages to jump up, avoiding injury. He lands on the deck, trying to keep his balance. Suddenly he realizes where his opponent's weak spot is. He resorts to the technique 5 Seals of Thunder. The struck man sees lightning rushing down on him from above. He is surprised that the guy possesses such a technique. Defending himself with a sword, he says that the hypocrites from the Chonam clan have raised a monster. They continue to stand on the deck facing each other. The guy surrounded by lightning bolts, and the man defending himself with a sword with a blood-red aura. Gonshan asks, who is he to call them that? For a killer, he talks too much. The opponent replies, does he think his dirty Chonam monks are any different? Gonshan says that they are definitely better than him, the psycho. Pointing to the bodies lying on the deck, he asks, was it not by his order that the innocent passengers were killed? The man's face is distorted by a mask of anger. He shouts that the guy has no right to speak like that. He rushes fiercely at Gonshan, raising his sword above his head. The captain and his crew freeze in horror. A wave of energy rolls across the deck, forcing them to cover their ears with their hands. The man sees with surprise how the boy's outstretched hand with an open palm approaches him. The boy, gritting his teeth, concentrates all his strength in his palm. The energy strike hits the opponent's solar plexus. Its force is such that the man is swept off the deck like a hurricane and falls over the railing. A splash of water is heard overboard. Gonshan stands on the deck, continuing to grip the sword in his hand. Underwater beyond the board, a vague dark spot is seen sinking into the depths. The boy approaches the railing and looks down. Looking at the drops of blood running down the blade, he thinks about having killed another person. Looking at the deck strewn with passengers' bodies, he reflects that he had no choice. He tells himself that he killed not for the sake of killing. Looking at the surviving passengers emerging from hiding, he thinks he did it to save their lives. A voice sounds. The young monk is simply astonishingly agile. The boy angrily asks, who is that now? At the stern on the railing stands a green-haired youth. He wonders, did the monks wash his brains so well, or did he do it himself? The Henson clan or Chonam. However, something else is important. The young man casually waves the fan he holds in his hand. Smiling, he says that the guy has spent a lot of energy, and this will considerably ease his work. Gonshan realizes that he no longer has the strength to fight. But looking at the young man, he thinks that he does not see large reserves of chi in him either. Looking at the smiling face of the opponent, he believes that simple skills will be enough for him in the battle with him. But the young man rapidly approaches him, and in Gonshan's head flashes, it can't be. A strong flash of energy strikes the guy. Streams of blood burst from Gonshan's mouth. He realizes that he was inattentive. A long strip of fabric wraps around Gonchan's hand, gripping the sword. The guy mentally curses. He has no strength left at all. He understands what the opponent is about to do. The young man, extending his hand with the palm forward, controls the strips of fabric, which are a continuation of his garment, swaddling the guy's limbs. They lift his body into the air. The captain and his team silently watch the battle. Drops of sweat stream down the captain's face. His subordinates look away. The man standing behind the captain's eyes widen in surprise, and his jaw drops. Gonchan coughs and blood sprays from his mouth. Smiling, the young man promises that it will be more comfortable now. Suddenly something catches his attention, and he glances to the side. Armed ship crew and passengers rush at him shouting. The captain yells for the young man to release the monk. Bandits climb onto the deck from the boats that boarded the ship. Gonchan thinks that everything is useless. The only salvation for the survivors is to run away. He realizes that ordinary sailors cannot cope with such strong opponents. If the slaughter happening on the ship continues, everyone will die. The guy thinks that he must do something. He thinks, while the sword is with him, while he can still stand on his feet. But the sword falls from his weakened hand. The guy orders himself, think. The young man, still holding him in the air, says that he respects his strength. Smiling evilly, he says that he is sending the guy to the afterlife comfortably. He strikes with the energy embedded in the fabric he wields, into Gonchan's chest. The guy grabs the fabric with both hands, but the blow literally pierces the deck with his body. The young man approaches the breach in the deck, wondering, and how many monks of Chonam have mastered the control of lightning energy? Fanning himself with the fan, he adds, "Ah, and this one was quite capable. At least I should ask his name." The young man says that he doubts the dead man will answer him. Meanwhile, Gonchan, lying in the hold, is still resisting the blade-sharp fabric trying to penetrate his body. He utters, "Sonchon Jinki," and the fabric turned into metal crumbles in his fist. The young man's face distorts with anger. A scream bursts from his lips. Sonchon Jinki is a forbidden technique of the Chonam school. It is powerful, but its use drains all life force. The young man, as if struck down, falls onto the deck near the breach. Bandits approach him, already trying to stand on his feet, asking, "Is he okay?" The young man's body is covered with ulcers. The skin is peeling off his hands in patches. He orders to get rid of Gonchan. Looking at the hole in the deck where energetic flashes are visible, he says, "The guy has used up too much strength. He thinks he doesn't have long to live." Gonchan lies motionless in the hold. Someone's voice reaches his hearing, "Chana, Chana." He understands that death is approaching and thinks that with it his auditory hallucinations begin. The boy's eyes are clouded. He has already come to terms with his fate. His gaze stops. The iris and pupils are blurred. Struggling to focus his sight, he sees the faces of two bandits. But his eyelids are too heavy. They lower, and the men's faces blur. Several bandits stand over the breach. One of them asks, "Is he dead already?" In the boy's head a voice sounds, "Chan-a, Gonchan-a." He seems to see in reality how he sleeps in the elder's house. And Sabik, extending his hand to him, says he will leave him his last instruction. He hears the old man's words, asking the elder to take care of him. Sabik says he is unable to control his energy, so he must seal it. He asks the elder, when the time comes, to remove this seal. The old man says, "Chana, the future of Chonam. He is the one who will tell the whole world about the Tao of Chonam." Sabik's consciousness overlays Gonchan's consciousness. They merge and become one whole. The boy's eyes open. His gaze is full of determination. With one leap, he soars from the breach high above the deck. The bandits look at him in surprise, not believing their eyes. Gonchan, speaking disparagingly of them, suggests they attack. "Mount Taishan." A voice is heard from the house. "So, they did not succeed?" The reply sounds, "That's right." A man standing by the window and looking into the distance. There, where the mountain peaks rise, says, addressing the person standing behind him, "In their school, only 36 people managed to overcome the threshold of mastery. He sent 2 of them, and now they tell him that both of them messed up." Maneja asks, "On such a simple task, what do they know?" The interlocutor replies that the information is being gathered. The man, without turning around, says, "Well, first they will get better acquainted with the situation. They will find out what their people had to face." He believes that things are much more interesting. Zhengzhou is the heart of Henan province. The city is stirred by the arrival of a master with new abilities. As soon as the ferry docked, the news about the extraordinary master immediately spread throughout the city. Passers-by talk among themselves. One of them says, "He single-handedly scattered dozens, no, hundreds of enemies." The second heard that the master is from the Chongnam clan. He dreams of seeing him at least once. The young man struggles through the crowd. throwing around. "Excuse me, let me through." Voices of people reach him. He was on the brink of life and death. They called him the Immortal. Gonchan thinks, what are they talking about? The young man reflects that he really almost died. More precisely, died. If it were not for the energy left to him by the old man before leaving. When the last life forces left his body, the Sabbac seal was removed, and he was reborn again. Reborn with new strength and an even greater reserve of energy. His hand, filled with the energy of life, reached for the sword. Rising to his feet, he realized that Tel Shingon was complete. At that moment, he comprehended all 12 energies. Placing his hand, enveloped in a radiant aura, on his chest, the young man thanks the old man. He strides resolutely down the street, thinking that he needs to find a dark shop and stock up. He is looking for the ice, fire, poison, and external spheres. The young man recalls the deck strewn with dead bodies and understands. If the attack repeats, there will be more victims. He calls himself a fool for wasting valuable time wandering and entertaining himself in Nagyan. Suddenly, he bumps into some vagabond and tries to apologize. The aura of the stranger crashes down on him. He looks after him in surprise, thinking, this is the energy of a beggar. Gonchan, searching the crowd for this man, thinks that this is the For Freedom movement. He does not want to miss him. Speeding up, Gonchan thinks, in a big city there will definitely be a dark shop. He believes that since people with such powerful energy walk here, it means it is somewhere nearby. Surrounded by a crowd of people, the young man laments that there are so many people here. Mentally he curses. Did he really miss it? Gonchan is surprised. Where did so many people come from? The beggar has completely disappeared from sight. Suddenly an idea comes to his mind. He can try. The guy decides to focus on energy. His palm is surrounded by a bluish glow of aura. He decides to use the power of Tela Shingon. Gonchan, closing his eyes, inhales air through his nostrils. Now he feels all the energy at a fairly decent distance around him. Before his inner vision appear lovers secretly kissing. And he laments. Who does that in broad daylight? He sees bad intentions hidden behind the man's smile. Finally, he notices the aura of the person he is looking for. He rejoices, found, the very same beggar. Next to the palace, in a niche of stone walls, 3 poorly dressed people sit on the ground. Their 4th friend stands leaning against the wall. The beggar, who bumped into the guy on the street, turns around angrily and asks Gonchan, what does he want? The guy bows in a greeting bow and introduces himself, stating his name. He also says that he is a 3rd-generation disciple of the Chonam clan. The beggar is surprised by this information. Gonchan says that he has one question for them. Do they belong to the freedom movement? The beggar, standing up, asks, is he the immortal himself? Gonchan answers, it's a bit awkward. Yes, that's what they call him. The beggar, smiling and touching the torn edges of his hat, says, nice to meet you. He names himself Hogue, and adds that he manages the guys in Henan. The guy asks, so does that mean he is the boss? He answers, the boss, of course. His friends laugh, and he says that he is just as much a begging pauper. He angrily looks around at his friends, and they immediately adopt a bored look. The beggar asks, what interests him so much that he even dared to follow him? Gonchan answers, once a teacher told him that if he wants to know something, he should ask them about it. The man says, the teacher told him that? Well, it's nice to hear such words. He asks, what would the guy like to know? Gonchan asks a question. Is there a dark shop anywhere here? He explains that he wants to replenish his energy. The beggar asks, and ruin the clan's reputation with that? Gonchan does not understand what he is talking about. He explains, what will people think of him if he uses magical spheres from another clan? Gonchan replies that practical application is more important than any rumors, and spheres are an absolutely ordinary thing in his opinion. The beggar frowns. Ordinary? The guy says that he is more concerned with poisons and dark magic. The interlocutor asks, and why does he need this? Gonchan answers that he simply needs it, so he is looking for it. If he figures all this out, he will be able to save more lives. He says that it is worth studying poisons, and they will cease to be deadly dangerous. The beggar thinks. Most choose only one direction and study it intensively. Out loud, he just laughs, saying that there are still eccentrics in Chonam. He reports that the shop is called Cheon Podan. There the guy will find everything he needs. Then he adds, when he is there, he should say something, because black market, a place where you can buy almost everything. In Jeonju, 12 clans jointly manage them. A voice is heard from the house. They say that golden items are sold here, so he decided to take a look. The man standing behind the counter replies to the guy. Unfortunately, there is nothing made of gold, but he can offer silver. Is that suitable for him? Gonchan says, at least that. The man, heading deeper into the shop, tells the guy to follow him. Gonchan is happy. The beggar did not deceive. They enter a secret door and begin to descend a long staircase down. The man stops at the foot of the stairs and faces the door hidden behind the boards. He shows the guy the weapons hung on the wall and says, "Welcome to the dark shop." The man says they have everything, from magical energy to living people. Gonshin reports that he needs energy charges. The man, raising a blade emitting such powerful energy that a fly flying nearby was immediately cut in two, says he doesn't know if the price will suit him. The guy's jaw drops in surprise. The merchant says their charges are divided into levels. He lists them, from 1st to 5th, and adds that there is one more, special. There are 6 levels in total. As for the price, 1st, 5,000 neon, 2nd, 1,000, and the 3rd only 100. Gonshin is shocked by the price. Nightmare, why are they so expensive? The merchant says they also buy charges and asks, does the guy have anything for sale? The guy, sighing, answers, alas, no. He thinks he searched for this place too long to leave empty-handed. The man says they also willingly buy information. There are more than 1,000 price options for it. Gonshin asks happily, is that true? Laying a coin and a gold ingot on the counter, the merchant explains, something might cost a plate of dumplings and something might be worth gold. Gonshin says, oh, I need to remember urgently. The man warns, just don't lie. He knows how it can end, right? So is he ready to try? With the help of a fireball, one can learn to control flame. The ice ball is used by northern schools studying ways to control ice. The outer ball was first used in Shaolin, and then widely spread among Kanho, the strongest people of the Tao path. With it, monks mastered the art of living armor. In the city of Halmun, combat energy balls were created, capable of taking the form of any weapon. Poisonous balls were invented by palace healers for easy disposal of the Empire's enemies, but they quickly penetrated the black market stalls. Sitting at night in the cabin, the guy examines the open book lying before him on the table. Next to it, a candle stands in a candlestick. Gonshin says he obtained 5 strong energy spheres. While he sails, there is nothing to do anyway, so he can immerse himself in studying. He recalls his conversation with the merchant and is surprised. Who would have thought that information could be as valuable as artifacts? He thought the story about the fight with the bandits was well known enough. Returning to reading the book, he thinks it is better to start with fireballs. The guy, tracing his finger over the page with hieroglyphs, exclaims, so good! The light in the cabin window remains visible for a long time. While Gonshin studied the records of the 5 artifacts, the ship passed the Huanghe River and entered the Yellow Sea. The ship docked at the pier, and the passengers left it. Gonshin even felt dizzy when his foot touched the ground. How long they had been sailing. Walking down the street, he says that he will travel on foot from now on. The guy wonders how to get to Liaoning province. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind that will help him carry out his plans. He remembers the words of the beggar advising him to follow the signs. The same one told him to be careful and choose busy streets. He said that in all districts of Shandong province there are branches of the Jigal family trading network. The beggar advised him to go there and say he is a student of Cheonan school. He assured him that then they would help him get to Liaoning. Delighted, Gonshin quickens his pace. Nice. And he didn't even have to ask anything. The Huan, Jigal, and Sandan families are the largest in Shandong, and all 3 are inseparable from the crown. Therefore, they have always possessed wealth and influence. It goes without saying why their trading enterprises are considered the most prestigious in the entire country. Heading to the mansion, the young man says, is this the very division? It's huge. He passes through the tall gates. He is stopped by a man sitting at a small table who is clearly bored. He greets Gonshin and asks what brought him to them. The young man greets him, states his name, and says he is from the Cheonan clan. The man is surprised. Monk Gonshin? Meanwhile, the young man asks, do they have a cart going to Liaoning, or perhaps he can just be shown the way? The man replies that he cannot say anything about a cart. It needs to be clarified. He asks permission to take the young man to the visitor's room. The latter agrees and thanks him. The man walks ahead, showing Gonshin the way. He says that they have just finished cleaning there. The young man smiles, thinking that his guide is a very friendly person. Placing a cup with a hot drink on the table, the man says that now the young man needs to wait a little. He leaves, holding an empty tray. Gonshin remains sitting at the table in a large, richly decorated room. In front of him is a cup and a plate with cookies. Raising the cup to his lips, the young man thinks that in such weather it would be much nicer to drink some cold iced tea. Soon he becomes bored, and he feels sad, resting his head on his folded arms and thinking about a cold drink. Suddenly an idea comes to his mind, making him startle. Exactly! He decides that ice magic will help him, and immediately uses it. The drink becomes cold. Gonshin drinks the contents of the cup with pleasure, exclaiming, he said that cold tea is much better. It's so great to know everything. Placing the empty cup on the table, he says, another reason to develop mastery. Shifting his gaze to the plate with cookies, Gonchan says that hospitality is top-notch here. Throwing several cookies into his mouth at once, the guy exclaims, "Delicious! People have not yet invented factories for cookie production." The words of a man who silently approached him, asking to excuse his disturbance, make Gonchan choke and start coughing. The man introduces himself. He is the manager of the Eastern Division of the Jeagle Family Trading Network. His name is Donan. He adds that he is glad to meet them. Having recovered, the guy bows politely, saying, he is greeted by a third-generation student of the Chonam School. He states his name. Gonchan is impressed that the manager personally came out to him. The man says that he was very surprised when he learned that the very immortal Master Gonchan had come to them. The guy is surprised. How does he know his nickname? From the center, he immediately came here and... The manager explains. They were informed about this from Hauman. Gonchan is again impressed by the speed at which rumors spread. It is already known here that an incredibly strong master has appeared in the country. His name is Gonchan. He is a third-generation student of the Chonam School. At 20 years old, he is already called the Immortal. The information sold by the guy on the black market immediately spread among masters of different levels. For the story about the attack on the ship and a few personal details, the shop owner gave him a whole 500 nyan. Gonchan asks Donan to speak to him less formally. After all, he knows his age. The guy explains that he is a little embarrassed by such respectful treatment towards him. The man replies that he understands. He asks, why does the guy strive to get to Liaoning? Gonchan answers that he wants to meet one person for a number of personal reasons. While he observes religious poverty, he has time to meet him once. Donan says that he is probably friends with this person. The guy answers affirmatively and adds that he would like to train with him. The manager states that today luck is on the guy's side. Nearby, a cart going to Liaoning is passing by. In 10 days, he will already be there. Donan promises to put Gonchan in it. He sincerely thanks him. The guy starts a conversation about payment, but he notices that the interlocutor has already left him. The manager, returning after some time, says that the guy should not worry about money. He explains that there will be no more passengers, so on the road he will have the opportunity to rest well. Gonchan replies that his help is invaluable. The manager asks him in return to show their kids a couple of techniques. Sitting down on the chair, Gonchan admits that he expected something more complicated. Throwing a cookie into his mouth, he answers the manager. Of course, as they wish. The manager, being in the office and not paying attention to the young man standing before him, thinks, since Master Gonchan can go to the Moen family by a single wish, it means they are very close. Writing hieroglyphs on a sheet of paper, he reflects. Their relationship with the Chonam School consists of supporting and strengthening power. Donan tells the young man standing before him that they have a guest master, and these days he will teach him. He orders him to learn everything he can from Gonchan. He replies, all right. The man hands him a folded sheet of paper, ordering him to send this letter urgently. Night has come. Light is visible from the window of the mansion. In a richly furnished room, a voice sounds. Due to the return of the moists, the Murim resistance movement is forming. Meanwhile, the influence of the Chonam School is increasing, and a genius is emerging among the students. Pacing the room, the man wonders, how did he manage to become a master at the age of 20? The manager walks across the room from one side to the other. He thinks aloud that the history of Kanho has never known such a young master. At this rate, by the age of 30, he will be able to rival Buddha himself. Donan believes that this young man is more valuable than the entire Chonam School, and it seems they all understand this. His face becomes somewhat puzzled. But religious poverty. Did the clan so easily let go of the person who holds the future of the school in his hands? A man's hand pushes the door leaf leading to the garden. Recalling the saying that a person with a large cup accomplishes great deeds, and with a small one, small deeds, he wonders. Are the masters of Chonam people with large cups, or just fools? Breathing in the fresh night air deeply, the manager says that history will put everything in its place. In the morning, Gonchan follows the man who tells him that several people are waiting for him on the parade ground. They dream of learning at least a drop of his skill. The guy is puzzled. What should he teach them? He cannot teach the fighters of the Jeagle family the art of the Chonam School. He believes that controlling spheres is already too much for them. Those who train internal energy are either already capable enough or do not need external guidance. He sighs heavily. Only dominance in the air remains. Well, he will try at least to imitate it. The escort opens the door before him and invites him to enter. They enter the hall where several ranks of young people stand. Gonchan is stunned. Oh, so many. Turning his head around to take in all those present, the guy greets and introduces himself, stating his name and clan name. He says he came here at the request of an elder comrade from the Jeagle family. Though young, he will be glad to help them. Everyone shouts in unison, asking Master Gonchan to teach them. The guy is surprised. He thought they would not want to learn from a young master, but he sees how everyone present looks at him with hope. Encouraged by such a reception, Gonchan says that first he will tell them about controlling the airspace during a fight. He explains that although these are not full-fledged attacks, it will still be useful to know them. This technique will make their feelings sharper. The guy asks them to take their daggers, and they obediently draw their weapons from the sheaths. Gonchan says for them to throw them at him. One of the young men asks, "Is he joking?" Laughing, the guy answers, "No." Immediately, many daggers fly towards him, and the guy instantly becomes serious. He makes several swings with his hands, around which a powerful air aura swirls. The daggers, not reaching him, begin to spin intensely in the air. The onlookers watch in surprise as their weapons, without reaching the target, fall to the floor at the guy's feet. He asks, "Did they see?" He did it not because he is some incredibly strong master. He further explains, but because the technique helped him learn to better control the airspace. The guy suggests starting the training with breathing. He demonstrates how to do it, and everyone immediately repeats after him. From the second floor, the manager and a young woman watch them. She says, "He really is an unusual guy." Donan agrees. Yes, he is. A woman, calling the interlocutor uncle, asks, "Does he want to lure him away?" The manager replies that the guy is 2 years younger than her, but his level is higher. She believes that even so, he will never equal the gods. Donan asks, "Does she think her husband can?" The woman answers, "Anything is possible." The man, hesitating slightly, asks, "Or is she still thinking about the Namgun family?" The interlocutor says, "First they need to meet. The clan name, of course, is important. But she believes that her premonition is more important." The manager says that is why he invited her. In 2 months, the Moen clan is holding a celebration for the anniversary of its founding. He thinks it would be good to send her there as a representative. The woman replies, as expected from uncle. She asks, "Has he thought about returning home?" Donan says he will return later when there is work. For now, there is no reason for his return. Looking at the guy, she says, "If uncle says so." Then she decides to at least go and introduce herself. Donan supports her decision. Right. He informs that they are leaving tomorrow, and until that moment, they should communicate. The daughters of the Jegal clan are famous for their abilities. The strongest among all Kanho is considered to be this woman named Jihwa, daughter of the main family and heir of the clan. Meanwhile, Gonchan explains to one of the young men, if he does not manage the 17th part, he will die. The young man is clearly frightened by his words. The guy explains to him where it is better to cut by 5 parts. The young man asks the boy to consider, 5 parts or 17? Is this not befitting death? Gonchan replies, "Let it be so, but they must keep the body given to them by their parents." Behind him, a polite cough is heard. Looking back, the young man sees a young woman in front of him. He asks, "Who is she?" She greets him, and answers that she is the heir of the Jegal family. She says she learned that they will go together to the Moen family, so she decided to approach and introduce herself. The guy understands that he should take the acquaintance with the heiress of the family seriously. A few days later, the wind flutters the flag. A wagon train stretches along the road. On one of them, a flag is attached. The guy riding on horseback is impressed. So many gifts have been prepared for the holiday. Suddenly he is struck by the thought that he alone will come to visit empty-handed. This saddens him, and a heavy sigh escapes from his chest, attracting the attention of his companion. She looks intently at Gonchan, trying to understand what happened. Not noticing her intense attention, the guy sinks into gloomy thoughts. Suddenly, alertness flickers in his eyes. He asks the successor of the Jegal family, "Is everything all right?" and explains that he felt something strange. Looking at his companion, he notices her red cheeks and thinks she has a fever. He asks, "Does she seem to be showing the first symptoms of a cold?" The woman replies that everything is fine. She says that monk Gonchan is very attentive. The young man explains, "It's thanks to control over space, and since they are both here, he should think about their mutual safety." The woman says that he thinks very deeply. She asks not to take her question as rude, but she heard that he is going to visit the nieces of the Moen family. The young man immediately remembers the 2 twin girls. The calmer one says her name is Moen N. The second, clearly more mischievous than her sister, introduces herself. She is Moen Ren. Gonchan exclaims, "Such cuties!" He tells his companion that in childhood the girls were very sickly, so they were sent to school. The young man does not know how their health is now. The last time he received news from them was a year ago. The woman asks, "Can she learn their names?" Gonchan answers, "The twins Moen N and Ren. Very sweet girls. Flowers of Moen. 2 flowers of the Moen family, sharing 1 place on the Kanho list." Especially powerful is the fire magic of Mo and Ren. She is young, but her skill is undeniable. The woman says that they live quite well. There are rumors of an upcoming wedding. Gongchen is amazed. A wedding? The guy is a little shocked by the news of the wedding of one of the girls he remembers from when they were little. Noticing his reaction, the woman says, "He must not have known." She looks at him questioningly, but Gongchen is silent, trying to comprehend the news. The woman does not understand why he is reacting so strangely. The guy says, "Could it be that these charming little ones are already thinking about marriage and love someone?" He falls silent again and sinks into thought. The woman, looking at his sad face, thinks, maybe the master is in love with one of them. She looks closely at Gongchen. The companion tells the guy that she will rest a little and come back to him. The woman spurs the horse, leaving the guy alone to indulge in his thoughts. The carriage rushes along the road. The woman sitting in it thinks that she needs to pull herself together. She is the daughter of the Jaegel family. Her main weapon is a cold and firm mind. She is upset that for a moment she felt a sharp sting of jealousy. A woman sinks into her thoughts, sadly lowering her head. A flag flutters above the wagon. A shout is heard. A brief stop. Afterwards, they will continue their journey. The head of the convoy announces to everyone that they can rest a little. A young man stands near a cart loaded with boxes and barrels. He is amazed by the number of gifts for the Moen family, but he thinks that all of them are uncovered and unhidden. This makes them an easy target for robbers. It is somewhat mitigated by the fact that the noble family can afford to harness several horses to the wagon. Looking at the people settled on the grass and chatting about their own matters, Gongchen thinks, if this were an ordinary caravan, the conditions for an attack would be ideal. He decides that it makes sense to look around and heads into the forest. Birds chirp carefreely on a branch. Walking through the forest, Gongchen rejoices. Ah, how peaceful. He hears the crunch of a branch under someone's foot and loudly asks, "Who is there?" The first thing that catches his eye is a sword. The heir of the Jaegel family emerges from the forest. She is surprised to see him. "Oh, Master Gongchen is here too." The young man breathes a sigh of relief. The woman says, "Does he see how accurately she follows his instructions?" The guy asks in surprise, "His instructions?" She attacks Gongchen and they cross swords. The guy understands that the opponent resorts to the technique sword Chonkyoken. The sword, Chonkyoken, is used with more than 36 different techniques of defense and attack. The methods of its use have many subtleties, so it is considered difficult to control. The tip of Gongchen's sword is aimed at the woman's neck. He asks, "Doesn't she think it's better to start training with defense?" He wonders. Does his sister agree with him? The woman replies, "But you can't defeat the enemy with defense alone, can you?" The guy agrees. Right, if the fight is one-on-one. Well, what if there are many enemies? With only attacks, you might end up in the afterlife. Laughing, he adds, "And then King Yama, the supreme judge of the other world, will say, 'Welcome.'" The woman asks, how should she defend herself? Gongchen answers that, in his opinion, flawless defense would suit her. He says, in general, one should remember all directions that determine body movement. Gongchen takes a fighting stance, raising his sword and extending his hand forward, enveloped in a light mist of aura. He explains, using the whole body, it is necessary to create a space of absolute defense, a kind of invisible shield. The woman listens attentively as he talks about how control over space will allow free navigation within it. Gongchen wonders, what if he says that theoretically everything around them can be brought under control? Then the guy adds, "Capture this area and hold it." The woman hesitantly repeats after him, "Effectively, take control." She thinks, efficiency, rationally let closer. The woman, concentrating, closes her eyes. An incredibly strong aura emanates from her. A voice sounds. It seems she understood. Donin approaches them. Looking at the woman, he says that his niece is lucky. The manager draws the blade from the sheath. From his sword, which he holds in front of him, a powerful energy flow emanates. He directs him to the woman. Gongchen says he did not notice him. The guy decides that he should return to the camp. Donin says that everything is fine and he can stay and watch. Gongchen decides to take advantage of his offer. He retreats to the trees so as not to disturb the manager and his niece. Gongchen gallops at full speed along with his companions. Wagons rush after them. The guy says that it is quite far. The man riding next to him replies, "Yes, but they will arrive earlier than usual. Their horses are strong and trained." Gongchen thinks that in any case it would be faster by sea. The interlocutor objects. There is a high risk of shipwreck, and then it no longer matters how well a person masters martial arts. The guy is forced to agree with him. The man says, "Oh, it is already visible." The convoy stops in the edge of the forest. Ahead they see the city. Soon they are already standing by the tall wooden gates. Gongchen rejoices. Finally he has reached the Moen family estate. A woman greets loudly and announces that the Jaegel family caravan has arrived. The heiress of the Jeagle family announces the arrival of the convoy. The gate leaves slowly open. They are met by a young man accompanied by a warrior. He invites them to enter and says that the Moen family welcomes them. Donan replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time and asks what the young man is doing at the gate. He explains that, to be honest, he has done something wrong. Moen-san says that right now he is kind of going through a probation period. At 25 years old, the young man ranks among the top 10 on the Kanho list. He wields the Moen family weapon, the Ikapulan sword, which signifies spiritual and material principles. An ordinary person would find it extremely difficult to master such a delicate and bloodthirsty sword, but Moen-san is one of the few capable of doing so. The young man shifts his questioning gaze to Gonshin and asks, "Who is he?" The guy bows in greeting and says he is glad to meet him. He introduces himself, stating his name and clan. The guy says that he would like to see the twins. He expresses hope that such a request on his part will not seem rude. Moen-san, smiling, replies, he is pleased to meet him. He also introduces himself and says that he is currently responsible for the gates leading to the palace. He adds that the juniors told him about the guy. Then suddenly realizing, he exclaims, "Why are they all just standing there? Let them pass quickly." And he makes an inviting gesture with his hand. While the arrivals pass through the gates, Moen-san loudly proclaims, "Guests from the Jeagle family have arrived." Then his loud voice echoes over the yard. "And from the Chonam school." In the corridor, with the exclamation, "Uncle!" a young girl rushes at Gonchan. A beauty with impressive breast size and eyes shining with joy shouts, "Uncle!" Then she points the sword at Gonchan and says, "Got you!" The guy easily dodges the strike. Using internal energy, he affects the blade, and it veers aside. With his elbow, he hits the girl in the side. She gasps and grabs the bruised spot with her hand. She shouts indignantly that this is already too much. Gonchan replies to her, "Who here is the too much?" Without greeting, she immediately lunged at him with a sword. Does she really need a spanking like in childhood? The girl indignantly exclaims, "Ouch! Oosh!" The guy asks, "What kind of oosh is that?" Laughing, he says that the girl has grown up. She has become noticeably bigger. His gaze falls on her chest, and he, slightly embarrassed, mentally adds that she has grown here too. The girl, leaning close to his ear, whispers, "Uncle is staring at her chest right now." Gonchan denies everything. No, of course not. He doesn't know any chest. He indignantly asks, "Is it possible to say such things on the eve of the wedding? Or did he teach her bad things?" She snorts. What did he even teach her? Her teacher taught her everything. The guy is outraged. Does she mean he taught her nothing? Let her honestly answer now. Did he teach her or not? The girl copies his facial expression when he looked at her chest and replies, "She only knows that he was looking at her chest with that face just now." The blushing guy objects. No. Does she want to make Uncle look like a pervert? How will anyone marry her like that? The girl with a sly smile asks, will Uncle marry her? Gonchan is outraged. Hey, this child is not shy about anything at all. In the corridor, a voice sounds, reminding Ren not to forget about manners. She exclaims in response, "Oh, sister." The girl who approached them says, "Long time no see." She politely asks, "How is Uncle Gonchan doing?" He replies that he is also glad to meet. He says that Ren and Yen have grown a lot during this time. The guy adds, it seems that studying in Chonam helped them, although it was not without difficulties. However, the techniques of their school are secret. They must not tell their family about them. Yen asks him not to worry. Their clan is not so weak as to violate moral principles. Ren asks his sister, "Since when have her speeches become so boring?" The lively girl informs the guy that their father wants to see him. Moen Jeon and the sword. Somcheon Hel, one of a kind, the third son of the head of the Moen clan. He renounced his right of inheritance and became a military danshu, the leader of a military unit in the Moen clan. Yen walks down the corridor. Behind her, Ren drags the resisting Gonchan, who wants to take his luggage. But the lively twin replies that the servants will take care of it. She continues to drag him by the arm down the corridor, ignoring his objections that before the meeting he needs to wash and change clothes. A clean and richly decorated room. Flowers stand in a vase. The man sitting at the table says to the boy, bowing in a welcoming bow, that he has grown a lot. He is pleased to see him as a master. The boy replies that he is also glad to see him. Moen-jon tells Gonchan to rest. He heard that his daughters are indebted to him. The man believes that he, like their father, must repay the guy. Ren exclaims, addressing her father, "Isn't it true that they have the best uncle?" The man agrees with his daughter. Yes, that's definitely so. The girl, embarrassing the guy, continues to speak. And he's also very strong. He managed to deflect her sword with one hand and then completely disarm her. Moen-chan says, "Has he already removed the seal and gone beyond the master level? He can't believe it." The man thinks about the guy standing before him who is called the Immortal. Ren rushes at Gonchan with a request to tell how he managed it. He recently started religious begging. She is interested. Is there already a result? The guy answers, not yet. We'll see further. He asks, is that why she's so worried? Ren thinks that he didn't try at all. Gonchan objects, no way. Actually, he tried very hard, and silently watches their quarrel. She hears her sister declare that now she will also try and surpass him, and smiles. A voice sounds. Today, the ringing voice of their Ren spreads throughout the area. A woman appears in the room. She says that she is pleased to meet Master Gonchan, and introduces herself. She is the mother of the girls. Her name is Somunha. The guy bows again in a greeting and says that he is a third-generation disciple of the Chonam school, and his name is Gonchan. He thanks her for the warm welcome. Somunha says for him to feel at home. He thanks her again. Smiling, he utters words of gratitude for her hospitality. The woman looks at him with a gentle smile on her face. Unhurried footsteps are heard. Moen-chan, rising from the table, approached them. He asks the wife, how are things? She answers, it went well, of course. The man says, I see, and inquires, then will she spend time with the children? The guy does not understand what is being talked about, and shifts his gaze from the man to the woman. So Munha asks, and their guest? The man says, what about her? Let her just look. He doesn't even have such thoughts about their girls. Gonchan thinks that right now he doesn't understand anything at all. He surveys everyone present with a questioning look. Looking at the embarrassed girls, the guy wonders, why did they blush? In Gonchan's head, a multitude of questions swarm. He understands nothing. Moen-chan reassuringly pats the guy on the shoulder. The man asks, will he fight him? Gonchan asks in surprise, sparring? The guy thinks, he just arrived. What sparring? What is he planning? Moen-chan casts a sly glance at Gonchan. He wonders, one of the best masters in the world is offering to fight him? It must be a great honor for him. The man says that in a friendly duel he will show him the sword of their family, Ikipulhen, in action, and the guy can take his word for it. After that he will rethink everything he knows about blades. Gonchan, drawing his sword, replies that he, in turn, will oppose the man with his sword Chonasam Shimnyuk, and the old style. He expresses hope that Moen-chan will not scold their school just because he lacks experience. The man replies, how could he? One must not underestimate the immortal master. The energy of their swords meets each other even before they cross blades. The cold bluish aura of Chonhasam Shimnyuk opposes the golden energy of Ikipulhen. So Munha, together with his daughters, watches their confrontation. Looking at Moen-chan, the guy thinks he must do everything possible to defeat him. Gonchan grips the sword tighter in his hands. A stream of energy begins to swirl around him. Ren gasps. This is the Tail Chingon technique. Mother and sister look at the guy no less amazed. At that moment, Moen-chan, pushing off the ground with his foot, swiftly attacks Gonchan, who is protected by an energy field. In the head of the man who stumbled upon Gonchan's energy shield, flashes, what? No! Moen-chan is amazed that the guy controls energy so freely. He clearly did not expect this from him. The man asks, could he have surpassed the limits of human capabilities? Gonchan answers negatively. No, this is a secret skill of their school. Moen-chan realizes that he cannot even lift a sword, let alone attack. Making incredible efforts to continue sparring, he says, the knowledge of Chonam is frightening. With great difficulty, overcoming the incredibly powerful resistance of the energy field, the man tries to get even one step closer to the guy. But he raises his leg and forcefully brings it down on the ground. A powerful energy flow immediately begins to swirl around Gonchan's feet. It is so strong that it literally tears a chunk of earth from under the guy's feet and simultaneously pushes Moen-chan away from him. The man tries to resist this force but is forced to retreat step by step. Moen-chan says, excellent. He did not know the guy could do that, and asks, what about pure strength? Gonchan, continuing to hold the sword above his head and fueling his defense, replies that he showed him his best technique. He demonstrated to the man the result of the secret teaching of the Chonam school. Then the guy brings his palm to his blade, adding, and honestly, he prefers energy chi control to swordsmanship. Moen-chan, also not lowering his sword, says, astonishing. The boy compensates for his lack of fencing skill with astonishing energy control. But he will show him that the way of the sword is no less astonishing. The man makes a sword lunge towards Gonchan. The boy looks with surprise at the approaching tip of the opponent's sword, thinking that it is simply incredible. He broke through his defense. He immediately closes with the blade and makes a circle in the air with his palm, resorting to the Kamak Jonam technique. The confused Moen-chan freezes. He has lost control and sees and hears nothing. He thinks in amazement, so this is Tail Shingon? But aloud he just laughs, saying that the further it goes, the more interesting it becomes. A strong, energetic light suddenly flashes in the man's eyes. He attacks the boy with renewed strength, shouting that this is not enough to take his daughter. Gonchan is very surprised by his words. He even thought he misheard. 2 years ago, at the Moen family mansion, the question of the intention of the Namgun and Habok clans to send their matchmakers was discussed, but it was all only at the rumor level. The sisters, standing before their mother sitting at a small table set for tea, declare that they would like to continue studying martial arts. Yen decisively says that marriage is out of the question. The sister actively nods her head, supporting her. The upset Somunha asks, why do they reject good suitors? Ren admits, to tell the truth, she likes Uncle. The mother asks in surprise, Uncle? Who is that? Moen-jeon thinks that it was precisely after this incident that he wanted to meet the guy. Attacking Gonchan, who is surrounded by an energy flow, the man thinks that he has exceeded all his expectations. Moen-jeon says that the guy is really good. He asks, what did he learn? Gonchan answers, hidden techniques of the school. He managed to surprise the opponent. The latter does not even hide it. From his lips slips, what? His laughter disconcerts the guy. Hiding the weapon in its sheath, the man asks his forgiveness for this test. He tells the stunned Gonchan that he can take his daughters. The guy refuses such an offer. He answers, no. Where do such thoughts even come from? The girls exclaim in unison that they will explain everything now. They look at him a little guiltily. Gonchan awaits explanations from the twins. The tightly closed door is torn off its hinges by the energy surge. Gonchan, not hiding his emotions, shouts, marriage of convenience? Kneeling girls ask, will Uncle marry them? Gonchan fiercely yells, marriage of convenience. They decided to use him to push away other suitors? Sisters, kneeling before him, ask, will he marry them? Around the guy, who poorly controls his emotions, lightning literally flashes. He says they have gone mad. Without discussing everything beforehand, they can't even think about such a thing. Ren objects. She does not want to marry a man she has never seen in her life. Here, Gonchan agrees with her. He understands her. The girl continues speaking. He knows that for girls of noble birth, marriage of convenience is a common phenomenon. They would be sold like some kind of goods. Gonchan has already calmed down. He asks the girls to rise from their knees. Then he wearily sits down on a chair and asks, have they thought about his feelings? With tears in his eyes, he strikes his chest with his hand, asking, what about the love of his youth? Ian stops him, saying that they are serious. She asks, what does he think about them? Gonchan asks in surprise, what does she mean? An explains, he has always been kind to them. She asks the question that interests her, why? The guy answers that he didn't have any particular reason for that. He just wanted to befriend them. He asks, do they remember Songgojin? They also befriended him, and he also worries about him. The girls think disappointedly, just friendship. The sisters beg him to think about their feelings. The guy has nothing to answer to that. N says that they still have to get married. But with whom would it be better for them? With a stranger or with a beloved uncle? Gonchan asks her not to rush, and asks, what does still have to get married mean? The girls answer, it means exactly that. The wedding is beneficial for their family. For children like them, there is nothing special about it. The guy asks, how so? What about feelings? An asks in response, is there any benefit in them? She explains, they are told not to be led by emotions, that they need to communicate with their husband. Then over time they will become attached to each other and live together all their lives. Their parents also went through this. Their marriage was predetermined, but fortunately they were able to love each other. From an excess of feelings, the guy pounds his fist on the table. Sacrificing oneself for the clan? Nonsense. Around him, the energy field thickens again and discharges flash. He angrily asks, why should they sacrifice themselves? Why? Such a thing is unacceptable. He angrily asks, who do they think the girls are? The sisters are frightened by his anger. The guy's energy also falls upon them. She literally sweeps the vase with flowers, which falls to the floor. The girls fearfully cover their faces with their hands, protecting themselves from his uncontrollable strength. Gonchan immediately pulls himself together and apologizes to the girls. The storm subsides. An says, it turns out Uncle is terrifying when angry. Rising from the chair, the guy exhales tiredly. In this world, this has happened to him only a second time. Ren asks in surprise, in this world? What is he talking about? Smiling, Gonchan answers, all about his own. The first time he got angry was fighting bandits on the ship. He takes a step toward the girls and says, and yet, how can he free them? The girls ask in surprise again, free them? Gonchan answers affirmatively, yes, every person has the right to freedom. They repeat after him in surprise, the right to freedom. N, pressing her fist to her chest, thinks, can she do it? She says there is a power by which one can gain freedom. Gonchan asks, does she want to use it? Ian answers that they are still too weak for that. Gonshan says, clear, so they need power. He thinks for a few moments. The sound of footsteps makes all three flinch. Moen's son enters the room, accompanied by two young men. He reports that the head of the clan would like to meet with Master Gonshan. The boy's face becomes gloomy. He is clearly not pleased with the meeting with the head of the clan. Upon arrival at the castle, the people from the Jeagle clan first went to greet the people from the Moen clan. Building relationships between clans is also work. Women must profitably use their beauty. Sometimes they themselves do not like it. There are many people in the mansion's courtyard. The heiress of the Jeagle family listens to Moen's son's story with feigned interest, thinking that his chatter is starting to annoy her. He is completely uninteresting to her. Moen's son is among the top 10 Kanho. Great hopes are placed on him. In the future, he will undoubtedly succeed in reaching the peak of human capabilities. She tries to understand her feelings. Why does this sweet and undoubtedly promising young man annoy her so much? Maybe she has fallen in love. She shakes her head sadly. No, that cannot be. He simply does not impress her. Noticing the interlocutor's distraction, the young man asks, is his story uninteresting to her? Has she grown bored of it? Realizing, the woman replies, of course not. She is just worried about something, so she keeps getting distracted. Moen's son answers. He is very sorry that he cannot distract her from this feeling. The embarrassed woman says that she did not listen to him at all and asks the young man for forgiveness. He, looking over her shoulder, says that his uncle is calling him. The young man says goodbye to her. See you soon. They will meet again. He hastily leaves her, leaving the heir of the Jeagle family alone. A young woman sighs. And what exactly is she hoping for? The head of the Moen clan is 72 years old. He is among the 16 strongest Kanho. He hides and never shows his abilities. Thanks to his martial art, the clan prospers. In the pond, fish swim carefreely. The head of the Moen family admits that he loves carp. Gonshan asks the old man what he likes so much about them. He answers that they are amazing. He sprinkles a full handful of feed into the lake. Fish stir up a commotion in the water, trying to swallow as many treats as possible. The clan leader says, if there is little food around, they try not to eat. Is that even possible in the world of martial arts? The old man continues speaking. The father of the twins, for example, cannot hold back. The strength of their clan lies in fencing, in cutting and stabbing strikes. Therefore, in battle, their bodies emit energy that pierces the opponent like needles. Gonshan smiles knowingly and massages his shoulder. So that's why his muscles still hurt. The old man answers affirmatively. Yes. It took him a long time to establish chi needles in the right places, and then to be able to remove them. He demonstrates the necessary movements with his hands, saying that the father of Yen and Ren still hasn't learned this. The leader adds, fortunately, there are still 3 capable children in the family. Gonshan asks, who is he talking about? The old man replies, didn't he see? He means Yen, Ren, and Sun. He says the girls were weak. They feared they wouldn't survive, so they sent them to Cheonan. From there, they returned full of strength and energy. For this, the old man is very grateful to their Moryangjin. The clan leader asks the young man, how does he find their techniques? The old man affects the young man's body, and he replies, it hurts, as if his whole body was cut. He got a lesson. The Moen family's skills have several advantages in close combat. The old man is surprised, he asks, how did the young man endure this? Gonshan explains, all thanks to his success in applying Taiyel Shingon. The leader, from whom piercing energy continues to emanate, says their attacks pierce like knives. Gonshan resisted well, but how? The guy who created the energy shield answers, this is a secret technique of the main school. The question is good, but the head understands that he cannot reveal this secret, right? The old man squints his eyes. He thinks that even a first-class warrior would have come out of the fight bleeding, with many cuts, and this kid. He asks, success in Tail Shingon, right? Gonshan answers affirmatively, yes. And even more opportunities lie ahead. Recently, some problems have started to arise on this basis. The guy increases the power of the energy he emits, and it breaks the old man's aura streams into small fragments. He is surprised. In the past, even Moryangjin was not capable of this. Smiling, the old man says, I see, Cheonan has raised a dragon, a warrior with infinite potential. The old man, continuing to watch the carps, introduces himself. His name is Moen Janchon. He is the grandfather of Yen and Ren. Gonshan replies, a third-generation student of the Cheonan school is glad to greet the head of the Moen family. The interlocutor asks the guy to just call him grandfather. The head says that his granddaughters are beauties. He believes that the guy also deserves credit for this. The guy, embarrassed, admits that he took care of them a little in childhood. He explains that it hurt him to see such sweet girls feeling unwell. The old man says, He worried that the girls might cling to someone's neck. It's good that Gonchan met them on the way. The guy flinches fearfully upon hearing the question. When will they hold the ceremony? The old man says, of course, Gonchan is still young, but he would like to arrange them as soon as possible. Getting emotional, the old man adds that he longs to see their little children, so small and drooling. The guy brings the old man back to reality, saying that he has other plans. He states that their views do not coincide here. The old man asks, did he hear correctly? The sun floods the Moen family mansion with light. A carriage enters through the gates, accompanied by men. They say that musicians from Shandong have arrived. Then a crowd of beggars appears, declaring that they have come to fill their bellies with treats. A month later, representatives of different sects began to gather at the Moen estate for the anniversary celebration. The warriors of the Moen clan sometimes welcome the arriving guests with joy, and sometimes with horror. In an open pavilion, Gonchan fights with Ren using swords. The sister watches the fight. Ren successfully parries the guy's strike. Gonchan advances, and it becomes increasingly difficult for her to defend herself. Another blow throws her far back. The guy shouts, "What is she doing? Let her attack again!" The sisters ask in surprise in unison, "Again?" Ren believes that today's training is quite enough. Gonchan objects, "Number. It's not enough." He explains, after reaching a certain level of mastery, they experience stagnation. Now their minds are in chaos, and it's hard for them to understand how to train properly. Ren is indignant. "Where is the chaos?" Gonchan condescendingly says, calling her trivial. "Where are her skills?" And asks questioningly, "Fencing skills?" He tells the sisters that they also need to improve theirs. He orders them to listen to him carefully, and asks, how to become a sword master. Ren asks, "Improve fencing technique?" The guy answers, "Wrong, new skills." Gonchan believes they do not need detailed explanations. He says that fencing is a way to control energy using a sword. The guy concentrates energy in his hands, continuing to speak. In the same way, you can direct it into your palms and give it the desired form. He expands the boundaries of the emitted energy, explaining his actions to the girls. Now he is rotating the energy with both hands from right to left and vice versa. The guy says to the girls who are listening attentively, they will understand the meaning of Taeyul Shingon on their own. He demonstrates his skills to them, saying that the main thing is chi. They must know a lot about chi. How much stronger can they become if they combine chi and the sword? He takes the sword in his hands again and declares that from today they need to focus on energy. Gonchan asks, did they understand him? He freezes with his sword raised as the girls exclaim, "Uncle!" Ren says, "Then why did they train so hard today?" She asks, "He already got money from Dad for tuition, right?" Gonchan replies that he does not disclose information about his income. Ren suggests telling their father that they are training and they can go have tea with sweets. The girls are joyfully jumping, shouting to drink tea with sweets. The guy rushes at them with a raised sword, saying, "First let them show perseverance." Ren immediately raises his blade, asking, why is Uncle treating them like that? He answers that he will definitely train them. The head of the Moen clan shares with the guy his hopes to see great-grandchildren. The guy, expressing regret, categorically refuses to please the old man. He claims that their views do not coincide here. The clan leader, not believing his ears, clarifies. Did he not mishear? Gonchan asks. Why does he ignore the wishes of his children? He believes that every person is free to decide their own fate. He says, how else are they different from livestock? The old man laughs. Is he asking him? The guy answers, yes, him. The girls said they chose him out of desperation. They preferred a familiar man to unknown suitors. Gonchan states that they are dooming the girls to an unhappy marriage. He asks, and is that their humanity? His words, although they angered the old man, made him think. The clan leader thinks the youth is provoking trouble, but at the same time he tries to take care of Yen and Ren. The old man says that all of China follows this order. Or does he mean that their children are somehow special? He declares that this is a family decision, and the guy should not worry about it. Gonchan becomes sad from his words. He asks, what if the girls become stronger? The old man thoughtfully repeats, stronger? Gonchan throws at the clan leader. Chojolchong Masters. He does not hide his surprise. That is what masters who have reached the peak and have over 20 years of practice are called. The guy asks, then will he allow them to marry for love? The clan leader smiles, of course. Having become Chojolchong Masters, they will be equal to the clan elders. In the Moen family, no more than 10 individuals have reached such heights. If the girls succeed, they will be left to their own devices. But the clan leader doubts. Is it possible? Does the guy really think it will be easy for them to become Choyolchong Masters? Gonchan answers, not exactly, but he will help them. The old man says, interesting, but what about the bet? The guy agrees, fine. The clan leader says that Gonchan has a month. During this time he can try to train them. If he fails, he will marry them. Gonchan agrees. Excellent. The main thing is that Yen and Ren will marry the desired man. Isn't that happiness? The guy says, nothing to add. He agrees to the terms. Now they will talk about his reward. The old man agrees. Oh, of course. The youth nowadays are quick, he thinks. And he asks, what does he want? The guy thinks for a moment, then states the desired reward. The girls kneel before Gonchan, calling him uncle. Ren says admiringly, they didn't think he could do that. The guy replies smugly. He knows he managed to impress them. Then he asks them to stand up. He says he just wants to help them. They understand that they have to become Choholchong masters, right? The girls answer affirmatively. Gonchan says they need to focus on honing their skills. The conversation takes place in an open training pavilion. Carps bustle, catching the falling feed with their mouths. The clan leader's voice sounds. So, the guy is teaching the girls something new? Continuing to feed the fish, Moen Janshan says to his son, smart skills. He wonders, but will this knowledge become the key to mastery? The old man admits, honestly. He himself did not understand exactly how he became a master. It is better seen from above, right? But even that is not entirely true. He recalls the learning method looking from top to bottom, which claims that it is more effective to learn by looking down from a height, as if examining a forest rather than a tree. From general to particular. Learn words, not letters. The clan leader says he does not know what exactly brought him to the top. Shaking crumbs of fish food from his palms, he admits that the kid turned out to be very useful. He says whether he will succeed or not, but the wedding must take place. He orders his son to take care of it. Moen Chon objects. But then, it turns out, they will again go against the wishes of the children. The old man suddenly turns to him. He angrily asks, does the son think he has grown up and can contradict him? The man replies that girls also have their own dreams and desires. He believes that Master Gonchan is right. Moen Janshan silently measures his son with a glance for some time. Then he says, that's why Moen Chonu will never achieve absolute power. You can't be so stuffy. He decides to end the conversation. That's all. Meanwhile, they continue the observation. A few days later, Ren concentrates energy between his palms. She's delighted with the results and asks Gonchan to take a look. The guy says she shouldn't fuss so much. Gonchan tells the girls to focus on their breathing. He asks them to feel how chi gathers in their palms. The palms of Ren radiate powerful energy. Both girls are surprised by the results of their efforts. They almost simultaneously exclaim, "Eh?" Gonchan asks, do they remember about the even flow of energy? Ren, looking at his hands in confusion, sighs. It's harder than it seems. The guy reminds breathing, feeling chi from head to toes, steady flow. They must combine these 3 points. He orders them to continue until it works. Ren, pouting, replies. He talks as if it's very easy. Gonchan asks, is it really difficult? He promises that later they will learn even more. The girls open their eyes wide, surprised by his words. Gonchan demonstrates fire and ice magic to them, saying he learned them on the way here. The power of fire and ice can be used simultaneously, he declares, forming a fireball in one hand and an ice sphere in the other. Both girls are amazed by his skill. Ren asks, where from? He answers, from the black market. Combining both spheres, he says that elemental orbs are quite expensive. He paid more than 100 nyan of gold. He believes they will pay off if he teaches this magic to the girls. And shyly says, that's a bit. Ren interrupts her. She says that uncle really loves money. Gonchan indignantly declares, so what? He actually practiced with them for free for quite a long time. A guy's voice comes from the pavilion. But from this moment on, you have to pay. The girls beg uncle, stop it! The men count the animals. 20 pigs, 5 cows. One of them says, everything is ready. Work starts in 2 days. Servants drag sacks of grain. Barrels of wine and other provisions are carried in carts. The celebration will start tomorrow. And the birthday of the clan head Moen, Janshon, will last 3 more days. Leaning on the railing and admiring the night sky, the guy thinks, how fast time flies. He believes that the sisters' progress is obvious. Ren and En have become much better at handling blades, and have also learned to handle chi. Walking across the room, Gonchan says, however, becoming stronger does not mean reaching the level of Choholchong. He sighs. Could 1 month really be insufficient? What should be done? The guy shakes a piece of cloth that serves as his duffel bag. Packing his things, he decides that he needs to run. But how to accomplish this? A voice comes from behind the door. Master Gonchan, the guy responds. A late guest opens the door. Before the guy stands the successor of the Jaegel family. Gonchan asks, does she have some business with him? With surprise, the guy sees a woman at the threshold of his room at a rather late hour. She asks him to give her a minute of attention. Gonchan looks at her puzzled for several seconds. Then he throws himself at her with open arms, shouting, "Yes, of course!" Such a warm reception makes his guest blush. Making an inviting gesture with his hand, he says, "It is said in old sayings for a reason that everyone should be heard." The guy asks her to come in. The woman, smiling and no longer embarrassed, accepts his invitation. She passes by Gonchan, whose mask of hospitality immediately slips off his face. He sighs sadly, realizing that what he planned is hardly going to be accomplished. He follows the young woman. They stand in the middle of the room and an energy barrier appears under their feet. Gonchan asks in surprise, "What is this?" The interlocutor briefly explains, "A barrier." The guy says, "I see. It will not let anyone eavesdrop on their conversation." The woman says that he has deep knowledge even in this area. Smiling, Gonchan replies that he would not say so. Barriers are just not the most amazing thing. The interlocutor, smiling in response, says, "Even so?" She is sure that his knowledge in this field is at the highest level. The guy bows, saying that it is a great honor for him to hear such words from the famous Jagal Jiwa. The woman smiles, shyly covering her mouth with her fist. Gonchan asks, "What did she want to talk about?" Jiwa is a little confused by such a change of topic in their conversation. She seems to have forgotten herself why she came. Becoming serious, the woman explains that some rumors are circulating inside the clan. He already knows? The guy says confusedly, "Rumors?" Jiwa asks, "Does this guy mean that only he has not heard that Master Gonchan and the flowers of the Moen family are going to get married?" The guy is angry, realizing that the girl's grandfather and father have definitely conspired to catch him and marry him off. He thinks, so the wedding will happen anyway, and decides that he needs to run away. Gonchan tells Jiwa that no one has any grounds for that. They are just mistaking wishful thinking for reality. The guy sighs sadly. Oh, and only because the sisters were close to him. He believes that the Moen family should deal with the gossipers. The woman, whose face lights up with hope, asks, "Is that true?" Gonchan assures me he's telling the truth. Jiwa smiles, listening as the guy says, "Monks are not allowed that either." She understands, right? The woman's face immediately changes. She looks confused when Gonchan says that he is a wanderer, busy searching for the Tao path. What kind of wedding can there be in that case? The guy asks, "Did Jiwa want to talk about this?" The woman answers affirmatively. Yes, she heard the answer. She asks for permission to leave him. Lowering her eyes, Jiwa apologizes for such a late visit, then wishes Gonchan good night. Clenching her fists, she sharply turns around and quickly leaves. The guy looks after her a little confused. Gonchan, scratching the back of his head, wonders, why did she suddenly become cold at the end? He laments that women are simply impossible to understand. In the courtyard of the Moen family mansion, the festivities are in full swing. The musicians are doing their best. Onlookers, gathered around them, enjoy the cheerful melody. The man, unrolling the scroll, reads aloud. So, the next gift. He announces that it is iron bamboo, which grows only in Yunnan province, and is known for its steel-like strength. The attendees exclaim with delight. The man continues reading. Next, the Huangbo clan. Guests from the Murimpalde clan line up to present their gifts to the hosts. Even the old and new sects from Liaoning province have arrived for the celebration. There is no end to the guests and congratulations. A voice comes from this building, the will of Zhongnam. Let them remember this. It is significant and its meanings are deep. Gonchan tells the girls that this will be their last. The sisters bow before him in a bow and thank him. The saddened young man says, "Those who say that before death all is dust and vanity are wrong." Ren giggles. Did their uncle just give up? One could marry such beauties as they, right? The young man angrily replies that they are both still children. Ren asks, what does he dislike about her? Gonchan answers, probably the lack of sincerity. The girl asks, what if she becomes sincere? The young man asks, does she herself believe what she says? Then he explains that he has no feelings for them. He declares to the frowning girls, can one marry those whom one considers younger sisters? He asks the angry Ren, why is she staring at him like that? She replies, nothing, let him live as he wants. She sharply turns away and runs to the door. Gonchan asks, puzzled, how is this to be understood? The guy says, could it be that the little one has fallen in love with him? An shyly lowers his head. She says that uncle is still too straightforward. She asks him to think it over. Upset, Gonchan appeals to the girl. They have a test soon, stop thinking about who knows what. He shouts. They wanted to decide his fate without him. Seriously, did they persuade father and grandfather? An turns around and rushes to the exit. Gonchan's shout is heard from the house. Addressing the girls by name, he says he believes in them. People watching loaded carts entering the mansion gates, and a large number of guests coming in talk among themselves. The influence of the Moen clan is simply amazing. Of course, they are not called the clan of 1,000 years for nothing. One of the men asks, "Is the Moen family the oldest of the schools?" The second asks him to watch his language because comparing schools and the Moen clan. The man raises his hands conciliatorily. All right, he won't do it anymore. Who, if not his interlocutor, knows his loyalty to the school? The face of the second man becomes sinister. He is glad he can give them his blessing. The man asks, "In ancient times, did their school worship many deities?" The interlocutor answers, "Yes, but only one brought them salvation." Watching the column of people marching into the Moen family mansion, he says that the time of the dark deity has come. He feels no emotions towards all the others, but he has a special dislike for them. An unfriendly spark flashes in his eyes as he asks, "Are they ready to know his hatred?" He adds, a feeling coming from the very heart, one that is impossible to get rid of. Meanwhile, Moen Janchon meets the guests. Both men turn around and walk away. One of them says, they will see how ready they are to meet friends from Milpopton. The guests settled along the platform in the middle of the yard. Moen Chan says he wants to express gratitude to all the guests and those following the Kanho path. He announces that this time they have prepared an unusual performance. The man expresses hope that it will suit the guests' taste. The attendees look at him somewhat puzzled, awaiting the continuation of the speech. A gong sounds, announcing the start of the performance. A loud voice sounds. Flowers of the Moen clan. Twin sisters with swords in their hands step onto the platform. The girls freeze, holding their swords at the ready. The guy standing behind the viewers' backs thinks, finally, it has begun. Meanwhile, the sisters have already crossed blades. Gonshin mentally asks the girls to try very hard. Young warriors beat the drums. Musicians are playing their instruments. The swords of the girls cross once again. Ren makes a leap, intending to strike, but Yen bends and deflects the attack. The weapons of both girls are surrounded by a glowing aura. The spectators exclaim in admiration. They cannot take their eyes off such a thrilling spectacle. Gonshin mentally repeats what he has told them many times before. The sword must be an extension of the body and mind. Watching the battling sisters, the young man mentally repeats, he must be an integral part of them. Mentally, he commands his students to gather everything within themselves, from the Moen clan sword to the swordsman Chonam. Seeing Yen resort to a combat technique, and her sword seemingly splitting into several energy blades, Gonchan mentally exclaims, "This is the will of the Chonam school!" The spectators gasp again. The energy of the sword. The level of Choyolchun? They cannot believe that this is possible at such a young age. Moen Janchon, sitting on a chair, laughs heartily. The face of his son, standing behind him, glows with delight. Seeing how synchronously the girls demonstrate this technique, Gonchan exclaims, "Excellent!" He even breaks into a dance. The necessity to marry flows away like water. Hooray! Gonchan, humming, moves away from the crowd of spectators. He is happy. Now he can have fun, eat to his heart's content, and even try a couple of tanghulu, candied fruits or berries on a bamboo skewer. A loud explosion sound makes the guy duck. Confusion is written on his face. He turns his head, looking around to understand what is happening. The air whistles as a cannonball cuts through it. Raising his face upwards, the guy sees it approaching him. He shouts, "Siege!" Explosions are heard. People start running in all directions. Moen Chong, clutching a sword in his hands, shouts, "Watch out!" He gives the order to immediately evacuate the people. Another cannonball is about to fall on the man, but he is not going to run. He swings his sword. The energy of his blade cuts the cannonball into two parts. An explosion sounds in the air. People run across the yard looking for shelter. Warriors of the Moen clan watch down from the wall, where many cannons are located, near which people stand. One of them says, "They are dressed in purple robes. How is that possible?" The man, recently standing at the mansion gates and watching the arrival of guests with his companion, commands, "Continue firing," and the cannonballs fly to the target again. Bandit Helshi continues shouting, "Capture them!" Once the Helshi clan was destroyed by the Moen family. He himself, having once touched the secret knowledge of the family, fully devoted himself to the study of dark magic and became a priest of Milpopton. Helski's eyes glow with triumph. The long-awaited day has come. His old interlocutor approaches him with the words, "Everything is ready." In the black boxes lie creatures resembling humans. Next to each of them stands a man. Helshi gives the order, "Wake their friends." It's time to show what the priests of Milpopton are capable of. The men standing by the boxes begin to ring bells and say something in a foreign language. Their eyes shine with blood-red energy. Helshi watches what is happening. The dead rise from the graves. Their faces have holes where their noses used to be, covered with pieces of cloth. Their eye sockets glow with an ominous light. From the besieged fortress comes a cry, "The dead!" Helshi's friend rejoices. The end of their feast. He extends a small box containing a sphere emitting a purple glow. Helshi asks, "Am I correct?" And hears in response, "Yes." He places the sphere into the mouth of one of the dead and explains, "If he eats this, he will gain incredible power." The dead man, swallowing the pill, undergoes a transformation. His body shines with a red aura, and energy discharges sparkle around him. Helshi exclaims admiringly, "A monster among monsters. Here it is, the hour of revenge." A shout rings out in the mansion. "Everyone here!" People respond to the call, but it seems not everyone is ready to fight. And following them sounds, "Wait." One of the guests says that the strongest fighters have gathered here. So will they really just run away like that? The men stop and admit that he is right. One of them says, "Well, fighting is not working." Gonshin is also standing in the crowd, waiting for further developments. Moen-chan thinks, these are their guests, but if he asks them for help, it might affect the family's reputation. He says that they do not want to burden the guests with personal troubles. Therefore, he asks them to go to the hall, and the Moen clan will handle this problem themselves. The man who suggested fighting replies, "Well then, as you say." Gonshan is surprised by this decision. He wonders, why does he feel so anxious? The young man thinks that a great evil is felt somewhere nearby. He rushes off. Moen-chan shouts after him, "Where are you going?" But the young man does not listen to him. He is already running at full speed. Gonshin, seeing no one around, runs swiftly. He rushes past Jaegaljiwa. The woman stands, lost in her thoughts. Crossing the area where the girls recently fought, Gonshan sees a deep crater from a cannonball on it. The guy complains, a complete mess. He thinks, by the way, where did the girls go? Gonshin closes his eyes and concentrates. He manages to catch a trail left by their aura. The guy rushes into the house, following the faint haze of the aura. He finds the girls and calls them by their names. They immediately turn around and exclaim, "Uncle?" They ask, how did he manage to find them? The guy explains that he followed the chi trail. After all, he remembers the features of their energy. Gonshan, posing a little, says that it's not that difficult. Ren lets out an admiring exclamation. He looks out the window, wondering, what is happening there? The cannon attack seems to have stopped. The voice of one of the twins reaches his ears. She asks him not to think that their clan is weak. Yen says that they have people engaged in military affairs. The guy replies that he does not doubt the strength of the Moen clan, but still, it's worth reducing possible damage. He shares his feelings with the girls. Something terrible is approaching. A wary expression appears on the guy's face. Gonshin informs the girls that they are surrounded. Drawing his blade, he orders the girls to draw their swords. En and Ren, gripping their weapons, ask, "What's going on?" The undead break through the shattered window. Gonshin shouts, "He told you! They are attacking!" One of the undead lunges at the maid, who is too scared to even move. Gonshin rushes to her aid, shouting for it to stop. His blade slices through the neck of the undead. The monster's eyes flare with fire. Gonshin exhales in surprise. What is this? It's a corpse, but... He strikes again and again, shouting, "Zombies! Definitely zombies!" The guy is surprised that the undead, grabbing his blade with its hand, isn't even cut. He realizes that he can't defeat it with fencing alone. He resorts to the energy of the blade, exclaiming, "Sword Chonasam Shimyuk!" Energy discharges envelop his weapon. With one strike, Gonshin severs the head of the undead. He also deals with the next opponent. The guy says, "Some kind of devilry." He doesn't like it. Another blow, and the head of another zombie rolls across the floor. The maid finally comes to her senses and runs away. Looking out the broken window, Gonshin sees a squad of the same dead approaching them. He exclaims, "There are too many of them!" He decides that it's time to use what he got in Haomun. The guy kicks out the remains of the window grill. With the help of energy, he directs the splinters at the enemies, shouting, "To Salgon!" To Salgon increases the speed of objects, thereby increasing the damage dealt. The splinters cut through the bodies of the dead. A shoe crashes into the disfigured face of one of the zombies. The second one looks at the vase with surprise, which made a huge hole in his body. The guy, swinging, prepares to send the second shoe flying. Ren shouts that the weakest spot of zombies is the head, and tells him to aim better. Angry Gonshin, clutching a shoe in one hand and a cobblestone in the other, turns to the girls. He asks, "Why are they just chilling here and giving orders?" The girls, somewhat embarrassed, answer that the dead are disgusting. The guy shouts, so if they don't like the sisters, then they must destroy them. The twins are clearly not happy with this prospect. But still, they jump out the window and attack the zombies, shouting, "Take that, nasty corpses!" With a swing of his sword, Ren cuts off the head of one of the zombies. Watching the battle taking place in the mansion's courtyard, where warriors fight the undead, Gonshin thinks, excellent. Sisters Yen and Ren have joined the fight. The military squad is also in action. He decides that this way they can deal with the attackers. A sudden shiver runs through him. He notices a purple aura light behind the fence and wonders, what is that? It doesn't look like zombie energy. Gonchen's eyes widen in horror as a realization dawns on him. Could it be? He rushes to where he saw the ominous aura, but zombies run towards him. Gonchen curses, realizing he won't get through that easily. Swearing, he attacks the first running undead, shouting, "Get lost!" Surrounded by purple magic, the undead, larger than the others, bares its teeth menacingly. Gonchen knows it was raised using forbidden blood magic. The giant zombie easily scatters the warriors trying to attack it. A shout is heard. A monster among monsters. Moen-chan says, "Those with weak chi should retreat. The energy of a corpse." But one of the men spits. That's what a corpse is for, and recklessly throws himself into battle. The zombie strikes him with its deadly aura. The onlookers exclaim fearfully, "He didn't even get close, and this is the best master of the Huabo clan." Moen-chan realizes that not only the novice warriors hesitate, but the masters of families and sects also do not rush to confront. But the honor of their clan. The blade rises up, and a voice sounds, saying that zombies are just dirty remains of the dead. Isn't he right? Moen Janshon, who stepped forward, orders the others to stand behind him. Everyone present gasps in unison. "No. The head of the clan?" One of the men asks, "Has he really gone senile on his birthday?" Another wonders, how many years has the head of the clan been practicing martial arts? The old man hears whispering behind his back. He never became a master of Chokolchong, did he? One of the masters approaches Moen Janchon, saying they will fight them. Another adds, yes, he can rely on the masters of the 8th generation, and he better take shelter in a safe place. The head of the clan shouts angrily, "Get out of here!" He orders them to stay away from the zombies enveloped in blood magic. It is dangerous for their bodies. Meanwhile, the zombie deals with another victim. The old man declares, he can still tolerate that they came to their celebration uninvited, but can one tolerate when the honor of his family is at stake? His son raises his hand in a warning gesture. Moen Janshin, standing opposite the zombie radiating a bloody red aura, shouts to it, "Attack!" The dead man rushes toward the old man holding the blade. In the eyes of the head of the clan shine anticipation and grim triumph. The zombie, whose body radiates an ominous red aura, rushes toward the old man. The piercing cutting energy of the old man crashes down on the zombie. Moen Janshon swings the blade and severs the hand of the dead man. The severed limb falls to the ground. The purple aura of the zombie crashes down on the clan leader. The monster, surpassing the old man many times over, roars angrily, emitting deadly energy. Looking at the severed hand radiating the same purple aura, the witnesses of the duel wonder, could he really recover? The severed limb is attracted by the purple energy to the zombie cult. The clan leader is somewhat puzzled by this turn of events. The old man exclaims, "The Manhengwansol sword." He summons the sword that exterminates all living things. Moen Janshon attacks the monster radiating the purple aura. He delivers a powerful blow, causing the zombie to roar furiously. The old man's sword pierces the body of the revived dead man again and again. At the sight of the wounds, a fiery aura flares up. The zombie, engulfed in flames, roars fiercely. A powerful blast wave throws the old man far back. He wonders, did the dead man explode? The witnesses of the duel exclaim in unison, "Chief!" At the old man's feet falls the zombie's body, engulfed in flames. The clan chief, laughing, says, "More time should be allocated for training." His son rushes to him, exclaiming, "Father!" He calls Moen Janshon again and again, but he does not respond at all. Gonshin and the girls run into the courtyard gates. They freeze, seeing the scene that is opened before their eyes. The clan chief says, "Clean up." Gonshin understands. Today the old man's look meant only one thing, strengthening the positions of the Moen clan. In the mansion's courtyard, a question sounds, "What are the losses?" The answer comes, "About 300 people. Among them are family members and warriors. Clan people carry the bodies of the dead off the square on stretchers." The chapter decides, not so much, the sun is setting. The man sitting at the table in his office says to the servant standing before him, "The head Moen Janshon personally dealt with the huge dead man, however, as expected." Maneja, the person in charge of the martial arts school instead of Mahjong, adds, "Did he want anything more? Just a scare. He is sure that now they will not enter Murim." He lowers his hand onto the map lying on the table, saying, "And this means the beginning of grand changes. Moen will carelessly belittle the level of their school." The man adds, "Other clans will restrain them, and if that happens..." He laughs loudly. Then he says, "Fools, they will start a war with each other." The man standing in front of him asks, "Then what is the next stage?" Maneja answers, rising from her seat, "They must gather a group of people who will cooperate with Moen." Getting up from the table, the man continues to speak. "And now they will sow that very enmity. Approaching the window, he stretches his hands toward the sky, already painted with sunset colors. Manhwa says, then those fools will be finished off, and they will easily deal with the rest. He believes, whether they want it or not, other sects will not remain indifferent either. Laughing, he says, the Moan clan is great, but their disunity will lead to downfall. The man says, with the return of the Elder Master, the world will be engulfed in flames. His shoulders shake with uncontrollable laughter. The servant stands behind, maintaining an impassive silence. The laughter of Manhwa echoes far beyond the house. A month after the incident in the Moan clan, an incredibly powerful flow of energy emanates from Gongchen. His mastery level of the spheres of fire and ice grows. He understands that uniformity of the chi flow is important in the formation process. The boy brings his palms closer, blocking the energy flow. He decides that today's training is enough. Rising from the floor where he sat in the lotus position, he, tired and hunched, heads to the table. Gongchen sighs heavily. Boredom. Training. And it's already been 2 days. Leaning his hand on the back of the chair, he wonders. Maybe he should have just left. He recalls the surprised face of Jiwa, who learned that he would not go with their caravan. To her question, so, he is not going? The boy answers that he wants to stay here a little longer. He remembers the words of Mo and Chon, who said, it's a pity to let him go on the road so easily, and invited him to rest a little more. Gongchen, trying to hide his smugness, thinks, they want to express special gratitude to him, what else? The woman insists that it will be safer with the Jeagle family on the road. The boy bows before her, saying that traveling with her was an honor for him. She has nothing more to say, and she just looks at him sadly, thinking that they are about to part. Realizing that she has no choice but to leave, she jumps on the horse and spurs it on. Jegal Jikwa, together with his companions, leaves the Moen mansion. Watching her leave, Gongchen thinks that after all, he should have gone with her. Sitting at the table, on which there is a teapot with a cup and a plate with cookies, he, clutching his head, says, I don't know, I don't understand anything at all. Taking a cookie, he thinks about the fact that he is constantly visited by some bad thoughts. Bringing the pastry to his mouth, he says that he still needs to master 2 things. Chewing the cookie, he makes plans. First, to get used to the magic of fire and ice, and then there will be poisonous and steel. To master the first, he needs to introduce poison into his body in small doses until he gets used to it. To master steel magic, he needs to get used to blows. The guy wonders, should he ask Yen and Ren for help? Now they are masters of Choyolchong. He needs to be more careful with them. The door swings open, and girls appear on the threshold. Ren, putting her palm forward, immediately unleashes a stream of energy on him, saying that they have come. Angry Gongchen asks, why do they constantly come to him? Do they really have nothing else to do? Ren answers affirmatively. That's right. So what? Returning to eating cookies, Gongchen replies. He thought that the 2 of them had a lot of work now. Ren says that practicing fencing with the military squad and without them will go well. Yen supports her sister, and gathering and processing information is uninteresting. Ren reports that their family practices medicine quite well, but the guy interrupts her. Well, since they have now become masters of combat, there is no point in engaging in healing. He says that they are the future of the Moen clan. He asks the girls to think carefully about what will happen next. From the open window near which Gongchen is sitting, his voice is heard. If they want to reward him, they should do it faster. The sisters respond by asking, does he want to leave that badly? The guy explains that spending time eating and having fun is not his path. He asks them to be perceptive. Ren snorts. So he means perceptive? Looking at the empty plate with only cookie crumbs left, she asks, should she guess how Uncle eats 3 servings of sweet snacks? The guy is outraged. He was asked very much to eat, and he ate. What are the complaints? Ren asks, has he already heard the news? An says, rumors are going around that the head of the family is joining the Murim clan. Gongchen repeats after her in surprise. Murim. An adds, that's why people will be sent from the headquarters. The guy clarifies, meaning warriors, Ren says, and also, they discuss the news for a long time. The head of Murim, Sword King Namgun Muja, then Dan Chongi, Jae-Galsan, Yu Mangu, a trio always ready to come to the Alliance's aid. At the founding of Murim, a certain dark, bloody organization appeared on the arena. Its leader wields terrifying dark magic. On the other side, there are their own Kanho masters who received swords, committing lawlessness. They gather sorcerers and shamans from everywhere. Listening to the girls' speeches, Gongchen looks thoughtfully out the window. Ren says that all the Kanho are now in confusion. Looking at the lunar disk in the dark sky, Gongchen thinks, so they cannot avoid the storms. Sighing, he says, "Time passed quickly. It's already late." He thinks the girls should leave. Ren regrets. She still wanted to tell Uncle a lot. Servants bustle in the yard carrying fabrics and vases. The guy's voice is heard. "Thank you." Pointing to another offering in the servant's hands, Mo and Chong says, "This is the dense skin of a northern tiger." Gonchan bows and thanks him again. Then they bring him shoes with the words, "This footwear is a unique work of the best craftsman." Folding the gifts, Gonchan thanks, thinking that they are all undoubtedly expensive. But what use are they? Mo and Chan says, and finally, the guy interrupts him. "No need. Like a monk, he must understand poverty." Opening the chest he holds in his hands and showing that it is full of gold, the man says, "Then we will have to return these 100 neon of gold." Gonchan immediately shows interest and exclaims, "No, no! He cannot refuse a gift coming from the heart." He takes the chest and, admiring its contents, sincerely thanks Mo and Chan. Gonchan rejoices. The wait was worth it. Hundreds of gold ingots will be enough for decades of revelry. He already sees himself traveling comfortably on a camel under an umbrella. So he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Trains and leads a luxurious religious begging. Mo and Chan says he has one request. The guy, unable to tear himself away from the coins, replies, "If it is within his power to fulfill it, then let him ask for anything." The guy still raises his head to listen to the man's request. Mo and Chan says that the main headquarters has already contacted the Alliance and declared the desire to join. The man reports that they must send warriors there, so he will go too. Gonchan, clutching the chest with money, answers, "Understood." Mo and Chan warns that he is going to take his daughters with him. He asks, will the guy agree to accompany his family? He is surprised by such an offer, thinking this is certainly not something he wanted. He catches himself thinking that he is anxious about the trip to the Alliance. Gonchan imagines how he bows to Mo and Chan and thanks him for everything. Then he explains that he is currently on a religious journey, so it's time for him to go. But he understands that, to his greatest regret, this cannot be done. How can he just take and refuse? The guy remembers that while he was here, he was given a warm welcome. Feeling the weight of the chest in his hands, he mentally adds that on top of everything, they even gave him money. Looking at the smiling man standing before him, he realizes that this request is not from just anyone. Deciding, the guy answers, "Okay, no problem." He adds that he will gladly accompany their family. Mo and Chan says that the guy saved them and thanks him. The Moen clan's preparation for the trip took about 10 days. Mo and Chan orders the horses and weapons to be well prepared for the journey. The warriors of the Moen clan set off for Henan, where the Murim base is located. Among all the clans of the Murim alliance, the largest became the Moen clan, since its squad has over 100 people. On the way marches the spiritual sword squad. Its sole purpose is revenge with the sword. Hundreds of masters gather in Henan. Everyone understands what this leads to. The more warriors gather and the more powerful they are, the more influential their leader's position becomes. Other sects provided only 50 people each, so the Moen clan has nothing to worry about. After the news of the Moen clan joining the alliance, thousands of warriors also headed to Henan. The guy puts his index finger, stained with green liquid, into his mouth, tasting it. The taste was disgusting. Gonchan almost vomited. Ren, who is riding horses next to him with her sister, asks, "If this stuff tastes so bad, why not stop eating it?" He answers that he must eat it to get used to the poison. The guy explains that resistance to poisons is a very valuable skill. Showing the girls a box containing bottles with venom of a viper, a spider, and poisonous plants, he offers the girls, "Do they want to try?" Ren replies, "She heard that these poisons cost quite a lot of money." She asks, "Is that true?" Gonchan says, "Yes, these things are not cheap, but they don't have to worry about that." For his dear nieces, he spares nothing. Ren asks, "So can she borrow some from him?" The guy answers affirmatively, "Yes, of course." He tells the girls, since they have already achieved the mastery of Chojeolchon, why not develop resistance to poisons as well? Ren exclaims, "Give it here." One of the bottles immediately disappears from the box. The girl licks her lips in anticipation. The guy hurriedly warns her in horror, "Only 1 drop at most." He tries to stop the girl, who is trying to pour the entire contents of the bottle into her mouth. She believes that this will make her strong much faster. Gonchan shouts that she will die that way. With a precise sword strike, Yen knocks the bottle out of his sister's hands. The poison spreads over the blade. The energy surge almost throws Yen out of the saddle. Gonchan tries to catch his breath, holding his heart. He says he thought his heart attack would be enough. She scared him to death. He promises that next time he will prepare instructions for using the poisons. He believes that one instruction, however, is not enough to master resistance to poisons. Meanwhile, the squad continues on its way. At sunset in the city, the boy, having dismounted, says goodbye to his companions. Ren stops him. Why does he speak as if they will never see each other again? He will be not far from them, right? Gonchan answers, no. He will only drop by to greet the guys from his sect, and then head back to school. And asks in surprise, but why? Ren also looks questioningly at the boy. Gonchan explains. They know that now he is engaged in religious wandering, and that means he must travel all the time. The boy recalls that proper religious wandering implies begging, but he travels comfortably. Mentally, Gonchan hopes that begging is not strictly necessary. He promises the girls that when he finishes, they will see each other again. The sisters express regret. Gonchan tells the girls to always be on guard and try to avoid all dangers. He asks, did they understand? An replies, is he giving instructions to the Chohyolchong masters? The boy waves goodbye to them, saying they will see each other again. Looking at a sheet of paper and walking down the road, Gonchan mutters to himself, now he will see how the masters from Jonam live here. Arriving at the indicated address, he stops in thought. On the right stands a luxurious mansion lit by lights. On the left, a dilapidated house with dark windows. He decides he needs to go left. Walking toward the shabby little house, he laments, oh, great Jonam sect, no reputation and no money. Twilight has already fallen on the city. Gonchan, walking to the house, recalls how delicious the sweets were in the Moen clan. From the house, from whose windows light pours, the voice of a young man is heard. The student Gonchan has arrived. He asks, who is currently at the school? The young man who met him answers, Chonghan Sabika, the senior martial arts master. Recently arrived are John Yu and Master John Su. Gonchan asks, who else? As a result, he learns that there are 3 masters among the elders here, as well as 12 strong masters of the older generation and 30 masters of the 4th generation. The young man thinks that he does not want to compare Chonam with other sects, but here they have definitely gathered the strongest masters. The young man adds, by the way, Gonen's sister is also here. Gonchan is glad to hear this news. He asks again, could it be that Gonen's little sister has also arrived? Remembering training with Gonen, the young man realizes that he misses those times very much. He tells the young man that he first wants to greet everyone else. The latter informs him that Chonghan Sabika is currently in the meeting room. The young man follows the young man who leads him to the mansion shining with lights. The young man bows in greeting before the man sitting at the table, on which there is a teapot and a cup. He says that the student Gonchan greets the senior master. The man replies, long time no see. He remembers that the young man used to be very obedient. The man says, lately their school has been becoming more and more influential. Therefore, let him not fall behind either. Gonchan reports that he is currently working on something. In general, he is doing everything in his power. Sitting down on a chair, he asks, how is the teacher feeling now? The man answers, is Chunjin healthy? Of course. He says, that dandy has surpassed him in improvement. The guy laughs. That's so like his teacher. The interlocutor says, he heard that the guy was a mentor to the twins from the Moen clan. The other replies, of course they are his dear nieces. The man considers it praiseworthy. After all, thanks to this, their school can count on help from the Moen clan. And this works in their favor because 20% of their facilities are in Liaoning province under the supervision of Tael Peguk, an ancient Chinese transportation, insurance, and security company. Gonchan is delighted with such news. He thinks, exactly, the Moen clan dominates in Liaolin province. The room is lit by the dim light of a candle standing on the table. A man's voice is heard. He asks Gonchan, what is the meaning of the Murim alliance? The guy does not know what to answer. He thinks, choosing the right words. Gonchan's adventures were so rich that they cannot all be recounted, starting from meeting Moen Jiangchan and ending with the zombie attack on the Moen clan. The man says, he sees that much has happened in this clan. Gonchan tells, after what happened, the Moen clan gave him a very warm welcome, so it would be rude to refuse to accompany them to the Murim headquarters. Taking the teapot in his hands, the man says, clear. Although the guy is in the process of religious wanderings, he is still drawn to the school. Pouring the drink into cups, he asks, when does Gonchan plan to leave? Taking the cup in his hands, the guy answers, as soon as he greets Chonghan Sabiku, he will leave immediately. The interlocutor says, I see. Well, there would be no work for him in Murim anyway. He asks, maybe Gonchan will stay for another day? Just don't tell the older brothers about this. The guy agrees. Okay. He leaves the interlocutor and walks along the terrace, fenced with railings. Looking down, he is surprised by the large number of people gathered there. Gonchan decides, since he is leaving only tomorrow, he can take a look around. Murim is an organization that arose as a result of the unification of very different people, sects, schools, and large clans. The key figures of the union, of course, are monks and those from sects and schools who master martial arts. Gonshin makes his way through the crowd, looking around with curiosity. Looking at two young men, one of whom is holding a tray with various potions, he thinks that, apparently, they are engaged in healing. Various divisions are necessary for the prosperous existence of the alliance. Then his attention is drawn to workers carrying a pole on their shoulders, on which a basket with cargo is fixed. The alliance needs economic and legal organizations, as well as workers, healers, and others. Suddenly the guy sees a girl walking nearby and freezes for a moment in surprise. He calls her sister, and Gonin turns to him. The girl is surprised. She clearly did not expect to see him here. Gonchan hurries to her with the words, "Wow, how much the little sister has improved." The guy asks, "Is it by any chance because she was assigned to Kanho?" His question angered the girl. Drawing a blade, she strikes a blow that the guy barely manages to dodge. Gonin shouts, "What nonsense is he talking?" Gonshin thinks that this is already too much. The guy says he came to see her, and she almost killed him. The girl says discontentedly, "He is, as always." Noticing the men standing next to them, Gonchan asks, "And who are they?" The girl suddenly remembers. "Oh, I completely forgot to introduce." She names the companions, Mr. Namgun and Mr. Hwanbo. The guy is surprised. He heard that Namgun was elected head of the family. Namgun Mu, the pride of the Namgun clan. He is recognized as the best among the 10 true dragons. Hwanbo Gon not only became the head, he is the only one in Kanho who uses the fist-fighting style. He is a young master who has honed the thunder and lightning strike style. Gonshin thinks, not a great company, but their energy level is still lower than that of Gonin's sister. Bowing in a greeting bow, the guy says, "Nice to meet you. His name is Gonin. He is a 3rd-generation student of Jongnam." Namgun exclaims, "He is nicknamed the Immortal." Well, he is also pleased to meet him. The man states his name and clan. Hwanbo Gon also introduces himself and says he is the elder in the Hwanbo clan. The guy looks carefully at their auras. Namgun is surrounded by a cold bluish glow, and Hwanbo radiates fiery energy. Gonshin thinks, it seems he is not the most welcome guest here. The guy wonders, he won't get hurt today, will he? He tells the girl that he will probably look around here and will not distract her from her affairs. Gonshin bows politely and wishes everyone present to have a good time. The girl says that they were already kind of about to disperse. The men clearly get into a bad mood at her words. Gonin suggests parting on this friendly note. She says they will see each other again. Above the houses in the dark sky, a crescent moon is visible. Voices of men are heard, since Master Gonin insists. Of course, they will meet. They are leaving. Watching them go, Gonchan, shrugging his shoulders, asks, "Did his sister see how they looked at him? They seemed barely able to hold back." Gonin says he should also be more restrained. From the room into the deserted corridor, a voice is heard, "Long time no see." Gonin sits at the table opposite Yen and Ren. She asks, "How are the girls' progress going?" Ren, chuckling, asks, "What does she think?" En answers, "Uncle Gonshin's instructions helped them a lot." However, they only advanced one step. Gonin turns to the guy sitting next to him, saying, "She knew he would prefer fun to religious wandering." The guy, laughing, says, he thinks that fun can quite possibly be part of religious wandering. Gonin wonders, could he have reached the level of Chojolkyun master just through ordinary training? What is he then? Suddenly rising from the chair, she suggests to the guy to talk in private. He is surprised by her behavior. He asks, could it be that they haven't talked enough here? Light pours from the window of the house. A boy's voice is heard. But the sister, already in the mansion's courtyard, Gonin orders him to shut up and attack. They soar into the air, where their blades meet, radiating powerful energy. Gonchan easily repels Gonin's attack. They both land on the ground without taking their eyes off each other. With a scream, Gonin charges the attack again, but the guy is ready for it and parries his strike. The girl gives her all and regrets that she cannot deliver a proper strike. Gonshin easily repels all her attacks. The guy says that she has become much stronger and asks, what can she say about him? She is surprised by his composure. The girl, without lowering the sword, asks, when did he manage to become so strong? Gonshin explains that he practiced a lot. Moreover, he tried to apply his own theories in practice. Gonin snorts, remembering their past sparrings. Those strange little tricks of his again? She thinks the guy hasn't changed at all. Gonchan answers with a smile. Would she really want to continue training according to the same routine even when it stopped bringing results? Looking at his sword, he says that recently he felt something, and all he had to do was add theory. He asks the girl, should he show her? Around the guy's feet, a rotation of golden energy forms. It rises higher and higher, and now completely envelops the guy's body. Gazing into the energy vortex, Gonin says, Tailpunrek? Formation of wind flows through tail energy? The guy says that wind energy does not compensate for the flow of chi during rotation. This is aided by the leadership skill in space, which allows protecting all the space around a person and making contact. He makes this technique even more special. Gonchan reports that he named this technique Tailchen Gongguan, simultaneous defense and attack through the combination of chi and tail energy. The girl asks, isn't this her old technique? The guy confidently replies, not at all, he improved it. He tells the girl about his technique, which has become even stronger since the battle on the ship. At this time, a conversation is taking place on the upper floor of the mansion. A voice is heard. Cooperation with the Sahalin organization? The interlocutor of the head of the Murim Alliance, Sword King Namgun Muji, answers, correct. Military advisor of Murim Jagal Chunmun continues speaking. The headquarters has decided to start cooperation with Sahalin. More than a dozen people gathered around a large table, attentively listening to his speech. He adds, it is obvious that martial arts schools have already lost their former glory, and if they face Sahalin face to face, they will most likely lose. Therefore, it is worth playing it safe and cooperating with them. Those present ponder his words. One of them, a representative of Shaolin, says, he thinks it is not a bad idea. However, will they cooperate with them? The military advisor responds, this organization does not want to coexist with schools under the same sky. He asks those present to remember what happened when they carried out the torture. The monk Chu Wancha was torn apart by screams when he was tortured, and all his students and relatives were taken hostage and forced to watch him suffer. Everyone was horrified by what the torture did to Chu Wanchan. He ends the speech with the words, therefore they definitely must go for cooperation with Sakhalin. The attendees once again sink into contemplation. The head of the Murim Alliance says, fine, in that case, let those who are against raise their hands. None of those present raise their hands, and Namgun Muji announces that he entrusts this matter to the military advisor. He asks, what is next on the agenda? From behind the door where the council is held, the discussion about the Moen clan's accession can be heard. The guy standing opposite Gonin with a sword in his hands asks, how is it for her? Isn't it easy? She indignantly replies, easy? So he thinks this is an easy technique. Oh, he. The girl says, thank him, of course, for sharing his technique, but maybe he shouldn't get cocky. Gonchan replies, is he to blame that this is an easy technique? He could have lied, but, surprised by his sudden silence, the girl asks, what is it? Gonchan says, it seems he felt someone's presence. He looks back. Gonin looks at him anxiously. Pointing to the nearby arch, the guy says that someone is there. A man appears in the archway and heads towards them. Namgun Mu asks, did they decide to train? The girl greets him and asks, did something happen? He responds to the greeting. Namgun Mu says, he heard that monk Gonchan will soon set out on a journey, so he decided to find them to say goodbye. Gonin says, so he was looking for brother Gonchan. The guy thinks, yes, of course. He's just looking for an excuse to sneak a look at the sister. Meanwhile, the man bows in a traditional bow, saying that he invites Master Gonchan to a duel. The guy and the girl ask in surprised unison, a duel? The guy thinks, recalling Mo and Chan, a duel. It used to be a test of his skills. Now everything is different. It's a challenge to the strongest. He replies, understood, and accepts the challenge. The guy says that Mr. Namgun has the look of a man who clearly does not tolerate defeat. The worried girl tries to say something to the guy, but he interrupts her, saying, let him watch carefully. Namgun raises a sword surrounded by a shining aura. Priceless power passed down from generation to generation. He solemnly announces, he, Namgun Mu, grandson and heir of the head of the Namgun clan, king of the sword Namgun Muji, will cross swords with a disciple of the Chonam school. His sword technique, boundless heavens. Also formally, the guy says, the senior disciple of Master Chunzian of the second generation of the Chonam school will cross swords with the descendant of the Namgun clan. His sword technique, 36 swords of the galaxy. The energy emanating from the guy strikes Namgun Mu, who is surprised by its power. Trying to resist it, the man thinks, what kind of terrifying power is this? He did not expect this from Gonchan. Previously, he had not encountered such strength. Namgun Mu pushes off the ground with his feet and rushes toward the guy standing opposite him with a sword in his hands. The opponents exchange blows. Namgun Mu, smiling cheerfully, intensifies the pressure. Gonchan defends himself, shielding with his sword. The girl says the difference is noticeable. She believes it might be due to the recent training with her. Namgun Mu confidently presses the guy, thinking, if this continues, Delivering a blow that Gonchan barely manages to dodge, the man triumphantly finishes the thought. Then he will emerge victorious. Gonchan tries to withstand the opponent's pressure. Then he says that now he understands. Namgun-mu wonders, could it be that he was deliberately dodging his sword? Pushing off the ground and rising into the air, the boy attacks the opponent in a jump. The man deflects Gonchan's strike, but the boy continues to attack Namgun, and he is forced to retreat before his onslaught. Deflecting the hail of blows raining down on him, the man thinks with respect about the boy, that he is strong. Another series of strikes forces Namgun to admit, and the attack speed is quite high. Flashing his eyes, he thinks that it is unseemly to yield. After all, he is Namgun-mu from the Namgun clan. But under Gonchan's onslaught, he is forced to defend. The boy continues to advance, giving the opponent not a single chance to attack. The man's hands grip the hilt of the blade. He drives its tip into the ground, trying to withstand the boy's energy onslaught. They did not pay attention to the maid who was watching their duel. The news of the fight soon spread throughout the alliance. After the maid enthusiastically shared her impressions with everyone interested, 19-year-old Gonchan began to be noticed. Appearing in the corridor, Gonin is surprised at how many people have gathered here. Approaching closer, the girl continues to wonder, why is it so crowded here today? She overhears a conversation between two men. One of them asks, did he really manage to defeat Namgun? One of the men says, finally, a worthy student has appeared at the Chonam school. Two more people discuss the cooperation between the Chonam school and the Moan clan. They decide that they should go say hello. The maid standing nearby, a witness to the night duel, says, they want to at least greet Master Gonchan. Some brought gifts as a sign of friendship. Gonin is somewhat confused. Looking at the crowd, the girl thinks, it seems that the Chonam school is regaining its former glory. The door opens and a question is heard. Is he leaving? Gonin quickly approaches the guy packing his things. He answers, yes, there is nothing more to do here. Besides, he must complete his religious pilgrimage. Somewhat confused, the girl tries to object, but Gonchan interrupts her with a question. She doesn't think he is just shirking, does she? He expresses hope that the girl will take care of his nieces. They do a lot for their school. Hands on hips, the girl asks, and what do they do? The guy explains. They persuaded their father to pay more money for tuition. This should positively affect the school's budget, right? He throws the packed things over his back. Then he tells the girl it's time for him to go. She smiles. The guy confidently steps over the threshold. Seeing a crowd of people in the corridor, he stops in surprise and asks, what are they all doing here? Meanwhile, Murim sent a courier to Sakelen. He must deliver a secret message. This message declares Murim's intention to cooperate with Sakelen, and also speaks of the desire to unite forces to suppress the dark martial arts schools. An unknown man, hiding his face under the shadow of a hood, watches the courier and the warriors accompanying him from the bushes. His eyes shine with unfriendly red lights at the riders who rushed past him. Gonchan decides that the fastest way to the province of Shanxi is by boat. Raising his head up, he notices that the sky is quite gloomy. He optimistically decides, the main thing is that it doesn't rain. But as if mocking him, a downpour immediately falls on him. This somewhat upsets the guy, but he decides to remain optimistic. After all, it's just a little rain. The Yellow River won't become any bigger because of it. If there is no flood, he will be able to cross. A voice is heard from the house. A flood? So the crossing is impossible now? Gonchan, standing before a short, stocky man, says, that means the boat cannot be launched anytime soon. The man replies, the monk is right. The flood is getting worse and soon everything will be submerged. Gonchan, with raindrops running down his hair, thinks, what a pity. This route was the fastest, but he cannot wait for everything to calm down. The young man unfolds a map on the table. He calculates that if he continues towards Guangdong province, he definitely will not get lost. The man asks, has he decided something already? He offers him a room on the second floor. The young man says he will go on foot and heads to the door. The man is surprised and tries to stop him. Gonchan runs down the street, a man's voice following him. This rain will not end anytime soon. The young man decides to concentrate energy so that it envelops his body. Having established a protective energy field, Gonchan thinks that this way he will definitely be protected from the rain. In the mountainous area stands a hut, near which 3 horses graze under the pouring rain. A fire burns in the hut, its light visible from the open door. Someone's hand places aromatic sticks in a pot. A voice sounds, there is a task. From behind a torn curtain comes a question. What kind? A person in a cloak with a hood answers. Someone needs to be killed. A man in a cloak, hiding the lower part of his face behind a piece of cloth, explains. The Master Chojolchon must be dealt with. The reward is double. A person approaches him, whose eyes are not visible due to strands of hair falling over his scarred face. A pouch falls on the table, from which gold bars spill out. The man in the cloak says, 10,000 nyans in gold. The interlocutor replies, "Excellent." The man in the cloak says that his goal is the treasure of the Chonam sect. The master named Gonchan, he orders to finish him off. For some time after the man's statement, silence reigns. Then a voice comes from the hut, a man with scars on his face. He accepts this order. Gray clouds and rain create the impression of twilight in the forest. Gonchan walks along the path, saying that he is so exhausted that he can no longer use spatial control. The drenched-to-the-bone guy wonders, how much longer will this rain pour? Maybe he should have listened to the person who offered him a room. Gonchan laments that he is completely soaked, and walking on the wet ground is becoming increasingly difficult. Looking ahead at the winding path among the trees, he says that it seems he will have to spend tonight under the open sky. There is no point in wandering in search of a cave. He stands, recalling various survival methods. Then he continues to stride forward decisively with the words, "So be it, he will try." Using internal energy, Gonchan sets the logs, muttering, "Wood for the base." With an energy strike passing over the bamboo, the guy says that he will go for the floor and the roof. Surrounded by a bluish aura light, he, clutching a blade in his hand, soars in a jump over the vertically placed log. With one strike, the guy cuts it into several parts. Soon Gonchan stands, folding his arms on his chest and smiling contentedly. Green leaves are tangled in his hair. He rejoices. That's it. A great little house turned out. Admiring his construction, resembling a wide bench under a canopy roof, he, stretching, says, "Oh, it's time to try out my chambers." The 10th day of the journey over the Guandu Pass. Black clouds have thickened over the mountains. Tired, Gonchan continues his way. He says that for several days he has been sleeping under the open sky and feels like a savage. Sniffing the sleeve of his clothing, the guy grimaces. What a stench. His reputation will undoubtedly suffer. Suddenly he stops and looks ahead with surprise. Through a gap between the trees ahead, buildings are visible. He wonders, is this the city of Nanan? He runs forward at full speed, rejoicing that he can replenish the supplies. A voice is heard from the tavern. "One more bowl of fatty chicken." Around the table where the guy greedily devours the meat, people have gathered. One of the men asks doubtfully, "Is he really not going to burst?" Coming to his senses, Gonchan looks around the crowd with a surprised gaze. The guy laughs. It seems that mockpans, a type of blogging where viewers watch a food-eating blogger live, are popular here too. No one present understands his words. Soon Gonchan, holding his rounded belly, leaves the tavern, exhaling heavily. "Phew, I'm full." He decides that now he needs to go to the pharmacy to replenish his poison supplies. The guy stops one of the passers-by, and bowing politely and greeting, asks, "Where's the nearest pharmacy here?" Soon he examines many different herbs on the counter. The pharmacist, watching the guy, asks, "Is he looking for something?" The man says that his pharmacy has everything. He asks the guy to say what he needs. Handing him a small sheet of paper, Gonchan says that he needs everything from this list. Having read his list, the pharmacist exclaims in surprise, "These are all poisons?" From these ingredients, of course, one can make excellent medicines if handled skillfully, but this process is not within everyone's power. Suddenly, the apothecary realizes that this set of poisons can kill about 300 people. The man says, "The quantity is not small at all. How does the guy plan to use all this?" Gonchan replies that he has his reasons. The apothecary declares, if his reasons are dishonorable, he will not sell him the herb. Looking at the angry man, the guy understands. He takes him for a hired killer. Laughing, he explains that he plans to eat it all. The apothecary looks even more enraged when he asks, "And he is supposed to believe that?" The man sharply leans toward Gonchan, demanding that he tell the truth. He asks, "What does he intend to do with the poisons?" Meanwhile, the man calls him a killer, then corrects himself. Rather, a master. The guy is stunned by his suspicions and pressure. He grabs a handful of herbs lying before him. The guy, saying that he plans nothing special, eats the poisonous greens. The astonished apothecary mutters, "Master?" Gonchan replies, "He just ate so much that nothing else fits," but the apothecary does not believe him at his word. The man hands the guy a pouch, saying that here is everything he asked for. Gonchan thanks him and asks, "How much does he owe?" Suddenly he feels nausea, and the apothecary looks at him anxiously. Gonchan says, and he had already believed that he had fully mastered the art of resisting poisons. He asks the man to give him something else to improve digestion. It seems he overeaten. The guy leaves the pharmacy. Behind him comes the voice of the apothecary, inviting him to come again. Walking down the night street and looking back at the houses immersed in sleep, the boy says, how long it has been since he last slept under a soft blanket. Gonchan stayed in Naini for only a day and set off for Chonam. The clouds parted and the sun shines again in the sky. The boy is literally rushing over the road. Gonchan used the acceleration technique to reach the goal faster. He is glad that it was worth getting a good sleep, and energy immediately filled his body. Gonshin moves forward swiftly. He spent the whole day on the road. But now the sky has turned the colors of sunset. Gonshin throws the duffel bag on the ground. Sitting on a stone, he says, when he eats, he will need to set off again. If he keeps the pace, he should arrive by night. The ringing of metal reaches his ear. The boy quickly turns back, trying to determine where the sound is coming from. Two men are fighting with swords. One of them wounds the other. He stands over the opponent who has fallen to his knees before him. Around them are many armed people. The victor stands, proudly straightened and flashing a hostile look. Gonshin, watching them from behind the tree trunk, thinks, is this the Hwasan school? Hiding, the boy watches the fight. He thinks that the opponents of the Hwasan school are shamans. The boy, continuing to observe, decides, excellent, he will see who wins. Gonshin thinks, in any case, these are not his problems. Hearing the cries of the wounded, he reflects that he does not even know whom to help. The boy's hand is enveloped by a shining aura. He thinks that people continue to die, but he cannot just take and intervene, and he simply has no reason to do so. Gonshin decides, that's it, he can no longer watch this. Carelessly leaving an energy trail behind him, he turns away and leaves. Between the trees, the glowing trail of his aura is visible. One of the warriors notices him. He peers intently into the glowing haze winding between the trees. Behind Gonshin, a warrior appears. A shout rings out. Stop! Turning around, the young man asks, does he need something? The other angrily declares, the boy is leaving, instead of supporting one of the main schools. Holding his sword forward, he asks, who is he and what is his purpose? Behind him, several more warriors appear, ready to rush into battle. Assessing them with a glance, the young man thinks, quite nasty types. Gonshin asks, what is happening here? The warrior replies, why should he explain anything to him? He orders his comrades to attack. Gonshin sighs. He thought this did not concern him. He grips the hilt of his blade tighter. Usually battles between schools happen because of differing beliefs, and this is beyond notions of good and evil. Looking at the approaching warriors, he wonders, why do they want to kill an innocent man? He asks, do they want to eliminate a witness? What does human life mean to them? A powerful energy dome flares up around the guy. He demands an answer from the warriors, calling them scoundrels. Gonshin decisively swings his blade, a red sinister spark flashing in his eyes. An energy wave crashes down on the opponents. Under the influence of his power, their blades begin to crumble. The warrior looks with bewilderment and fear as his sword falls apart into small pieces right before his eyes. The weapons of his comrades suffer the same fate. They also look bewildered as Gonshin's energy shatters their swords. The guy says to the trembling warrior, they shouldn't even think about running. He asks, which school are they from? Gonshin steps forward, asking, did they decide to kill a passing man just like that? A red spark of deadly energy shines in his eyes. He says, if they don't explain themselves, he will settle this his own way. One of the frightened warriors utters, this is already too much. Raising his hand forward, radiating a strong energy flow, Gonshin threateningly asks, will they remain silent like this? His power strikes the warriors standing before him. One of them fearfully says, stretch. Stretch is not just the concentration of internal energy in the hands, but stretching it like a whip. Holding his energy-wrapped hand in front of him, the guy asks, so, who are they? If they continue to be silent, he will play bowling on them with his lightning charges. One of the warriors says, they are disciples of Dowaman. Gonshin says, brothers of the Hwasan school. Despite the loud name of their sect, their actions are unjustifiable. Looking at the frightened and downcast warriors, the young man says, trying to kill a passerby, does that fit the principles of their school? Behind the warriors, a voice is heard. What happened? Their faces immediately clear up. Several more warriors rush to them. The man, clearly the leader of the squad, says he is finished. The warrior he addresses stammers out, here. Looking at Gonshin, the man asks, and they can't deal with this youngster? The young man stands with a sword in his hands against a squad of warriors whose eyes flash with unfriendly sparks in the darkness of the night. Gonshin's gaze becomes cold as he says, it seems this is getting more and more interesting. Dowaman and Chankoman, both these sects were founded in Sanam Shanxi province. The Chankoman school only 30 years ago seized this territory. The head of this school is a shaman. To gain the advantage necessary to seize power, Dowaman secured support from the Hwasan sect. Recently, the power of the Chankoman sect has only increased, and they have even entered the grain trade market. Chankoman quickly seized influence and strengthened their power in the region. Subsequently, Chankoman began to infringe upon the interests of the Dowaman school, which ended in a great catastrophe. Gonshin knows all this, but he decides that this is exclusively a problem of the military classes of these two schools. He decides to visit the head of the Dowaman sect. He strides past the bodies of the warriors he has defeated. Standing in the clearing among the bodies of the enemies and clutching a sword in his hand, Gonchan adds, "He will ask him about all of this." In the mansion immersed in sleepy silence, only the second floor is illuminated. The young man stands in the square. Around him, the Dohwamun warriors he has beaten are struggling to get up. A man in rich garments steps forward and, looking at Gonchan, shouts indignantly, "Has a monk from the Chonam sect dared to act arbitrarily?" The young man warns, the head of the Dohwamun school should be more careful with his words. What he calls arbitrariness is not done by him, but by the followers of his school. Gonchan tells the man that it was not he who got into the fight, but the Dohwamun school attacked him as he was passing by. He adds, "This can be called arbitrariness, not a victory over ordinary bandits." The young man exclaims angrily, "Let them immediately explain to him what happened here." In his opinion, it was the followers of Dohwamun who decided to get rid of a witness, who behaved improperly. Don't they think so? The head of the school orders to kill the young man, and sword-wielding warriors rush at him. Gonchan thinks, could it be that they have stooped to this while being an official faction? What hypocrisy! His hand hovers over the sword hilt for a few moments, but then he decides to do without a weapon. Taking a fighting stance, he says, "The main thing is not to lose oneself." The head of the school, pointing at the guy with his hand, demands to kill this insolent fellow. Gonchan utters, "Tail Chagongwon!" and a golden light of energy spreads around him. Thinking it's time to get what he deserves, he rushes towards the opponents. Using his art, he delivers one energy strike after another. The opponents scatter in different directions. Gonchan moves from one warrior to another with such speed that it is almost impossible to follow him. At the touch of his power, the men's bones break. One of the warriors, clutching a blade in his hand, rushes at the guy. With a palm surrounded by a force field, the guy fearlessly touches the sharp blade. The opponents attack him from all sides, but an energy flash strikes them and knocks them to the ground. Looking at the guy, the head of the school says, "It can't be. Immortal Master Gonchan?" The guy heading towards him asks, "Has his name even reached here?" Standing opposite the head of the school, he introduces himself. Gonchan, a student of Chonam from the third generation. The man silently gazes at the immortal, the rising star of Kanho, the society of the strongest in this world. It is known about him that he has already dealt with representatives of the Dark School. He defeated the Bloody Swordsman and 100 of his pirates, the secret weapon of the Chonam school. The head of the school asks, "Isn't he afraid of the name Hwasan?" Gonchan replies, "It seems that one often hides behind that name." The guy asks, "But isn't it obvious here who is right and who is guilty? What if a woman accidentally stumbled upon them? Or a child became an accidental witness to their conflict?" The guy does not ask, he asserts, "They would have been killed." Gonchan adds, "If Hwasan supports this, then he should raise this issue at the next Murim meeting and wipe the name Hwasan off the face of the earth." The head of the school raises his sword before him, asking the guy, "So he wants to kill them all?" Sighing heavily, Gonchan answers, in general, he planned to extract apologies from them and go his own way. Looking back at the bodies of the defeated opponents, the guy says, "But they, it seems, still won't calm down." Turning sharply, he insults the man standing before him, asking, did he really think that he had fallen so low that he would be addressed respectfully? Heading towards the head of the school, Gonchan says, "Did he consider him kind-hearted?" He insults him again. One of his hands, empowered by energy, strikes the opponent in the chest, and the other, in the stomach. Gonchan asks, "And whose fault does he think this is? He came here following his guys." Fiercely flashing his eyes, the guy delivers energy-enhanced blows again, saying, "And he still refuses to admit that they wanted to kill an innocent person." Another blow throws the man far back, but he still manages to stand on his feet and not drop his weapon. Gonchan shouts in his face. He thought that the head of this school was different from the others in any way. Proudly straightening up, the guy says, "Well, he is no different. How far does Gonchan himself need to go? He thought apologies would be quite enough, but now he seriously doubts it." The head of the school falls to his knees before him and begs for forgiveness. But at the same time, the man angrily thinks, if the guy tells the other Kanho about what happened, they will be disgraced before the Hwasan sect. The head of the school admits that they were wrong and asks for their forgiveness, respectfully calling the guy master. Gonchan replies, since the head himself sincerely asks for forgiveness, he will not give much importance to the misconduct of the Dohwamun school. He adds that they should try not to allow such things in the future. The man's hand, resting on the ground, clenches into a fist. Sighing, Gonchan leaves the territory of the Dohwamun school. The warriors immediately rush to the head, asking on the go, "Is he all right?" An angry voice sounds in the yard, ordering them to get lost. Stopping and looking at the lunar disk shining in the sky, the guy laments that he wasted so much time. The sun illuminates the forest path, along which Gonchan confidently walks. Something catches the guy's attention, and he stops. He sees buildings on the cliff and thinks, finally, Mount Cheonam. The Cheonam School is located on a cliff surrounded by mountain peaks. The young man bows respectfully to the people meeting him, saying that monk Gonchan has come to report the completion of his religious wanderings. At the same time, he recalls with shame how he indulged in plenty of chicken meat and often got into conflicts, and mentally admits, well, even though those were not exactly wanderings. He is met and greeted by the elder. Gonchan asks, how have they been all this time? Looking at their smiling faces, Gonchan understands that everything is fine with them. A voice comes from the building. Well done. Chunzin, walking next to the young man, asks, did he make good use of the journey? Gonchan answers, of course, he learned a lot. A little sadly, he adds, although there is still much he has not yet managed to learn. And this is all what they call the world. The teacher agrees, true, the world has changed greatly. Chunzin says that in a month, the young man will become a year older. He will become an adult, and since he has completed the religious wanderings, he has sufficient qualification to work in the sect. Continuing to walk through the courtyard next to the young man, the teacher asks, which field of activity would he like to take responsibility for? Gonchan admits that he does not know exactly what he would like to do, so he will diligently do everything the teacher tells him. Chunjin thinks, he can handle the archive on his own. It was like that before, and it will be like that now. Putting his foot on the step, the teacher says, you know. Chunjin stops and turns to Gonchan, who is walking behind him. He says the guy could become a mentor at the training center. Gonchan says doubtfully, a mentor? The training center is the place where all the training sessions of the Cheonam sect take place. In recent years, the training center has become one of the most important places in Cheonam. The teacher, putting his hand on Gonchan's shoulder, says that the guy has quite good abilities in teaching others, doesn't he? Gonchan replies, seems like yes. Chunjin says, they fed and raised him. It's time for him to repay. Continuing to climb the stairs, the teacher says he will send a request to the training center, and Gonchan can rest for a couple of days until the answer comes from there. The guy agrees. Okay, he understood everything. A flock of birds takes off frightened from the trees. Gonchan, strengthening the axe with his own energy, chops the trees. With one strike, he splits the thick tree trunk. Then the guy secures the ropes. Gonchan, shirtless, stands in a fighting stance between the logs suspended on ropes. He strikes with his hand, reinforced by his inner energy. The logs swing on ropes in different directions. Watching them, Gonchan says, excellent. He decides that now he can train the armor technique. The guy resolutely moves between the swinging logs, receiving painful blows. Exhausted and beaten, he falls to the ground, where he lies, arms spread and whispering, armor. One of Gonchan's eyes is swollen, and his cheek is puffed up. He wonders, will he be able to get used to this? The guy sits on the bed, lamenting that his body is like one big bruise. He applies an egg to his cheek, reminding himself that he is a master. Looking at the egg in his hand, the guy says that he should be ashamed for treating himself this way. Gonchan sits in the lotus position, his body enveloped in a golden aura. He says that through meditation, he can release chi in the abdominal area and direct the flow of consciousness to eliminate the weaknesses of his body. For some time, Gonchan remains immersed in meditation. Energy envelops his body and he no longer feels pain. Glancing at his forearm, he notices changes and says, excellent. The skin has thickened a bit. He thinks that he needs to learn to leave chi on the skin. Gonchan trains the armor technique until lunch. After lunch, the guy practices Tusalgon, the ability to accelerate objects. A stone thrown by the guy breaks a pumpkin tossed into the air by a special device. Then he passes through 2 pumpkins at the same time with the same ease. Young students watch him from the side. The boys enthusiastically clap their hands. Gonchan thinks, how lovely. The boys' eyes are full of admiration and adoration. Gonchan has also approached full mastery of ice and fire control techniques. The guy tells the students that they will be able to do the same if they train hard. The boys ask skeptically in unison, really? He mastered poison resistance and armor technique as a backup. They are not what Gonchan would emphasize in training. Night has come. Bright light pours from the windows of the house into the night darkness. Formless energy arises between the palms of the guy. He spreads his palms to the sides, saying, so, it can be used as support. Internal energy is maintained through proper breathing, which helps to circulate blood and saturate blood and muscles with more oxygen. Therefore, it is necessary to be able to control your energy. This is exactly what they teach before fencing classes. Continuing the training, he thinks, interesting, it turns out that material energy obeys certain laws of nature. But what is the logic of controlling this formless energy? He is enlightened. Could the secret be in the work of the brain? Gonchan, surrounded by an energy field, asks himself, could the secret be in the work of the brain? So his brain has also been trained. He thinks that usually people use no more than 5% of their brain. But can its productivity be increased? And if it is possible to use as much as 10%, will he become a genius? The guy recalls those brilliant people he knew in a past life. He thinks, brain waves intensify so that moving energy will become possible only by the power of will. After all, the body is set in motion by electrical impulses sent by the brain. Gonshin thinks, if he manages to make this energy change shape using brain impulses, he will become incredibly cool. He closes his eyes, thinking that for now, this is only a hypothesis full of holes. His energy spreads as a light haze even beyond the house. He hopes that with practice he will find the right way to confirm his hypothesis. Gonshan continues to train intensively. A few days later, a young man walks along the path. Seeing Gonshin behind the bushes, he exclaims joyfully, "Oh, he found him after all." Calling out to the guy, he takes a step forward. Immediately, 3 logs rush towards the young man. He freezes in fear. Gonshin stops one of the logs with his right hand. He places his left hand under the second log. The third log crashes into his back. The young man, falling to his knees and trying to cover his head with his hands, raises a frightened look at Gonshin and asks, "What is happening?" Rubbing his hand, the guy says that he has learned to create thin armor. So far, he has only reached the first level, but this is just the beginning. He explains to the young man, the most difficult part of the armor technique starts now. Gonshin says, if he reaches the third level, he will have to use hammers and maces for training. The young man repeats in amazement, not believing his ears. Hammers and maces? Gonshin continues cheerfully. And at the 5th level, you will have to endure sword strikes, so it's worth gaining experience. The young man even turned green with fear imagining this scene. Gonshin suggests training together, but the young man categorically refuses. The guy asks in surprise, then why was he looking for him? The young man explains that Chonsan wanted to see him before training. The guy asks, why? Previously, the training center was managed by teacher Chonsan, but with Gonshan's return, he announced his desire to move. The guy enters the hall where a man is sitting at a long table, who says to him, welcome. Gonshin bows in a greeting, saying that he hasn't seen the elder for a long time. Chonsan reports that as soon as he heard about his return, he immediately sent his senior student for him. The man explains, if the guy helps him with work at the training center, they will quickly revive the former glory of their school. Gonshin says that he has something he needs to finish. The man replies, what nonsense, creating Tailiansagun and Ilshimihengon. That alone is a blessing from above. The man says, he heard that the guy taught the twin sisters from the Moen family. Gonshan replies that it was so. Chonsan says that they could lay the foundation of training in their school on the method by which Gonshan taught the girls. He reports that from today he will help the guy. Gonshan replies that he is counting on him. The training center is run by only 12 people. 9 different masters are responsible for teaching martial arts. They are responsible for everything, from the items used for training to scheduling and choosing the location. Besides them, there are 2 subordinates of the head of the training center, teacher Chonsan himself, and now also Gonshan. Chonsan tells the guy, originally, the training center did not have the mission to prepare fighters. Therefore, he leaves that to Gonshan. The man says that he will appoint one of the best of the 4th generation as an assistant to the young man. A voice is heard from behind the closed door. A 4th generation student has arrived to mentor Gonshan. The young man, respectfully bowing his head, tells the young man that he has come for instructions. Gonshan asks in surprise, Gonsen Jin, but what is he doing here? The young man asks, doesn't he have business outside? The young man replies that he volunteered himself. Gonshan asks, why? Gonsen Jin explains that being close to mentor Gonshan is more advantageous. The young man is puzzled. Advantageous? What does he mean? The young man, continuing to respectfully call him mentor, says that people do not act that way. Gonshan asks, how? Gonsen Jin asks, didn't he also, like Yen and Ren, study under the mentor? At the same time, he recalls their training when they were still boys. The young man asks, then why hasn't he reached the level of Chojolchun like them? Gonshan answers, it would be surprising if he had become one at his age. The young man recalls the fight with the head of Dowaman. The man should have developed the appropriate skills 10 years ago, but did not. Gonshan explains, achieving Chojong mastery at 18 is already an astonishing success. The young man admits, whenever he thinks that those 2 succeeded, anger immediately takes over. He asks, isn't he the main hero? Gonshan answers, apparently not, thinking to himself. Although all the guys the young man studied with have already achieved good results. Gonsen Jin is almost in tears, upset by his words. The guy says, good, then he will be the first test subject in his program. Then he adds that first he needs to gather all his desire to train and will to win. The young man immediately cheers up and bows respectfully before Gonshan, gladly agreeing to all his conditions. At this time in Sakhalin, in a dark hall lit only by lamps, 2 people sit at a table. One of them says that all preparations are finished. The interlocutor replies, "Understood." Salma Kekchun, head of the Helen Moon organization, one of the dark organizations aiming to interfere in various unions and destroy them, says. The interlocutor knows that this time he places great hopes. The blood-red glow in the man's eyes is proof that he has studied Helshol Maragon, the best and most terrible technique of the Dark Blood School. He is known as a descendant of the Dark Sect that disappeared in the past. However, Salma Kekchun is its founder. Thanks to his dark training, it is impossible to say that more than 60 years have passed since then. The man asks, "How many zombies have they already prepared?" The interlocutor answers that in the past they created 12 zombie squads. In the future, over 5 years, they plan to create 8 more squads. Helen Moon's advisor, Dark Magic Master Hel Manyi, explains, "Since one grown monster will be comparable to a master, they need to create as many as possible." Salma Kekchun asks him, what should be done with the invitation to join the Murim Alliance? Hel Manyi answers that time is on their side. Later, the schools in Murim will become their food. The head of the organization agrees with him. Correct. In that case, it is worth accepting the invitation and waiting. But the advisor knows that it won't go that way? The interlocutor agrees, of course. They will create 20 squads, but definitely should strive for world domination and nothing else. Salma Kekchun believes that in that case, the advisor should devise a flawless tactic. Rising from the chair, the head declares that he must get the whole world into his hands. 2 people stand near a hut, looking at the starry night sky, in which an unusually bright glow is visible. One of them says, "The star of misfortune shines brightly." Then, addressing the shorter interlocutor and calling him Chan, he asks, "Does he see this star?" He says, "This star has risen, which means chaos will soon arise in the world." An elderly man explains, "This star is called the blood star of misfortune, although besides it there are many other stars with bad omens. If you look more closely, other unlucky stars have also begun to fill the sky." His young interlocutor says that he wants to calm all these stars. The man looking into his eyes says, he will succeed. After all, it is his destiny. He asks the youth to be careful. The youth replies not to worry. That story began exactly with this conversation. Flipping a page of the book, Gonshin says, "Excellent. If he continues in the same spirit, then within 6 years he will be able to become a master of Choyolchong." He asks, and what does his interlocutor think? Gonsun Jin, busy training and lifting a large stone trembling from tension above his head, asks Gonshin standing before him not to talk to him, explaining that he needs to concentrate. Gonshin asks, does he already want to give up? He says that the youth cannot afford an expensive remedy like the twin sisters, so his vessels are already clogged. The young man explains to Gonsun Jin, who continues to train diligently, that first it is necessary to conduct strength training and strengthen his vessels, and only then cleanse them and train the chi flows. Until then, he will have to endure. The youth barely says he knows about this. Looking at Gonsun Jin, the young man thinks that his situation is different from the situation of the Moen twins. The youth's skills do not exceed the beginner level. It will be surprising if he even becomes a master of Choyolchong. Gonsun Jin easily lifts the stone with one hand, joyfully exclaiming, "Oppa!" Gonshin thinks, if he trains with him, he will be able to make a big breakthrough in learning. Closing the book, he mentally says, to achieve the desired mastery, one must practice a lot. Studying the young man with a keen gaze, Gonshan decides, to increase the speed of internal energy accumulation, the body must be trained, and the body is a vessel that collects internal energy. He says, even if such a process is difficult and tedious, it is still considered the fastest. He wonders, maybe the young man has better ideas. Encouraged by his success, he continues training with the stone, saying the guy is right. Gonshin is confident that the young man will manage within a year. Moreover, he made a special tincture for him. If he trains diligently for a year, Gonsun Jin will be able to learn to accumulate internal energy in the body faster, and this will allow the young man to master the Taiyang Xionggon technique. The guy says they have already started laying the foundation for becoming a Choyolchun master. Gonsun Jin continues a training. The stone he lifts becomes bigger and bigger. Soon, he is already able to withstand the weight of a boulder many times his size. In the open pavilion, students are training. Gonshin watches the young men busy honing their skills. Thoughtfully looking at them, the guy says, there is nothing to say about training in the Hall of Tranquility. It is a base that does not bring specific effectiveness. Watching the sparrings of 2 young men, he decides that he must work on group training. Gonshin thinks that it is necessary to combine his knowledge from his past life and the collection on martial arts that he managed to obtain in Zhongyuan. Combining all this, he will create a new training method in Jonam. A month later, There is a shelving unit in the room, on the shelves of which books and various vessels are placed. Putting a dot in the notebook with a brush, the young man exclaims, "Finally finished!" Sitting at the table and looking into the notebook, Gonchan says, "If you follow all this, you can achieve skills slightly inferior to a master in 3 years. Initially, becoming a master required about 10 or even 20 years of practice." With the words, "Well then, let's see," he rushes from his place with extraordinary speed. Standing together with the young man in front of a group of students in the pavilion, Chon-san says that from today the person responsible for their training will be the head of the training center, Gonchan. The man advises the students to listen to the young man. They listen attentively as Gonchan talks about how he developed the manual for the first time. One of the youths whispers into his friend's ear, "Doesn't their teacher prefer already proven methods and people?" Gonchan continues speaking. He knows that they have always trained using methods developed by highly respected teachers. In a school whose foundation is considered the reverence of stories and traditions, everyone must undergo proper training. He adds that this is exactly why individual training will also become important. He scans the students standing before him with his gaze. With his gaze, he determines the time they will need to reach the master level. Mostly, it is a decade, but some will need 40 years. Gonchan looks intently at the young men. He sighs mentally. Oh, 40 years. There are 26 people in the group with the level of 40-year practitioners. The guy says that in this hall they will find a way to improve individual training, and that is why they gathered everyone here now. He explains that he divided training methods into 4 categories. The students listen attentively as Gonchan explains that each of them will be applied individually to a specific student during the learning process. From the pavilion, Gonchan's voice is heard inviting first the students who possess internal energy equal to the level of 40-year practitioners to step forward. Summer has passed. Autumn has come. Gonsan Jin looks admiringly at the blade in his hand, exclaiming, "Key sword!" The young man rejoices. He succeeded. Gonchan congratulates him. He has reached the mastery of Choyolchong. With such skills, he definitely will not be lost. The young man continues to celebrate his success wildly. The guy explains that his weakness is the lack of internal energy, so he must focus precisely on their training. Gonchan realizes that the young man is not listening to him. Admiring his sword radiating chi energy, Gonsan Jin rejoices, addressing his father. He did it. Looking at him, Gonchan thinks that he behaves like a small child. Remembering that the young man belongs to the Gonsan family, he mentally says, "It was worth it, Gonsan Jin. This family perished 10 years ago." Gonchan remembers how he and the teacher first saw Gonsan Jin. He was sitting on a stone by the pond, sighing sadly. Because of his condition, problems arose with his admission to the Chonam school. The teacher tells Gonchan that the child's name is Gonsan Jin. He is diligent in everything except training. After what happened to Gonsan's family, only a couple of people remain. He must want to restore the clan with the help of the martial arts school Chonam. Chunjin explains that he is a child who had to grow up early. He asks Gonchan to take good care of him. After that, the boy tried to be kind to Gonsan Jin. Therefore, he was often hit by the guy during training sessions. Gonchan engaged in battles with him as seriously as possible. He did it to strengthen his will to restore the clan and his desire to become stronger. It was the best thing he could do for him. Gonchan remembers the youth's persistence. When he himself already suggested stopping the fight, the other, no matter what, objected. No, he was just getting warmed up. The guy watches as he waves the sword, shouting that he did it. The official disciple of the Chonam sect Gonsan Jin became known as Doshon, which is how everyone here addresses him. The guy thinks how the young man rejoices in having just received the title of Chojolchun Master. The guy smiles. Now there is one more Chojolchong Master in the ranks of Kanho. A voice comes from the house. Is it true? In the hall, 2 men sit at a long table. In front of one of them, sitting at the head of the table, is an unfolded sheet of paper. He says that their Doshon has finally become a master of Choyolchong. Chunjin warns, if the young man stops maintaining skills in managing internal energy, it will be only half the journey completed. The energy of Gonsong Jin is unstable, although the first day of the 60th annual cycle has already passed. The elder agrees with him. That's right. Chunjin continues to speak. Therefore they prepared a plan according to which all his training focuses solely on developing internal energy. The young man continued to practice the Taiyang Songgong technique for 5 years. During this period, Chunjin believes, Gonsun Jin has accumulated a good level of mastery over magical energy. He explains that under the guidance of the head of the training center, the young man bought medicinal herbs and prepared decoctions from them. These decoctions played a significant role in accumulating internal energy by applying them to the body and consuming them. Chunjin says that as a result, Dokon accumulated an energy reserve equivalent to 50 years of meditation and grew so much in skills. Only all this allowed him to break through to the Master Chojolchun level. The elder says, if other students are trained by this method, they too will be able to reach the Chojolchun level or simply reach their limit. Continuing to study the sheet of paper, he adds, this training method will become unique in the Chonam school. The elder believes that not much time will pass before Gonshan is in the school council. He asks, does this child resemble a person who will lead? Chunjin thoughtfully says, does he necessarily have to be like that? The elder replies that the guy will not become like that anyway. The position of head does not necessarily have to go to the strongest in martial arts. If so, they will just postpone the search for a candidate for this position. Bringing a cup of hot drink closer to himself, the old man asks, is Gonshan powerful? The interlocutor answers that, in his opinion, the guy does not look like a person striving for power. Chunjin admits that, in any case, Gonshan has a passion for gold. The elder asks in surprise, gold? He adds. If his interlocutor thinks so, then it might be true. Raising the cup to his lips, he says, it seems the guy has collected a lot of alms. From generation to generation, the Chonam sect had no influence, but everyone respects Chonam because it is hard to ignore the strength of the warriors of this school. Gonshan brought a huge number of books on martial arts theory, according to which the training plan was made. Even martial arts from other cultures were collected in these books. Gonshan knows many of them and believes that the fastest way to achieve great success is by understanding the principles of various techniques. The old man asks, is Chonsan still the head of the training center at present? Chunjin answers affirmatively. Yes, he is. From behind the hall doors, the voice of the elder is heard, announcing that he will grant Gonshan the authority to attend the Council of Elders. Chunjin is extremely surprised by this decision and cannot hide it. The Council of Elders is a meeting of masters holding the title of Elder and above. Gonshan's teacher thinks that even Master Chondo cannot attend the Council of Elders. Kondo aims for the position of the first sword of Chonam, the most skilled warrior, and his level of mastery is comparable only to the gods, and even that is not a sufficient reason to invite him to the Council of Elders. Chunjin says that inviting Gonshan now would be a reckless decision. Problems might arise afterward, so he asks the elder to reconsider this decision. The old man confidently replies, no, the guy already deserves to be present at the council. He explains to his interlocutor that Gonshan is endowed with excellent qualities. One way or another, he does not doubt that the guy is capable of making their school more outstanding. Chunjin still tries to object, but the old man, standing up, interrupts him. Enough, he has already decided everything. The clan leader says that his authority is sufficient for this. The Heavenly Horse. Meijin, the Dark Master Chon Unma, dispels the surrounding darkness by concentrating energy above his palm. He wonders, what is the limit of human strength? How much? Chonma Wall is a place where one can practice the destructive path of the Dark School, since this rock cannot be destroyed. He commands the sphere, approaching the wall whose edge is invisible. Explode! An explosion occurs. Stones fall from somewhere above. Chon Unma raises his palm upward and creates a protective field. Energy surrounds him and protects him from the rockfall caused by the explosion. Everything quiets down. Words of congratulations make the man look around. Smiling, he asks, did the saint personally wait for him? Before him, accompanied by men in masks, stands the Holy Maiden of the Dark Path, Jim Keen. She says that the devil gave a prophecy. Pulling on his kaftan, Chon Unma replies, the eyes of the Holy Maiden cannot be mistaken. He asks, and what future did she see? Jim Keen answers, those who can interfere with their cause will appear. The man wonders, does she think that someone is capable of interfering with their great cause, despite his skills? The girl says that the future is becoming increasingly chaotic. Chon Unma says thoughtfully, so, the future is foggy. He wonders, could the current rulers really have such power? The man asks, then how is it better for him to act? Jim Keen suggests he wait 10 years. Chon Unma is outraged. Wait another whole 10 years? The girl says that Manhwa will prepare everything. An ominous aura emanates from the man when he asks, does she see that Manhwa is capable of seizing power? The girl answers, he fits better than Chon Unma. The man is overwhelmed with rage. Jim Keen looks at him in surprise. He lets out a scream, and his energy crashes down on the girl's companions, who do not even flinch. Walking back and forth past Jim Keen, the man asks, does she mean that strength alone is not enough? The girl answers, correct. Looking back at her, Chon Unma says with a slight smile, so if they can believe Manhwa. Continuing to smile, he finishes the phrase, they will rule the world together with him. In the night sky above the brightly lit mansion by lanterns, dark clouds drift. Military advisor Murim Jegal Chunmun paces the hall, pondering. He is concerned that the dark school is inactive. He wonders, what is the reason? The advisor suspects that Maneja is up to some dark business. A man appears at the door, bowing his head in a bow. He announces that it is time to go to the meeting. The military advisor walks down the corridor lit by lamps, where 2 warriors stand near one of the doors. More than 10 people have gathered at the table in the hall. The first item on the agenda is the conflict between Do Hwamun and Jang Komun. It is necessary to consider everyone's opinion and resolve the dispute. The military advisor, looking at the people discussing the conflict, thinks, as always. Something catches him in these words, and he mentally says to himself, wait, as always? Namgun Muja, looking at the papers, says that next is the discussion about the Moan clan. Recently in their clan, a year before joining Murim, the Liaoxin province is connected to the Habok province by land and to the Shandong province by sea. The offensive on these borders was quite natural. In the territories of the Habok and Shandong provinces, the largest clans traditionally ruled, while the small and medium ones constantly conflicted among themselves for power. To defeat a large enemy clan, they asked to join the Moan clan. The young man says that this is about the right to receive income from the salt farm, using force. The interlocutor interrupts him. What is he even talking about? All rights to the salt farm belong to them, Chol Songmun. While the dispute flares up at the table, the military advisor thinks, a trap. Looking at those present, heated by the argument, he understands that the participants of Kanho will fight among themselves. Since there is a lot of dissatisfaction, everything will happen quickly. Jegal Chunmun understands that this is exactly the malicious intent. The head of the alliance addresses him, saying that he has a troubled expression. What happened? He replies that he feels unwell today, so he wanted to leave early. Namgun Muja says, so that's how it is. The military advisor leaves the hall, thinking that those present are busy fighting for profit increase. But this situation resembles interference in politics. The Sahelan Union cannot intervene openly. They can only act covertly. And Jegal Chunmun cannot do anything, even though he is a military commander. He thinks, it seems the situation was created due to the joining of the Moan clan. Walking decisively, he mentally addresses Ma Neje, saying that he only now understood his plan. The military advisor mentally assures the opponent that he will not let him easily carry out his plan. The sun floods the buildings on the mountain peak. Chunjin, walking through the courtyard with the elder, says, thanks to the developed method by Gongchen, already 30 people have reached Chojolchon. If this continues, soon they will have the power to suppress other sects. He adds, not only does he train, but the guy also conducts joint research with his older brothers. He thinks Gongchen should be given some rest. The elder replies that getting results is more important. The old man says that creating the research center was indeed a great idea. For Chonam, it is very important to obtain a unique secret training plan. Research center. A place for professional study of martial arts. The concept is exactly the same as the modern one. Gongchen brought this system to Chonam, which allowed for great success. Gonchen's voice sounds in the room. Among Kanho, the potential of martial arts is limited by life force. Next, he explains that many clans exterminate each other to obtain secret techniques. Standing at the head of the table, he tells the 4 men sitting to his left and right that the result of this is that thousands of teachings have disappeared. It's a pity, right? But they are different. They will discard the outdated ideology. He proposes to jointly study the martial arts of other clans to make them their own. The guy calls to make their school even stronger. Looking around, Gonchan says that being under control is not the best situation. Behind the guy stand the elder and Chungjin. Gonchan exclaims, Teacher! Chungjin says that there will be many schools that will be annoyed by their progress. Hwasan has already begun to strengthen quietly. The teacher, placing a hand on the guy's shoulder, says he understands his passion, but suggests slowing down a bit. He believes they have already achieved more than planned, and in a shorter period of time. Gongchen agrees with him and bows respectfully before the teacher and the clan head. A hand strikes the table forcefully. A voice sounds, Why have you not succeeded yet? A mercenaries' meeting. A man continues to angrily question the person sitting opposite him. A year has passed since the assassination request, and the target is still alive. What should he do now? The man with scars on his face, to whom he addresses, answers gloomily that in attempts to carry it out, he went to Chonam. He says that he settled nearby, but the target does not leave the school walls. The 3rd man sitting with them at the table says that this is not their problem. Despite the order, they cannot do anything. The man sitting at the head of the table says, Let it be so, but there must be no mistakes. He asks, What does the man think? When will the target emerge? He answers, He cannot know that. The borders of Cheonam are excellently guarded. It is impossible to penetrate inside. The man sitting at the head of the table says that they guard their borders better than the Hwasan sect, so something is happening there. He believes the order cannot be postponed any longer, and tells them to find a way. The moon illuminates a small house. Her light penetrates through the open window and falls on the muscular body of Gongchen, sitting in the lotus position. He thinks, the perfect theory to achieve the result. The guy is thinking about how he will manage to maintain chi with the help of willpower. Although he continues to practice continuously, he still hasn't found the answer. Gongchen believes that if one tries to develop waves of higher consciousness, it will become possible to direct chi with brain waves. Thus, he will be able to move energy around himself using the power of will. He wonders whether to try unconsciously. The guy continues reasoning. If brainwaves and the flow of chi are connected incorrectly. Imagining how it could all end, he exclaims, "Under no circumstances should you get carried away." He looks at the notebook lying before him and sighs in frustration. This is a dead end. Is he left to wait for enlightenment or something else? The guy decides to first write down what he felt today. He is sure that no one but him can decipher his notes, because he writes in Korean, and in this world a different language is used. He takes the brush in his hand, thinking, if you do it like this, you can become an idiot, so it is worth being more careful. Gongchen writes in a notebook saying, this must be the premise for searching for martial arts related to Shandan Tian, a vital point in the head. He thinks he needs to go to the black market and wonders. Probably, it will be expensive? Suddenly the door panels swing wide open, and the person appearing on the threshold exclaims, "Mentor!" The guy asks, "What is it?" Gonsun Jin, decisively stepping towards Gongchen sitting on the floor, declares that something terrible has happened. The young man reports that Mujong Chingen has appeared. Mujong Chingen. This book was written 300 years ago by a man named Mu Chanja, who is known as the best master in the world. Not only does this book contain all his works, but there are also legends that it holds a secret by which one can become the strongest in the entire world. However, adherents of the main school absolutely do not recognize this and consider the mastery of their family styles incomparably stronger. A voice comes from the mansion. This is definitely a trick of the dark school. Namgun Muja agrees with the military advisor. He thinks so too. He remembers the words spoken by the commander and asks, did Jaegul Chunmun therefore secretly gather and train Amrandan? The head of the alliance, sitting at a small table opposite the military advisor, says, since the dark school resorted to such tricks, what is the state of affairs today? Jaegul Chunmun answers, the Hwanjok faction, known as the first sect in Kansason, visited the tomb of Mu Chonja, where presumably his book is located. Namgun Muja says, exactly Kansason. Kansoson. Now this area is under the control of Sahelin. The sect that lost in that battle was known for continuing the traditions of Hwa Gonjok. In Kansoson, no one could say a word against them. Namgun Muja asks, how did the Hwanjok sect manage to find Mu Chonja's tomb? The military advisor replies that he has no idea, but they say they have been excavating the presumed burial site for 2 months already. Jaegul Chunmun continues to tell. Since the information is hidden, it means there is no progress yet. He heard that Sahelin left after learning about this. The alliance leader asks, and they also found out about this? The interlocutor answers, correct. Namgun Muja asks, do they currently have several sects of blind investigators, those who do not question the opinion of the authority? The military advisor answers, yes, the majority. The alliance leader grabs his head, thinking, a complete headache. The forces of the major sects are almost equal, but all they do is shout at each other. He asks, how can this meeting be regulated? Jaegul Chunmun says, there is still no result. In the end, with a grim face, the head of the alliance listens to the military advisor's opinion that it may be necessary to ask the Moen clan for help. Rising from the table, the head of the alliance says, however, others will not accept this decision. Jaegul Chunmun agrees with him, most likely yes. Namgun Muja says, the main thing is they must not risk the name Murim in the search for the Mujonchingen book, so let the military advisor contact Menju. The interlocutor replies, he is not sure they will be able to understand the situation. The alliance leader approaches the round window and opens the sashes. Looking at the clouds, he suggests leaving it to the will of the sky. Cheonam School, hidden among mountain peaks. Around Gongchen, a circle is drawn. On 3 sides, 3 pupils armed with clubs approach him. He commands them, well, more. Clubs strike the guy with force. He does not defend himself, only exclaims, how painful it is! When the beating ended, the boy, without raising his head, asks, who hit him on the shoulder blade? One of the youths, clearly nervous, admits that it was him. Gongchen shrugs his shoulders, saying, very good. He adds, more. The boy is delighted with his armor. He says that not only the skin becomes denser, but also the internal organs. He asks, did they understand this? The students shout in unison, yes! Gonchan says that they can disperse. Looking after the students leaving the pavilion, he says, today we worked well. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gonchan thinks about the fact that he has reached only the 6th section of mastering the armor technique. He decides that as soon as he gets used to it, he will be able to combine theory and essence. Waves of energy spread throughout the pavilion. Gonchan stands, spreading his arms and surrounding himself with a force stream. He thinks that this will allow him to create new combat techniques and strengthen Chonam. Opening the wooden door, Gonchan enters the room. The garments fall at his feet and he takes a step forward. The boy climbs into the bath. He submerges in the water and it overflows the edge. He brings his palms close to each other. Gonchan begins doing breathing exercises. A light mist of energy emanates from his body. Soon all the bruises and abrasions disappear, and his skin is clean and healthy again. He continues doing breathing exercises. Streams of his energy burst out of the building's window. Picking up the long noodles with chopsticks, Gonsan Jin brings them to his mouth. Gonchan enters the room. Seeing the young man chewing, he asks, did he also want to eat? Gonsan Jin explains that because of the homework given to him by his mentor, he was late for lunch. He asks the guy, did he train the armor again today? Gonchan, sitting at the table, answers, yes. He explains that he needs to practice continuously because the more he trains, the more amazing this armor technique seems to him. The young man suggests that his interlocutor try it later as well. He believes that it fits well with the muscle memory training methods of their school. He decides to later present this armor in the training hall as one of the new techniques of Chonam. Gonchan thinks that this technique will become the face of their school. Then, recalling the question that interested him, he exclaims, exactly. They say it has become known again about the appearance of the Mujonchingun book. Gonsan Jin replies that there are heated debates about this topic in Murim right now. He heard that Sahalan seriously hopes to research this book, so they have started to move. Gonchan inquires, has the place already been discovered, but not yet excavated? The young man replies, it seems there are some hidden pitfalls there. The Sakhalin side says there are no suitable masters, so they can't get anything done. Gonchan, folding his arms on his chest, says contemptuously, fools. Gonsan Jin says that since ancient times, using one's head in martial arts schools was hardly required. At best, for weaving intrigues. Gonchan asks, does he mean that working with the mind is not necessary? The young man says, there is of course that. But they say a living person cannot enter the tomb of Muchonja. Gonchan is interested, he asks, how is that? Gonsan Jin explains, he heard that the crypt was made so that no living soul could either enter or leave. Gonchan says, it turns out the aristocrat Muchonja was very erudite. At that moment, a servant approaches them with a tray on which there is a plate of noodles. The servant places the plate in front of Gonchan, and he, rubbing his hands joyfully, thanks him. Lowering the chopsticks into the plate, the young man says that after practicing armor techniques, he is very hungry. He greedily brings the chopsticks with noodles to his mouth. His appetite is spoiled by a voice calling out to him. A student approaches their table, saying that he is being sought in the main palace. The sun generously pours light on the main palace. The guy bows in the traditional way, saying that Gonchan came at the summons of teacher Chonsan. The man sitting at the table says that he has a job for the guy. He reports that Gonsan has already left, and brother Chongi will accompany him. The man is sure that from the rumors the guy already knows about Mujonchingun. Gonchan believes that Murim is also involved in the search for the Muchonja book. The teacher says thoughtfully, it seems so. The main school also sent help. He shares his thoughts with the guy. It turns out she also showed some interest regarding the search for this book. Gonchan, smiling, thinks, the answer from Chonam. The man says that he needs to protect other students from the main school. The guy replies, understood. Gonchan asks, does brother Gonsan also know about this? The teacher answers, of course. Then, realizing, adds, the elder brother Chondo will also go with them. The guy remembers Chondo. His merits are impressive. He is quite strong. Gonchan says that he understands everything, and asks, when do they set out? People from each sect set out for Murim. In the foreground stands the Jagal family. The Huanjok sect is furious. They believe this is their business. Murim has no reason to interfere in this. Most sects strive to obtain Mujongchingen and seize its power. The internal structure of Murim's followers has already begun to collapse. The elder Kondo, sitting on a horse, says they must not disgrace the name of their main school. A young man standing by the road looks at the flag fluttering above the riders. He tells his friend that the influence of Chonam has grown a lot recently compared to past years. They no longer seem insignificant compared to others. The guy sitting on the horse listens to whispers in the crowd. Looking at the column of students marching behind the riders, the friend says to the young man, apparently, They also have an interest in Muchonja? The approaching man is greeted by a person with the words, "Brother" came after closing. The elder says he came to offer some help to his nephew. The interlocutor says, he means Gonchen. The man asks, has Chonam advanced significantly thanks to the guy? The person who met him answers, Taeyang San Gon is quite effective. Thanks to this, he has grown. He was busy with matters outside school, so he could not personally see his progress. Inviting the elder to come further, he adds, it seems they will see a considerable difference. The elder asks, does he think so? An exclamation is heard, "Sister!" The young woman quickly turns around. A smiling Gonshan peeks through the slightly open door. He exclaims, "Long time no see." Gonan asks, "When did he arrive?" Then guesses, so he was that reinforcement? Gonshan says, not only him, the older brother also arrived. She, squinting her eyes slyly, asks, "Only them?" And they said someone from the senior masters would arrive. The guy answers, if she knew that, then why was she surprised by his arrival? She says, the messenger said so, how could she know more? Gonan looks with surprise at the small bruises on the guy's neck. She asks, what's with his skin? Gonshin explains, it's because of the steel armor technique he is studying. The guy adds, and not only him, the whole sect is training it now. He thinks it will be good if the little sister studies poisons too, because having resistance to poisons is very important. Gonan objects, but in Chonam they focus on something else. She asks, did he get permission from the elder? Gonshin says, he allowed him to do everything he deems necessary. The girl says that after talking with him, her head started to hurt. She thinks he does whatever he pleases. A young man enters the room, saying that he hasn't seen his sister for a long time. She greets him with a traditional bow, replying, indeed, it's been a while. Gonshin also greets the older brother. Namgunmu says, the two of them really have a good relationship. Coming closer, he informs that they need to leave tomorrow, so they should go to bed early. The girl asks, is he here just to say that? He answers that he came to see her face. He turns around and leaves. Gonshan and Gonan watch him go. When the door slammed shut, the guy says, after all, the older brother. He turns to his interlocutor and asks, is he really in love with her? She attacks the guy with fists, shouting for him to get lost somewhere else and say that nonsense there. From the house come the cries of Gonshin, begging her to stop, since his whole body is already covered in bruises. The elder Kondo, standing next to the guy, announces to the students lined up before them, the school is moving out on the request of the commander-in-chief. Making any movements they must remember. He says with emphasis, so that everyone present is moved, about preserving the honor of their school. The man explains to the students listening attentively. Even if the Book of Muchonja is a treasure, they must remember that their school is in the process of restoring its greatness, and its students must in no way forget this or say anything that could hinder it. He warns everyone to be careful, and if they cannot temper their zeal, then they better stay here. Everyone answers in unison, understood. Gonshan mentally rejoices. Finally, they are setting out on a campaign for the Book of Muchonja. Only some of Chonam remained in Murim. The rest 150 people moved on. Perhaps other sects will also set out after preparation. The numerous army moves toward the burial place of Muchonja. A map lies on the table. A voice sounds. The scheme of two tigers fighting over food has always been effective. Maneja says maliciously, these fools from Murim will fight among themselves, and spies planted everywhere will pour oil on the fire. He says, it is only a matter of time before the battle with Sahelin begins. Smiling, he adds, it's funny when they all gather, not even asking whether this is a real tomb or not. Leaning on the table, surrounded by the half-darkness of the room, dispersed only by its sinister aura, Maneja says, perhaps it won't take even 10 years. Riders from the Jomchan sect gallop along the road. A voice addressed to the teacher sounds. Will they be able to get the Muchong book? The man leading the squad answers, quite likely. The problem will only be in the distribution. The young man riding behind him asks again, in the distribution? The teacher wonders, couldn't all clans have been forbidden to set out? One way or another, when the main school starts giving something out, smaller ones might miss the event. He adds, it's unclear whether they will be able to control this. Urging his horse forward, he says, if the chance to take the book for themselves arises, they must definitely take advantage of it. The man says that everyone should remember all this well. Ren smiles dreamily. Yen looks more serious. Gonshin, riding between the sisters and not very happy about this fact, asks, so how did it happen? He told them to go with their family. Ren replies that this is how they express gratitude to the mentor. Laughing, she says, if they want to repay him, they must accompany him everywhere. Gonshan, looking at her disapprovingly, asks, is she sick? Is this the first symptom of chi distortion? The guy asks Yen, why is her sister talking this nonsense? She's the older one and should be looking after her. Ren, pouting discontentedly, asks, "Does Uncle really think she has gone mad?" He answers, "No, he just thinks she is tired." The guy says, "Even if her gratitude is so great, who could come up with the idea of pursuing someone as a form of gratitude?" Angry Ren tries to punch the guy with her fist, shouting, "Is he implying that she is an idiot?" The guy objects, "That's not true." Leaning towards him, the girl says that it is indeed so. Gonen rides ahead, listening to their conversation. The elder, turning to the guy and the twins, shouts, "The Sakhelan territory is about to begin. Could they please focus a little?" The guy apologizes to him. Becoming serious, Gonchan thinks. Almost arrived. Finally. The girls also fall silent. From the upper floor of the mansion, a voice is heard, and Ma Nej's head is working. Salma Kekchan asks the advisor, "What should they do?" He answers, in his opinion, it would be better to retreat. The head of the Hellenman organization asks again, "Retreat?" The advisor replies that this is definitely the work of the Dark School, and if the tomb of Mu Chongjia is genuine, his book could very well be stored there. The interlocutor is interested, so what? The advisor explains, "It would be wise to prepare a forgery just in case. What if everything goes off plan? Wanting a little means losing more. They crave this book so much, they will never achieve peace in the reigning chaos." He is sure that Maneja has long ago found Mu Chongjie's crypt and did not open it, saying that anyone who touches this place will die. Compared to Mu Chongjie's book, the Dark School has a much more outstanding and valuable item, Ishin Rock. Looking at the map lying on the table, the advisor says, compared to the benefit of obtaining Mujonchingun, by using this book for their own purposes, they will gain much greater advantage, at least, that's what he thinks. Salma Kekshun replies, "Understood." Helmeni continues, "All they can do now is wait." He says that now they and Murim share the same land. The time they have been waiting for has finally come. Salma Kekchun's voice echoes through the hall. "Enough explanations. Let him answer." The advisor says, "All thanks to Maneja working hard for them." The Master of Dark Magic says his plan is simple. They have informed that Mu Chongjie's crypt is located in the Jade Mountain area. There is a large sect called Huanzhong in that place. It was they who discovered Mu Chongjie's crypt. After that, the people of Sahelan came and began excavations. The military advisor says that Sahelan overworked themselves and left. He asks himself, did Murim, encountering no resistance, simply arrive in Kansusan? The man says, he now understands Helmania's intentions. Sitting at the table, he thinks, even Murim can understand such a simple plan. He unfolds a sheet of paper on the table. Jagal Chunman takes a brush in his hands, saying that he must send a letter to the commander-in-chief. A group of people stands before the grave of Mu Chongjia. They look attentively at the spectacle unfolding before them. The man says, "Wow, here the first and second hexagrams meet." He is contradicted. Doesn't he know they are incompatible? Someone from the group says, "But in this seal, everything contradicts the rules." A man rushes forward, saying he will try to break the seal. He is contradicted. On the contrary, there is no reason to break this seal. It could be dangerous. Gonchan, standing in the crowd with arms crossed over his chest, wonders, what is wrong with them? There is a simple way. The guy does not understand why those present do not use the simplest method. He thinks, the original seal used here is also one of the hexagram seals, and around it are many other small ones, making everything rotate together. The basic system is created according to certain rules. To open the seal, you need to use this rule, but it can also be broken by force. He understands. There is only one way. Gonchan raises his hand and loudly asks a question. What about the explosives? The onlookers condemn Gonchan. No way Murim actually has a reputation. If he doesn't know how to remove the seal, did he immediately decide to blow it up? Shouts are heard. This suggestion tarnishes Murim's honor. Disappointed by their stubbornness, the boy leaves, thinking that he needs to train, not waste time in vain. Sitting on a huge boulder, the boy makes notes in a notebook. He says that first you need to try the selection method. Endurance and defense are important here. Gonchan thinks. He has thrown out a couple of options, but surely the effectiveness will be poor. He wants to find some innovative way. He decides to practice the seal form, and the notebook falls to the ground. Gonchan stands, bending one knee, straightening and setting aside the other leg, and directing his palms toward the ground. His body is enveloped in a bluish aura glow. He is forced to stop training by Gonen's voice. She told him not to try to open the seal. The boy replies to the young girl approaching him that sitting here idly is a waste of time. She asks, is he really going to selflessly help everyone around? Smiling, the boy answers, is she lecturing him? To him, all this is empty noise. He asks, and anyway, did she come here to show her bad temper? Gonchan wonders, is Namgunmu bothering her again? She recoils in horror from the boy, shouting, no! Biting her lower lip and lowering her head, the girl recalls the crowd of her admirers. And she thinks, not only him. Gongchen asks her a question. When will they finally break open that crypt? The girl answers that she herself does not know. They still can't find a way, they have even asked for help. The guy asks, do they think someone will come and open the tomb for them? Gonin says that they requested gunpowder from the imperial family. The guy is surprised. Really? They all looked at him like that and lamented the good name of Murim. The girl says, it seems to her they concluded that blowing it up would be easier. The guy says that finding gunpowder will also take time. He believes that in this area the search could drag on for several months. Won't that lead to even bigger disputes? Everyone is eager to open this barrier as soon as possible. He thinks that conflict among the expedition members should be feared. Gongchen adds, after all, everyone here is only because of greed. A month has passed since Murim began the excavations. Salma Kekchun is furious. Who is this Murim anyway to cause chaos on the land of Sahelin? Meanwhile, Murim's representatives gathered at the table decide that they must complete all their work here before the sect of Sahelin's outrage grows even more. They need to find a way out of the situation. Meanwhile, Sahelin's discontent only grows. The other side is trying by all means to get as much explosives as possible from the lands of various clans. Loaded carts hurry on the way to the burial site. They also brought gunpowder from the imperial family. The setting sun illuminates the mountain peaks. Around the huge funnel, on one of the walls of which a passage is visible, people are standing. Pen Chongrim, head of the Habukpen family, shouts, "Everyone forward!" Shouts are heard. The Mu Chongja book is right under our noses. Let's hurry. The crowd moves forward like a monolithic wall. Some have already drawn their swords. Warriors jump into the funnel one after another. Gonchan cautiously looks around. He thinks that the Cheonim sect, the Namgun and Jagal clans, the Moen family, the Shaolin monastery, and several other sects have not moved from their places, while others have rushed into the entrance arch. The guy says to Gonin, standing behind him, there is no point in getting the Mu Chongja book. How greedy. The girl asks, does he really think there is no point in it? He answers, yes. Does she really think it is so easy to master the most complex techniques? Their use is the question. Standing at the edge of the funnel, he explains that the book is a collection of secret knowledge of earth and sky. Its content represents a huge number of the most complex ciphers. Who is capable of deciphering them and applying them correctly? Gonshin continues, well, maybe only someone from the main school. But isn't that futile torment? After all, most of the knowledge and secrets of that time are already lost. The girl admits that he is right here. She asks, and when should we start to worry? Gonin wonders, I wonder who will move first, Sahelin or the Dark School. They know that the Cheonim squad will move only on the order of the Cheondo Elder. A rider gallops at full speed along the road. From afar he shouts, a letter! The horse rears up when the strong hand of the man pulls the reins. The rider reports that an urgent message has arrived from the Murim headquarters. Gonchan, like the others, is eager to know the contents of the message. Meanwhile, the crowd of people reaches the place where the cave splits into two passages. Someone among them complains that no matter how far they go, the road never ends. Complaints are heard that it is very stuffy here. One of the warriors asks Peng Chongrim, there is a fork ahead. Where should they go? The man thinks, if they split up, there is a chance that another clan will get to the book first, and it is already too late to conduct reconnaissance. The people turn their heads back, hearing a noise. A man rushes to them with the words, we are returning. He reports that the Sakhalin army is approaching, so everyone has been ordered to gather. Opinions among the people are divided. Some believe, if they are given a little more time, they will find the book. Others object. The order is to return. They suggest scattering the Sakhalin. Peng Chongrim thinks that he has bypassed the defense and reached all the way here. And now, when the book lies right before his nose, he needs to go back. The Sakhalin themselves are preparing to seize the book. Mentally, the head of the Habukpen family curses. He orders to install the remaining explosives. The squad gallops swiftly along the road. The riders urge the horses on. Salma Kekchun, riding alongside the advisor, tells him that Mu Chongja's book must not fall into the hands of Murim. In his gaze, fixed forward, a questioning expression appears. They see a cloud of smoke from the explosion rising far above the treetops. Gonshin, looking back, sees a column of smoke shooting up into the sky. He says that as a result, he will neither be able to look at this book nor participate in the fight. The young man shifts his gaze to Peng Chongrim, standing nearby. The man's face is twisted with anger, and from his lips slips, annoying. The young man, looking at him with disapproval, thinks, how foolish. Gonshin reflects that Sahelin brought a strong army here, but the people standing here are completely different. Calling them an elite force is out of the question. On the contrary, internal conflicts will most likely begin now. It would be better to try to avoid a senseless clash. The dismounted Sahelin squad stands behind Salma Kekchun and his advisor. examining the huge crater blocking their path. The leader says, acute reaction. He asks, isn't it boring to just leave Murim here? The advisor agrees with him. He is right. Salma Kekchun says, now they will help them with a light warm-up and see what they are capable of. The advisor reports that preparations are complete. He says that the Kavanjok sect is especially eager. Her head, holding a blade before her, shouts that the prey is right under their nose. The riders galloping behind him raise their blades and support him with a shout. The warrior reports to the elder Kondo that the Sahelan group has begun to act. The man, drawing his blade, orders everyone to prepare. His warriors, following his example, are preparing for battle. An evil smile appears on the face of the head of the sect Kvanjok as he says, quite bold for illiterate mongrels who cannot tell heaven from earth. Pen Chongrim orders the elders of all sects and their disciples to prepare. He claims that he is the oldest here now, so everyone must listen to him. The leader of the Kvanjok sect shouts, how dare they behave like this on his land? The man declares that he is a general sent by heaven. Showing them the parchment with hieroglyphs, he orders all strangers to get out of here. The inscription on this parchment reads, water becomes fog and the fog will turn into darkness. Warriors watch with surprise as a misty funnel forms before them. Under her cover, the warriors of the Kvanjok sect attack the enemy. A fight breaks out, where the advantage is clearly on the side of Kvanjok. Gonshin, watching the battle from afar, says, this is what they got in the end. Elder Kondo orders everyone to hold their positions. Retreating is forbidden, but charging headlong is also unwise. He says they must wait their turn. He orders to remember his command, and in response comes a united, yes, Elder. Gonshin stands, watching what is happening. Nearby, a battle unfolds. He thinks bitterly. After all, it happened. Drawing his blade, the guy thinks he must urgently find a way to avoid the collision. Gonshin finds the right solution. The snake must be beheaded. The elder gives the order for everyone to together make a huge and stable tail Chilson. Sahelan has 3 main groups of attackers. The first is the Hwanjok sect. The second consists of small clans that join Sahelan. The third is mercenary loners from different places, lacking honor and dignity. Gonshan thinks that in other words, these are those who have nothing to lose and who have devoted themselves to serving the sect. His gaze slides over the battlefield, where there are already many wounded and dead. In Gonshin's eyes flashes a deadly energy, foretelling nothing good for his opponents. He rushes forward to the fighting warriors. The elder and Gonin call out to him, what is he doing? Let him return. But Gonshan pays no attention to them and steps toward the fighters. He stops opposite the head of the Hwanjok sect. The man, seeing him, asks contemptuously, what kind of kid is this? The guy decisively approaches him, placing his hand on the hilt of the blade. The sect leader mockingly asks, is this a surrender? Smiling and lowering his eyes, the guy answers, yes, he surrenders. Then soaring high into the air, he attacks the opponents. In the hands raised above his head, the guy forms an energy sphere. It becomes more and more powerful. The sect leader's eyes widen in confusion. What is this? Gonshan unleashes all his power on the opponents. The guy's eyes glow with deadly energy. A fiery aura rages around him. He throws his hand forward, directing his power at the opponents. This energy is precisely distributed among numerous warriors, inflicting injuries on them. Their bodies fall to the ground, raising dust. Gonshan calls them pretenders. You don't die from that. Bluish icy energy concentrates between his palms. The guy says, but this you can die from. One of the opponents swears. What is this? The second, holding his chest with his hand, replies, torpedo attack. Falling to the ground, he adds, one of the style school's attacks in Chonam. Several warriors still standing on their feet look around confusedly. A blade falls to the ground. Gonshin stands in a shallow crater formed around him. The ground before him is strewn with the bodies of enemies. The impulse of Chonam shattered the entire attack of Hwanjok. This gave confidence to the Moan and Jigal clans. They began to suppress Sahelan. Behind the warriors appears a horseman. He gives the command to retreat. Pen Chongrim looks with surprise after the hastily retreating enemies. He orders, finish off everyone. A man in a red cloak approaches him and reports that the group of people left on the mountain has started moving. We need to retreat to Murim to avoid further losses. Passing by the man, he orders the people following him to take the fallen brothers. The main alliance will also leave. Peng Chongrim thinks that their school has lost many people. He orders to retrieve the bodies of comrades and retreat. Blood-red sunset sky hangs over the mansion. Namgun Muja, sitting at the head of the table, listens to the military advisor, who is looking at a sheet of paper he holds in his hands. He says, due to Sahelan's interference, the main goal was not achieved. Gimwan cannot be ignored either, since he joined Sahelan. Namgun Muja believes that Gimwan asks for a lot for his work. Jegal Chunman replies that fortunately, he managed to understand Ma Neja's plan, but they suffered heavy losses. Now it is only a matter of time before Mu Chanja's book falls into Sahelan's hands. The military advisor believes that Sahelan should be properly responded to. He asks, "How about using him?" The head of the alliance asks again, "Him?" The military advisor explains, "Wolyon Shintu." Namgun Muja recalls the one mentioned by the military advisor. He does not hide his surprise, asking, "Shouldn't such a thing be discussed at the elders' meeting?" The interlocutor believes that the fewer people know about it, the better. The head of the Murium alliance sinks into thought. Jagal Chunman sits silently, not rushing him. Namgun Muja asks, "Will Wolyon Shintu be able to steal Mu Chanja's book?" The military advisor answers that they must try. If he helps now, there is a chance of success, and they should also try to undermine Sahelin's morale in another way. The window is illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. The voice of Jagal Chunmun is heard. He thinks that a secret letter should be sent to the government. The head of the alliance asks, "So the crown and Murim cannot be connected?" The military advisor answers that in the current situation, no. Namgun Muja says, "That's why he says the situation is dangerous. He is glad that Jagal Chunman prepared him for the future, but it seems that this will not be enough." He asks, "What about this? They might be ready in advance for some kind of trick." He suggests attracting the attention of more people to this at the next meeting. The military advisor considers this a good idea, but he asks the head to keep in mind that there may be spies here. Namgun Muja replies that they need to be ready for extreme measures. Jagal Chunmun suggests discussing this at the next elders' meeting. Gonshan retreats together with the other warriors of their school. He looks tired. The guy thinks that in the end, the only thing they did here was undermine the seal instead of Sahelin. And in general, why do politicians make them deal with such filth? On the road, a convoy is stretched out. The warriors walk on foot. The wounded are carried in carts. Gonshan thinks they should comfort themselves with the fact that Cheongnam are the only ones who did not suffer heavy losses. The noise attracts his attention and makes him look back. He sees a group of warriors stopped. Another person has fallen, but there is no more space in the wagons. The guy thinks that because of Peng Cheonggrim's greed, the Habuk Peng family has suffered heavy losses. One of the warriors asks Peng Cheonggrim what they should do. The man's face distorts with anger. He showers Sakhalin with curses. Gonshan understands that as soon as they return to the headquarters, he will start insisting on destroying Sakhalin. Gonshan rushes to catch up with his brothers, thinking that this is like a forest fire that will not subside quickly if the flame is not extinguished. One must become strong enough to fight it. A few days later, Cheonam School. From behind closed doors into the empty corridor comes a clear voice. "Is he going to come down from the mountain?" Standing before the table where Chunjin sits, Gonshan confirms his decision. He says he wishes to gain experience in various battles at the Kanho level. The teacher says that the elders believe in him, and he blesses him on this journey. Though he leaves in search of himself, he should remember one thing. He will always be their student. Gonshan bows, agreeing with the teacher, and asks him to take care of himself. The boy leaves the walls of Cheonam School. Walking along the road, he reflects. Should he go to the black market? There is a lot of interesting stuff there. He feels sad. Of course, he would like to buy books on martial arts, but he has no money. But Gonshan cannot be sad for long. Deciding to reach Kanho and get rich, he skips along the road, humming a simple song. Continuing to hum, he walks along the forest path. Suddenly, he feels some movement. He stops and looks around. Finding nothing suspicious, he continues on, telling himself that he should get something for anxiety on the black market. Behind the trees, a man in a hooded cloak watches him. He grins sinisterly, rejoicing. His 10,000 gold nyans have finally come. Early morning, deserted streets. Kanho changes. After the battle with Murim, Sahelin still obtained the book of Mu Chongja. However, soon rumors spread about the appearance of Yenwol Shintu, and then it became known that the book had disappeared. After that, its copies began to spread throughout Kanho. Munjo from Hwanjok received the copies first. The man rejoices. Here is the power. Soon there will be no one left in Kanho except him. But instead of laughter, white foam bursts from his mouth. Soon he fell into a coma and died. The streets of Kanho are filling with passers-by. Two men are discussing the news. One of them says that Murim is involved in the theft of Mu Chongja's book. His friend does not believe him. It can't be. But the man insists. They say it was a deal in exchange for the release of Shintu, who was held captive by Murim. Gonshan accidentally overhears their conversation. The guy thinks that Murim's authority is slipping. Walking in the crowd, he reasons. Well, it turns out they, blinded by the possibility of a feat, rush towards each other with drawn blades. And in Kanho, such disorder, he finishes his thought. The guy notices the 2-story house he needs. Entering inside and walking past the bookshelves, he cannot hide his amazement. How expensive. The merchant behind the counter looks at the list the guy gave him. He says that he is looking for materials on mind control, brain impulses, and consciousness cognition, right? Gonshan replies that he plans to develop Shan Dantian, Maybe the man has treatises on cerebral circulation. The merchant says that the books he needs belong to the first class. He asks the guy to note that each of them will cost 200 neon. Gonchan sighs, quite expensive. The man continues speaking. First-class materials are very problematic in terms of control, but he can take second-class ones. The guy thanks him and explains that today he just stopped by to find out the price. He says goodbye, saying they will see each other next time. Gonchan is already heading to the door when the man calls him back and asks him to wait. He hands him a paper on which is written 100. The guy asks, why is he giving it to him? The merchant explains that this is a promotion, and here, on the land of Gimwan, it can be used as cash. He adds that this is payment for information. The merchant says that the immortal master trains Shandan Tian. This information costs money. The guy came to his little shop on the black market and sold him the information. Doesn't he want to take the reward? Leaving the shop, Gonchan thinks, how amazing that information about him costs money. The guy quickens his pace, thinking that although he is not a specialist in speedwalking, it saves time perfectly. In all of Chonam, only he is capable of using the speed technique step through the void. Like a hurricane, he rushes through the streets of Kanho, almost knocking down random passers-by. Having reached the outskirts, he slows down. Gonchan has to cover his nose with his hand. He wonders, what is that smell? The guy looks around. He sees poorly dressed men sleeping right on the ground and thinks, probably he took the wrong road and came to the slums. His gaze falls on a girl in shabby clothing with a basket in her hands. Gonchan thinks, no matter how hard he tries to develop his skills, he cannot help such people. The noise makes him turn around sharply. He sees that the girl has fallen to the ground and is not trying to get up. Gonchan runs to her at full speed. In the mansion's yard, a neatly dressed girl is playing with a dog. A man who approaches her asks, does she like it? She answers, of course, father, of course. The smiling girl thanks her father. She says the puppy is very cute. The man explains that now she must take good care of him. In a small pond in the yard, fish swim and lotuses bloom. The father, addressing little Weihua, says, let's go. The girl lies in bed. She hears her name and opens her eyes. A voice reaches her. This dust has no end. She glances in the direction from which it sounds. She sees Gonchan surrounded by streams of energy. He says he will clean all this up in his own way. Weihua sits up in bed, looking at him with surprise. Gonchan turns his head towards her and cheerfully says, oh, she woke up. He asks her to wait a little. The guy continues a peculiar cleaning using energy flows. He waves his hand, directing the flow of dust and debris out the window. Gonchan says the cleaning is finished. Turning to the girl, he asks her not to be afraid and introduces himself. His name is Gonchan. He is a master. Weihua is surprised. A master? Heading towards her, the guy says, correct. A Tao person who seeks perfection and perfects himself. Bending down to the girl, he says he knows how to heal her. He asks, does she feel no pain now? Weihua listens to her sensations. The guy says he knows her name, Weihua. He was told when he was looking for her home. The girl replies that it is so. She is Yen Weihua. Gonchan says, a beautiful name. Did her mother give it to her? Weihua screams fearfully, mother! The girl and the guy look at the neighboring bed where a woman lies. Gonchan says, he treated her too. But full recovery is still far away. She has poor endurance, so her health must be monitored. Tears flow from the girl's eyes. She says it is her fault. If only her mother ate better. But they can't manage it. She bursts into bitter tears, repeating, mother! Looking at the girl, the boy thinks that she is begging to feed her sick, weak mother. Crying, the girl thanks Gonchan for the help. The boy leaves the miserable hut where Weihua and her mother live. He wonders, can he really help them? Walking down the street, the boy sees poorly dressed men. Someone is staggering under the influence of alcohol, and someone is just starting to drink from the bottle. He suddenly turns around and runs to the hut. From behind the wooden door, a voice is heard addressing Weihua. Will she help the master? A crackling fire burns under the cauldron. Gonchan, throwing various herbs into the water, mutters, Kudrania root, pakim, ginseng. All the medicines are added. The brew will boil and become a medicinal decoction. Turning to Weihua sitting nearby, he says, however, it is important to maintain the heat. He explains to the girl that her mother is not sick because of some terrible disease. She is just weakened. These medicinal herbs will boost her immunity and she will feel better. The girl asks hopefully, really? Weihua cautiously says, but there is so much here. Does she have to eat it all? Gonchan answers, no, she just needs to continue drinking this decoction until she feels better. And while she drinks it, he will not sit idle either. Gonchan, raising his hands above his head, stands opposite a crowd of men, saying, he greets them all. The young man introduces himself. He is a third-generation student of the Chonam school. A girl stands nearby and watches him. Gongchen says that in Cheonan he practiced the Tao path for 10 years. He tells the poorly dressed men standing before him that he has come here now to help them. One man from the crowd says that lately all kinds of mutts call themselves monks of the Tao path. The second says he dares to suggest that the young man is selling some kind of junk. The first man turns around and leaves, suggesting the others go and have a drink instead. Watching him leave, Gongchen thinks, he struggled so hard to gather all these people, and this man just ruined everything. The young man is not going to give up. He decides that he needs to try again. Striking them with his energy, Gongchen says, let them allow him to introduce himself once more. He has come from a place where wisdom is accumulated and people become celestial beings. Gongchen announces that he is capable of solving their problems. If there are sick people among those present, let them come to him. He would like to examine them. The men exchange doubtful whispers. A monk from Cheonan? Is he really going to heal for free? In the crowd, a man flashes by whose face is hidden under the hood of a cloak. His eyes gleam malevolently in its shadow. He turns away and disappears behind the backs of the people. Someone's palm pushes the person standing in front in the back. One of the men pushes forward a gaunt man in patched-up clothes, saying, "How about this one? The most famous drunkard in the district. He says that if he takes 4 steps, he will immediately fall." As if to confirm his words, the man's legs buckle and he immediately falls to the ground. Looking at him, Gongchen sighs. The guy says, "Excellent," and rushes to the drunkard trying to get up. Gongchen listens to his pulse, thinking. The body is cold and accumulates dirty qi. He continues the examination under the keen gaze of the girl, who even came closer to them to better see his actions. Uihua's eyes are wide open with surprise. The people in the crowd are also amazed at what they have witnessed. The man, still sitting on the ground, raises his enlightened face to Gongchen, calling him Lord of the Celestial Beings. Immediately, the whole crowd falls to their knees before him. The man healed by Gongchen rises to his feet. He cannot hide his happiness. Rays of bright energy emanate from the guy and his patient. The man shouts that the guy is a saint descended from the heavens. The crowd breathes out in unison. He has descended to us. Night. Near the house, from whose windows light is pouring, 2 horses are grazing. 3 men are sitting at the table. The man in the cloak with a hood says that the target is in the slums of Shanxi. They say he is a good master. He believes there is no point in being overly cautious. The man sitting at the head of the table replies, "They will wait until the death of the immortal comes." The third present objects, but in that place there are eyes of both Cheonan and Hwasun. The man in the cloak declares, "So decided the commander-in-chief." Gongchen trains in the room by candlelight. He says, "If you breathe as slowly as possible and detonate several qi of the upper levels." Drops of sweat roll down his face. Bringing his palms together, he triumphs. It worked. Gongchen jumps up joyfully, shouting that the Gonsen technique is complete. The girl who entered the room watches him. She thinks, although he looks like a strange person, Mom really did get better. She mentally calls the guy a good little brother. Gongchen notices her presence and apologizes. He probably made too much noise? The guy explains. He didn't notice that it was already so late. Uihua, hesitating and calling him master, addresses him. She asks, "Does he become healthier when he does that?" Smiling, Gongchen answers, "Yes, healthier and stronger." Leaning toward her, the young man asks, "Does she also want to become healthier?" The girl asks him to say if she will be able to protect her mother if she becomes healthier and stronger. Gongchen crouches before her and gently places his palms on her forearms. He answers, "Yes," and asks, "Should he teach her?" Uiwa, with shining eyes, exclaims, "Of course." This little girl became the first whom Gongchen taught the new Gonsen technique. The effect of this technique improves people's health. The young man and the girl, standing before a crowd of men, demonstrate the necessary movements, and they repeat after them. Gongchen says that one should exhale as slowly as possible and try to feel the flow of strength in the abdomen. This brought energy to the slums, and people began to arrange their homes. Thanks to all this, the name Cheonan was buzzing throughout Shanxi. Men sitting in a tavern at a set table are having a conversation. One of them says, he heard that Cheonan is engaged in charity in the slums of Shanxi. With this help, the slum residents stopped getting sick all the time. The second man says, rumors say that it is all the immortal. The interlocutor asks, should they now call the slums by a different name? The Hwasun sect. Several men sit at a long table. One of them clarifies, the noble master of Tao? The second says, with the help of this art, he not only healed the poor but also taught them the basics, starting the popularization of the Tao path. Another person says, he heard that he created a unique method of breathing gymnastics and teaches it for free. The man sitting at the head of the table says that this does not comply with trade rules. He puts a notebook on the table saying, This is breathing gymnastics. One of the people present at the table says that the information about it was received not only by them but also spread to other sects. The person sitting opposite him adds, "They say that on the western coast most people have already learned this technique." Another man thinks that things are bad. The new star of Jonam is spreading innovations he invented. The clan leader decides that they cannot stay aside. If Jonam plans to expand its sphere of influence in Shanxi, then Hwasun is ready to contain it. A month later, near a small table on the street, on which various herbs are placed, and a tent stretched to protect from the sun's rays, stand Gonchan and Weihua. The woman bows to the guy and thanks him. He asks her to be careful. Gathering herbs from the table, he tells the girl that it is time for them to go. Weihua objects, saying that she is curious about something. She asks the guy, what happens if chi energy for regeneration affects the cell nucleus? Gonchan leans toward her, and looking into her eyes says, how does she know such a thing? The guy looks at the girl with surprise. After all, she only recently started studying. Weihua says, she heard him talking to himself during training. Gonchan ruffles the girl's hair, saying that these talks are still too complicated for her, so she shouldn't bother her head with them. The guy admits that it is usually hard to remember such complicated, unfamiliar terms. He thinks she is extraordinarily smart. The girl asks, are those who remember well called smart? Gonchan, continuing to gather herbs, answers that you could say that. The guy is looking closely at Weihua standing next to him. If you think about it. Earlier, a scent comes from the house. Herbs and roots fly into the cauldron. Words sound. Let's add red ginseng in addition to the usual one, and also a handful of elderberry and licorice root. The girl sitting by the fire says that the fire is too strong. Approaching her, Gonchan says, he didn't teach her to make the decoction. Weihua replies, she watched how he did it last time, and now she just does the same. He is surprised. She saw it once and can repeat it? He is even more amazed when he realizes she did everything perfectly. The guy asks the girl, does she want him to show how smart she is? The sun is setting as they return home. Gonchan says, amazing. Even that she has thoughts about it is already amazing. Weihua skeptically asks, really? And Gonchan nods. That's right. The girl has an absolute memory. Looking at the little companion carrying a pot in her hands, he thinks that she has a completely different level of memorization. He himself developed his memory in various ways, but for the girl, it is innate. Weihua says, although it is nothing special, she is glad to receive praise. Gonchan objects, no, it is truly astonishing. Not many people are capable of using their brain in martial arts. Those who have come to this are Gonchan and the Jigal family. It is quite difficult to use this ability even for a second during a fight. It is only possible if a person can think rationally and very quickly. Looking at the girl, Gonchan thinks that next to him is a child who harbors an extraordinary talent, an innate gift. The guy asks Weihua if she has an interest in Tao. The woman's palms squeeze the guy's hand tighter when she asks him to take care of her child. Gonchan with a backpack, Weihua and her mother stand by the door. The guy says she has nothing to worry about, since teachers and mentors are as important as parents. But she will in no way become less significant to her daughter. The guy informs that there is lodging for the stewards in the main building. He asks if she would like to work there. He reminds that the woman needs to continue taking care of her health. The mother kneels before her daughter. Gonchan's hand gently strokes the girl's hair as he says, doesn't a woman want Weihua, having received an education, to return and see her in good health? Holding her daughter to her chest, the woman with tears in her eyes thanks the guy. Weihua hugs her mother. Looking at them, Gonchan himself cannot hold back tears. The mother asks the girl not to worry about her and to obey the teachers. Walking down the street, Gonchan asks the girl if she does not want to leave her mother. Weihua answers that she does not want to, but it's all right. She must endure everything and learn. Her words make Gonchan look intently at his young companion. Putting his arm around the girl's shoulders, he says that Weihua is very smart. At the foot of the stairs leading to the archway of the mansion gate, several men are standing. Gonchan says, well, then they can go to the Tao temple. They are greeted by a young man who has folded his hands in a traditional greeting. He greets Gonchan, calling him mentor. The guy tells Weihua that now this man is her older brother. Gonchan informs the student Doshan that this is a new student. She does not yet have status on the Tao path, so he can call her simply by her name. The girl bows her head in a bow. Leaning towards her so that their faces are at the same level, the young man greets her. Standing behind Weihua and placing his palms on her shoulders, Gonchan says that the young man should treat her well. He replies, has there ever been a time when he did not listen to the mentor? The young man asks, what are their plans? Gonchan answers, first he will engage in training Weihwa's soul. He asks in surprise, training the soul? Arena inspection. An ox pulls a cart in which Weihua sits. Nearby, Gonchan rides a horse. He watches as Uihua performs breathing exercises. The guy says, "Excellent. Let her continue until she lets go of her body." Uihua asks Gonchan, "Why are they going to Hubei?" The guy answers that in his experience, if she only studies from books, she will end up with nothing. There are several books that Uihua took with her, but there are many more things in the world that are not written about there. Gonchan explains that it is very important to broaden one's horizons. That is why they are going to Hubei. The girl asks, "To a special center?" "Arena. Blood splashes. Here it is allowed to hold battles with free use of weapons and fight to the death. Officials manage this place like a gambling house." Gonchan and Uihua approach the gates guarded by warriors together with other people. The guy says, "This is it." Slightly leaning towards the girl, he says, "Although brutal fights unfold here, it cannot be otherwise." He explains that something terrible happens inside, and it can be hard. Looking into Uihua's eyes, he asks, "Will she be able to endure it?" Looking back, the girl sees her past, in which ragged men wander the streets, their only joy being drinking. Looking at her, Gonchan thinks, no matter what innate abilities Uihua has, she is still a child. If she does not manage to get used to such places, there will be no significant progress. The girl raises her head and addresses the guy, calling him mentor. From the spectator seats of the arena, shouts are heard. The man strikes with a spear. His opponent defends with a sword. From the blow, a cut remains on his cheek, from which blood spurts. Fiercely flashing his eyes, the man attacks again. The spectators watching the duel, raising a clenched fist, shout. Gonchan just watches. On his face, unlike the others, there is neither joy nor excitement. Slightly squinting, the boy tries to understand what impression the fight made on the girl. He thinks that Uihua is reacting normally, and that is good. Her calmness is commendable, but for some reason he feels sorry that she has no emotions. The boy assumes it is because she had a difficult childhood. Placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, Gonchan asks her to watch carefully the confrontation between the sword and the spear. He says that their movements seem hurried, but, looking at the fighting men, he finishes the phrase. They do not yield to each other in the fierce desire to survive. The girl's eyes become round like saucers. She repeats after Gonchan, fiercely. One of the spectators says that this is the defense window technique. A powerful energy stream descends upon the swordsman. The man with the spear strikes blow after blow. A wow escapes from the girl's lips. Gonchan, watching the confrontation with his arms crossed over his chest, says dispassionately, "It's good if the spear is longer by 1 cubit, but 3 cubits is even better." The swordsman swings his blade. Gonchan believes that the usefulness of the spear is incomparably higher than other weapons. The man gripping the spear soars upward, aiming to deliver a decisive strike. The boy says that with a spear you can not only thrust but also hit, tilt, and twist. The swordsman's eyes widen in horror. Such a powerful blow falls upon him that the tile beneath his feet shatters into pieces, flying in different directions. The girl asks, "So the spear is the best weapon?" Gonchan asks Uihua to recall the verse mentioned in the Yangxin Dao De Jing section. In this world, nothing is absolute. The man with the spear stands over the defeated opponent. Gonchan explains, although the spear has many advantages, it also has weaknesses. The victor raises his hand with the spear amid the spectators' cheers. 2 people drag the body of his opponent by the legs off the arena. The boy says, "Let the girl watch today's spectacle and remember it well." With wide open eyes, Uihua watches as the body of the defeated warrior is carried off the arena. The visit to the arena lasted several months. About 10 fights took place each day. Each time the masters used different types of weapons. Uihua absorbed new knowledge like a sponge. Another warm and sunny day came. Packing his things, the boy says that soon they will go to another place. He asks if Uihua is glad about this news. Sitting on the floor, the girl also packs her simple belongings into a knapsack. She asks, "Which city?" The boy replies with a question. Which one would she like to visit? Uihua asks, "How about Kensa?" "Kensa, the capital where the emperor lives. Later this city will be called Beijing." Throwing the knapsack over his shoulder, Gonchan says, "Great. So are they leaving?" The girl exclaims with delight, "Yes!" Gonchan confidently walks along the forest road. Looking back, he sees the girl trailing behind him. Startled, she tries to pretend that she is not tired at all. Looking at her, Gonchan thinks that he should have taken a cart. Although walking is a kind of training, Uihua sits on a stump, and Gonchan, kneeling on one knee, massages her leg. The girl assures that she is fine. He replies, "What is she saying? Does he not have eyes?" He believes that stretching the muscles will help her relieve fatigue. The guy presses points on her foot. Uihua cannot hold back a scream. Looking up at her, the guy says, "Well, that's it," and asks, "Does she feel better?" The girl, having put on her shoes, immediately stands up. Gonchan, smiling, says, "Their Uihua is such a shy girl." He thinks that the girl already has calluses on her feet, but she does not give up. He considers that commendable. Looking at the sky illuminated by the setting sun, Gonchan thinks, it would be better not to overstrain her anymore today. In the center of a small clearing, a campfire burns, next to which sit Gonchan and Wikwa. The guy stirs the stew in the pot. The girl asks, when will they arrive? Giving her a bowl of food, Gonchan answers, if you believe the map, then in about 3 days. What? She asks again. 3 days? With a thoughtful look, she scoops the stew with a spoon. The guy asks, is it very hard for her? The girl admits, yes, a little. Gonchan replies, if it's a little, then that's normal. The path of Tao has never been easy. The guy looks thoughtfully at his young pupil. He calls her by name, and she immediately responds. Gonchan says, if it gets too difficult, she must definitely tell him. Smiling gently, he explains, even outside this path, there are many ways to live a happy life. Uikfa, calling him mentor, replies, yes. The guy says, good, and suggests returning to the meal. For some time, there is silence by the campfire. The travelers are devouring their late dinner. A noise reaches the guy's ears, making him alert. He immediately takes the blade in his hands. Uikfa asks, what? Jumping to his feet, Gonchan says, it is so uncultured to interrupt people during a meal. The guy asks, who is he? Gonchan swings the sword, drawing a circle around himself. The girl crouches fearfully, afraid of being hurt. The guy continues wielding the blade dangerously close to Uikfa, ordering her not to move. The girl obediently freezes. Gonchan traces circles around her with the blade. Slightly opening one eye, Uikfa notices the red glow of the aura. She rises to her feet, shielding her eyes with her hand to protect them from the bright radiance raging around her. Uikfa stands in the center of the energy circle created by her mentor. Gonchan orders her not to leave it. The girl tries to call out to the boy, but a red veil hides him from her. She crouches in the center of the circle and closes her eyes tightly. A shuriken flies past the boy, and he freezes, listening and trying to understand where the danger is coming from. For a moment he closes his eyes, thinking that the attacker will not be able to penetrate his space control technique. Opening his eyes, he sees energy flashes among the trees. Gonchan snorts. They are quite aggressive, and have been harboring malice for a long time. 5 people in black robes rush at him, their faces hidden by masks, and cloaks billowing behind their shoulders. A red aura flares in Gonchan's eyes. He wields his sword lightning fast, defending himself from the attackers. Under the onslaught of unknown warriors, Gonchan retreats. He is attacked by the opponent closest to him. The blades of Gonchan and the unknown clash. Then the guy jumps back, and the opponent's sword crashes down where he just stood. The opponent continues to advance. Shielded by his sword, Gonchan thinks, how boring. He soars upward and swings his sword. The unknown try to surround him. His sword forcefully strikes the ground, sending stones and clods flying like a fountain. Drawing a circle around himself with the sword, the guy exclaims, Tusal gone! The stones rush toward his opponents. Gonchan, assessing the damage inflicted on the attackers, stands ready with his sword. Uihua continues to sit protected by his energy. She worries about her mentor. With eyes flashing ominously, glowing with deadly scarlet energy, the unknown approach the guy. He thinks, are they going to attack like this? The guy, before whom lie 4 enemy bodies and as many more approach him, says, do they know the fish horse mackerel? It's a schooling fish that becomes prey to sharks. He says he looked at them, and this fish came to mind. The energy in the men's eyes flares even brighter. What audacity! One of them strikes with a chain, enhanced by his energy, like a whip, and it rushes towards Gonchan. The guy sees the chain links glowing with a red aura. He is a bit puzzled. What is this? He suddenly crouches, avoiding its strike, and it passes over his head without harming him. Gonchan straightens up and sees the approaching shurikens. Using the blade's energy, he creates a shield. One of the shurikens still grazes the sleeve of his clothing. Gonchan says, weapon memorization is in full progress. Meanwhile, the opponent spins the chain again, holding its other end, on which there is a battle sickle. Gonchan glances behind himself, where Uihua is. He doesn't know how much longer the seal will hold, but he is glad that the girl is safe. The guy pushes off the ground and soars upward. He flies over the heads of the surprised opponents. Someone among them exclaims, he is running away. Following the guy comes the order, attack! Gonchan kicks off a tree and soars even higher. Pushing off from the tree crown, he finds himself in a vegetation-free area. Gonchan lands, gripping the sword tighter in his hand. He raises his gaze, knowing exactly from where to expect pursuers. One of them is already rushing at him, clutching a bomb in his hand, which surprises the young man. A powerful explosion sounds, coughing. Gonchan defends himself with the energy of the sword, which he raised above his head. From the forest darkness emerges the silhouette of a man. He approaches the girl sitting on the ground, around whom the young man has erected a protective dome. Uikwa timidly asks, Mentor? A man in a black cloak with a sword in his hand steps toward the girl. Bending down, he peers into the energy protecting her, then says, "The seal is breaking." The girl recoils from him in fear. Weihua is frightened by the appearance of the stranger and by the fact that she will soon lose protection. The energy begins to weaken and dissipate. The girl screams in fear. The stranger raises his sword. Around Weihua, the last energetic flashes fade. A scarlet deadly aura ignites around the man as he declares that the girl is the companion of the guy. Splashes of blood fly into the night darkness. Gonshin strikes the man from behind, piercing him through with his sword. A muffled cough comes from the stranger's mouth. Fiercely flashing his eyes, the guy pulls his sword out of his body. The girl sits, hunched over and hiding her face. She raises tear-filled eyes when she hears the guy's question. Was she very scared? The moon illuminates a small clearing, the girl sitting on the ground, and the guy standing over her with a sword in his hands. Gonshin smiles cheerfully at the apprentice. Wiping tears with her fist, Weihua rushes to him, shouting, "Mentor!" She wraps her arms around him, and Gonshin presses her to himself with one hand, trying to calm her sobbing. Embracing her, he says that now everything is fine. After all, he is nearby. Crying, she says that she heard the sound of an explosion and thought that something had happened to the mentor. Smiling, Gonshin says, "Ah, that sound." Bending down to the girl and looking into her eyes, the guy says that he almost lost her. He remembers the moment of the explosion again. Gonshin stands, shielding himself with a sword. The bomb explodes above him. 3 people in cloaks, frozen, watch the pillar of smoke and dust. The smoke begins to gradually dissipate. One of the men declares that he will find and definitely bring at least a hand. The smoke has not completely cleared yet, and before the eyes of the killers an impressive scene opens. Gonshin is alive. From the clouds of smoke rises the guy gripping a sword in his hands, surrounded by a protective energy field. The men are shocked. A protective field. Gonshin managed to shield himself from the explosion. The guy looks tiredly at the opponents. The red energy is no longer in his eyes. They, thinking that he is exhausted, decide to attack him again and rush towards him. Scarlet deadly energy blazes around them. Gonshin deflects all the opponent's strikes. Fighting, he thinks that when he set up the defense, he used somehow too much energy. Looking at the armed people standing before him, he realizes that the more time passes, the worse it is for him. The men continue to attack. One of them shouts that the guy must not be allowed to rest. Gonshin uses the heavenly sword technique. His blade shines with a fiery aura. He rushes at one of the opponents who is closest to him. The man's eyes widen with horror as the sword's energy crashes down on him. The power of the energy is so great that all 3 cannot resist it. Gonshin swings the sword, increasing its power. The guy, having seated the girl on his back, walks through the night forest, saying that it was a little dangerous. Probably it can be said that the steel shield helped him not to get seriously injured. He asks Weihua, is she also interested in this technique? Gonshin is puzzled. Why doesn't the girl answer? But Weihua is asleep, and the guy says, it seems the girl has relaxed. Walking through the night forest and carrying the apprentice, Gonshin says, he is nearby, so she should not worry and sleep peacefully. Suddenly something ahead attracts the boy's attention. Standing on a cliff, he looks at the coast where the village is located. His interest is caught by a sailing ship approaching the pier. The girl lies on the bed in a spacious room with minimal furniture. She opens her eyes and wonders, where is she? Weihua gets up and opens the door, behind which the dawn sky is visible. She calls the mentor. The girl opens her eyes wide in surprise. Before her opens a coastal sea landscape illuminated by the rising sun. Gonshin, turning to her, says, well, she has woken up. The girl breathes out admiringly. Wow. Running up to the side, she asks the boy, are they really on a ship now? Gonshin answers, and if you think about it, this is probably the first time she is sailing somewhere. Weihua looks at the sea and the seagulls circling in the sky with admiration. The boy explains, they are heading to a village that is a little bigger than this one. There will be many people there, so she should not be afraid. He says that the girl must always be near him. The sailing ship, bathing in the sun's rays, swiftly rushes over the waves. Gonshin tells his young companion that arrival is soon. The ship docked at the pier, and passengers are descending the gangway onto the shore. Many people are walking through the city streets. There are both richly dressed women and camel drivers here. The girl excitedly turns her head around, admiring the spectacle she has never seen before. Gonshin walks ahead. Weihua follows him, constantly stopping to look around. The guy tells her not to yawn and to follow him. The girl quickly catches up to him and asks, where are they heading? The guy explains that first they will go to the black hole. Weihua says, she knows what the black hole is. They sell various goods and weapons there. Gonshin, leaning towards the girl and raising his index finger to emphasize the importance of his words, replies, correct. When she gets lost, let her ask the beggar's cabin for directions. They know everything that happens on the land. Weihua asks in surprise, the beggar's cabin? She says that there are so many people here, where can she find them? The guy explains, every person has their own energy wave and aura, so a person who has mastered martial arts will be felt stronger. Weihua asks, what does it mean to feel the energy wave? Smiling, Gongchen says that she does not know this yet because she is still learning, but he is excellent at distinguishing auras, so he will be able to quickly... He falls silent when Weihua exclaims, yuck, stench. The girl begins to suffocate from the stench and cough. A man passing by them at that moment asks, did the little one say that for him to hear? Weihua fearfully covers her mouth with her hand. Delighted, Gongchen says that Weihua has found Master Beggar Caban. The man is surprised. What? Casting a glance at them, the man realizes that they are from the Chonam group. Pointing a finger at the guy's chest, he asks, immortal? The guy says that he uses the name Gonchan, but the beggar continues, he is the immortal who became the target of Salgak. Gongchen is surprised. Do rumors spread so quickly? The man explains, that is because Salgak acts massively, and Haomun and Bonban are watching. The man says that he is pleased to meet them and introduces himself. His name is Hei Inchin. Looking at the girl peeking from behind Gonchan's back, the man asks, so this little one is a student of Yen Weihua? The girl now looks more boldly at the new acquaintance. Gonchan is surprised. He even knows about his student. The man scratches his head, saying, disgraceful, terrible. Hei Incheon says that the power of Salgak is comparable to Gupalban. He warns the boy to be careful. Salgak, Helmun, Amgom. These three organizations were notoriously infamous. They were all at their peak, and being a target of one of these organizations meant only one thing, death. The girl asks Gonchan, will it be dangerous today too? The boy replies that it will always be dangerous. But she does believe the teacher, right? The beggar, looking at them, thinks they are alive, even though they have become targets. Gonchan asks, does the Bompa group also know about this? The man answers, they already know everything. The boy asks, and where is the black hole here? Passers-by in carts bustle past the two-story house. Gongchen and Weihua come out of the house. The boy asks, is she less worried now that they have found the Black Eagle and Min Tonju? The girl answers, yes, a little. Weihua asks a question. Black Eagle. That is one of the poisonous attacks where you can release poison with both hands, right? Gongchen says she is clever. She explains that she read this in a book, but she does not know what Mintojin is. The boy says that it is a technique designed for gathering information. It allows you to some extent to know the location and distance to enemies. Both martial arts are very useful. Walking down the street, he explains to the girl that there are many amazing martial arts. Sun rays illuminate the wooden two-level house. Hei Incheon asks, protect them. A man sits on a chair. Nearby are several poorly dressed men. The guy standing with the female student opposite him answers, correct, for 10 days. He asks, won't it trouble them? Those present exchange glances among themselves. One of the men whispers into another's ear, Salgak are chasing them. Hei Incheon says, he is not afraid that Kiban and Salgak will clash. He adds that he is worried if they ask to do this just like that. He gestures that a service must be paid for. Gongchen puts his hand into the inner pocket of his caftan. Money passes from hand to hand. The man looks at the coins in his palm. Clearly not enough. Gongchen promises that later they will definitely repay. Hei Incheon says, well, if that's so. The guy kneels on one knee before the girl and places his palms on her forearms. He tells Weihua that this is an emergency situation now and asks, does she understand this? She answers affirmatively, yes. She throws herself into the guy's arms. He is somewhat taken aback by this. Then, holding her close, he says that he will return soon. Hugging the girl, Gonchan says, I promise. Those present stand, watching this touching scene. Tears appear in the eyes of experienced men. Hei Incheon announces that Kaban is now responsible for their personal safety for 10 days. Those present joyfully agree, yes. Gongchen bows respectfully, saying that in that case he will trust them. Along the forest road, using combat acceleration techniques, the boy rushes. He thinks that they have set the bait and now only need to wait. Gongchen remembers how he made one more request to Hei Incheon. The boy asked him to spread a rumor. Running along the road, Gongchen pushes off the ground, making a giant leap. He soars upward, flying over the treetops. Pedestrians walk along the city streets. Near the tavern stand tables. At one of them, 2 men are talking. One of them asks again, with Salgak? The interlocutor answers. He declared that he would fight Salgak face to face. The man again skeptically asks, fight Salgak face to face alone? Bringing the bowl to his lips, he laughs, saying, great wisdom or great foolishness. He does not know which, but the very idea is grand. He continues to say that Salgak's reputation will fade if they cannot deal with the immortal. Behind him, at a neighboring table, sits a man listening to their conversation. His face is hidden by the brim of a traditional headwear. but his emotions become clear when he crushes a cup in his palm. Meanwhile, Gonshin lands on the edge of a cliff. He catches his breath, staring intently ahead. A forest is visible nearby. Gonshin decides, enough, he is already far from the village. A glowing cluster of energy appears in the boy's hand. He directs it into the ground, and it, reflected from the surface, refracts and rushes upward, surrounding the boy with a protective wall. Gonshin puts even more power into the energy shield. The sky darkened. Night has fallen. The boy, immersed in meditation, sits on the ground in the lotus position. Opening his eyes, he says that this is Choho Yi-san. Choho Yi-san. He presents yellow tiger eyes. This is the 15th commandment of the art of war, which is to summon the tiger from the mountain. He senses the approach of those he lured out of the city. Hearing their footsteps, the guy puts his hand into his inner pocket, saying that Salgak must be met as it should be. He raises his hand. Sharp needles are visible between his fingers. His movements are so fast that they are hard to see. They can only be felt like a gust of wind. The eyes of the man leading the squad ahead widen in surprise. A moment and a dozen needles pierce his body. The needles, directed by energy, rush towards all the warriors. The leader orders to kill the guy. The warriors, holding their swords ready, rush into the forest. Gonshin is calm, no emotions are displayed on his face. He stands in a clearing, waiting for the opponents. From the thickets on all sides, armed men rush towards him. He meets them with an energy strike, forcing them to temper their zeal. A power stream crashes down on the attackers, and they barely manage to stay on their feet. Gonshin intensifies the energy flow, not allowing the attackers to get close to him. His gaze is gloomy and full of determination. Among the attacking warriors, one stands out from the crowd. Looking at him, Gonshin thinks that he has reached the peak of his efforts. The guy rushes at the only person capable of withstanding his energy. Soaring high above the ground, the guy raises a sword over his head to strike down on the opponent. But the descending blade is stopped by a clawed limb. Gonshin is surprised to see that the opponent's hands have transformed into clawed, invulnerable paws. The man says, "The guy only practiced in the mountains and has not experienced the mysterious memorization." Swinging his free hand, in which he concentrates internal energy, the opponent promises to show Gonshin what it is. The guy recoils from him, trying to avoid the strike of the clawed paw. He is forced to jump back, increasing the distance between them. Torn edges of the kaftan are visible on the guy's chest. The opponent says maliciously, "Poison seeps into the guy's wounded body. Let him taste pain while he is still alive." He says he wants to see Gonshin beg to be killed. But instead of a groan, a cry of dissatisfaction bursts from the guy's lips. "His clothes!" Gonshin looks at the torn kaftan with displeasure. There is not a scratch on his skin. He laments that he spent all the money in the black hole. The opponent is stunned. He says fearfully, "The guy's body, the sword of invulnerability?" The warrior standing in front of him falls to the ground as if cut down. The man is amazed. Listening to the death cries of his comrades, he thinks the guy is the monster Chanam. Watching the guy skillfully handling the blade, he is surprised. He is alive and even waves the sword as if dancing. He cannot hide his admiration looking at Gonshin. A terrifyingly fast and precise sword. A thought appears in the man's head. The guy will find his weak spot. But he doesn't have time to finish it. Gonshin rushes past him like a shadow, delivering a blow. Killer energy blazes in the guy's eyes as he shouts, calling Salgak to attack. Gonshin unleashes an energy strike on the opponents. Fighting the enemies, the guy studies their strikes and memorizes the technique. Then he tries to reproduce the just observed martial art. Several warriors rush at Gonshin at once and he fights them using their technique. The guy has an amazing ability to quickly learn martial arts, and with no less speed he calculates the strength of the warriors attacking him. Gonshin shouts that the game is over! An incredibly powerful energy stream crashes down on his enemies. Standing in a tight circle of warriors surrounding him, Gonshin deals with them using his energy. The guy, whose eyes still burn with a spark of killer energy, freezes, clutching a sword in his hand. The last opponent sinks to the ground at his feet. Catching his breath, Gonshin says, "Yeah." The entire glade is strewn with the bodies of his opponents. The young man says that he himself has become a monster. A scream from the two-story house is heard. "Weihua, teacher!" The girl rushes to Gonshin, who, kneeling on one knee, embraces her. He asks, "Did she sleep well?" The girl says, "She thought he wouldn't return." Looking at him with eyes shining with joy, Weihua asks him not to leave her alone anymore. The young man promises that he will not leave her again. The girl rejoices. Good. Rising, Gonshin thanks Hei Inshin. The man is a little surprised. The young man returned alive. Another man rises from the floor, exclaiming, "Indeed, he returned." Hei Inshin says, "Unbelievable. Who could have thought that he would kill about 100 opponents and return alive?" The man supports him, saying that he simply lacks words to describe how cool the young man is. The people present in the hall also join the conversation, saying that a legend can be made. Hey Incheon picks up the idea. Exactly. And suggests a title, how about Fight with Salsu? Gonchan waves it off. What kind of legend is that? His voice is heard from the house. He was simply attacked by 100 Salsu. It's not worth such a fuss. The life of the immortal meant the defeat of Salgak. The honor of Salgak was shattered, and Gonchan brought glory to Cheonam. However, Cheonam took it seriously, as Salgak began to pursue Gonchan. The elder believes that they should ask for support from the Murim League. Many people gathered at the table in Murim. One of the men says that Gonchan from Cheonam is impeccable. How wonderful. The second asks, does being impeccable mean he causes no problems? Shaolin monk answers, it is right to punish evil people who kill for money. In the Murim League, they began to argue about who is right. The Murim warriors continued to attack and pursue Salgak for 6 months. The number of victims in Salgak was growing, then they stopped pursuing Gonchan. A guy on the street is stopped with a question. Is he the Hermit Gonchan? The man who approached him, accompanied by 2 warriors, says he is pleased to meet the guy and introduces himself. His name is Ho Mokhwan. He is in charge of the altar at the Hogan Buddhist temple. Gonchan replies that he is also pleased to meet him and adds that he is seeing Mr. Ho Mokhwan for the first time. The man says he made a deal with the Cheonam group and will work in the temple starting this year. He has been waiting for the guy since he learned that the Hermit Gonchan is coming to town. He admits that in reality they need his help. Ho Mokhwan says that he would first like to invite them to the temple, if they, of course, can accept his invitation. Gonchan's hand lowers onto the table covered with dishes. Slouching in the chair, the guy says, how full he is. The girl sitting nearby continues drinking from the bowl. Wielding a toothpick, Gonchan says, in Upper Beijing, this is the tallest temple. Looking around the large hall, he adds, and the living room is so huge. The guy turns to Uihui and asks, what does she think they will ask them to do? She answers that she can't even imagine. Gonchan believes that they still need their strength. The girl asks in surprise, their strength? Gonchan's things and sword lie next to him. The guy explains, strength is not always bad. However, the main thing is that they don't ask to do something vile. Taking food with chopsticks from the plate extended by Uihui, he asks, the girl believes him, right? He asks her not to worry and to eat a lot. Steps reach his ears. Gonchan says, they are coming, closing his eyes to better feel the approaching person. The guy thinks that by the feeling, he has been practicing Neigong, the art of perfection, for about 10 years. He is not so simple. Waiting for the approaching man, the guy wonders, what request will he hear? The man stops in front of the door and asks, are they here? Private Army Hogan. Here they have been producing high-quality goods throughout a long history, starting from the Yuan dynasty, the Mongol state, whose main territory was China. Officials are very favorable to Hogan because medicine is developed there, and they trade clothes that they like. Thus, the Private Army Hogan strengthens power. But recently, for personal reasons, they turn to the Cheonam group. Gonchan asks again, to check strength. The man sitting at the table opposite him answers, correct. The guy says, what an interesting idea. Uihui, sitting a little away on the sofa, is reading a book. Gonchan says thoughtfully, it is necessary to decide whether they are sufficiently prepared for defense. The man explains, the problem is that the Private Army Dasenbal is inciting the Bon Army, who receive medicine from all over the country and deliver it to the Imperial Palace. But Dasenban says that the Bon Army does not have the strength to protect their goods. The guy asks, can't they just ignore them? In response he hears, yes, if it were not for the intervention of Kabuk Penga. Gonchan thoughtfully repeats, Kabuk Penga. Before his mental gaze rises the face of a warrior twisted with rage, and the squad standing behind him. The guy thoughtfully says, Kabuk Peng has a talent for pouring oil on the fire. The interlocutor thinks, since Gonchan is a master, he has probably already planned something. After all, he survived the bloody battle with Salgak. He believes, if Gonchan managed salsa to such an extent that he scared Salgak into retreat, then... The girl listens to their conversation. Gonchan says, since there is correspondence with Bon, the guy says that he will do it. The interlocutor replies that he hopes for him. Gonchan asks, is it possible to get everything necessary for preparation? The man answers, let him just say what he needs. This is the largest private army of Hogan. The guy says, since they have to deal with Habuk Penga, he would like to request secret techniques similar to those they have. Rising and pushing the chair aside, he says, he also asks to be assigned someone to compete with in martial arts. And he also needs weapons. Already standing, he says, and most importantly, the man answers, let him speak. What cannot be found in Hogan? Gonchan says, they need moon cookies, which his student likes. Uihui asks in surprise, moon cookies? but she doesn't particularly like them. Without letting her finish, the guy embraces her, saying that this silly girl probably also wants tangulu. Gonshin asks the girl to forgive him for not being able to buy it for her. He tells the surprised man that he is asking them for sweets for the girl. Gonshin excitedly examines stacks of books on the table. He says, "What influence they have." Uihua, standing nearby, says, "If they bought this at the market, it would cost 400 neon gold." Flipping through one of the books, Gonshin says in surprise, "Could it really be?" The girl also looks into the book, asking, "What is this?" He answers that this is the Book of the Phantom Devil. He explains that this is a martial art created by the Phantom Devil. He died without leaving heirs, and it is said that he was a powerful man. Gonshin says admiringly, "Could it be that he saw this?" He plans to read all these books one after another. The girl asks, "When will they go to train?" The guy says that Uihua is very diligent. He adds, before he goes to fight, he wants to talk about their service. The girl repeats in surprise, "About the service?" Sitting at the table, covered with sweets he requested, the boy tells the stunned girl that they have to eat everything that was so kindly prepared for them. Gonshin, gripping the sword in his hand, stands in the yard opposite the student. He asks her to listen carefully. He explains that each school has different priorities in martial arts. The martial arts of Chonam focus on pleasure and happiness. The guy demonstrating the movements says that the sword change is inexhaustible, and the speed is like lightning, so everyone who encounters the Chonam sword finds it difficult. He explains that if the hidden abilities of Chingy are added, few in the world can match Chonam's martial arts. He adds, however, Habuk Peng must also have his own visions and deep meaning. This is important to understand. The girl listens to him attentively. She thinks that the teacher with the sword in his hands is very cool. Something behind the guy catches her attention. Behind him appears a man with a question. "Is he Master Gonshin?" The guy answers affirmatively and asks, "Who is he?" The man draws his blade and rushes at the boy with a scream, who tells the girl to leave. Stretching his hands forward, the guy blocks the man's strike using energy. During the fight, Gonshin realizes that the opponent not only defends well, but also attacks. Drawing the blade, the guy wonders, who is in front of him? Salgak? Salsu? He hoped the opponent would surrender, but he continues to attack. Deflecting the stranger's blows, Gonshin is surprised at how calmly he infiltrated Hogan. The man smiles as he repels the guy's attack. Gonshin is concerned about the opponent's strength. He thinks that the sea wave-colored fire used by the stranger is no joke. Mentally, he says, "Well then, they will fight." Gonshin raises the blade to strike. At that moment, the man with whom he previously negotiated appears. He says, "From the very first fight without using techniques, this is surprising." The guy asks, "What's going on?" The man says that before him is the person who will train with him. They selected him according to the guy's level. The recent opponent introduces himself to Gonshin, saying his name is Kalsen from Hel Saldo. Then he adds, 20 liang of gold. Gonshin asks in surprise, "What?" Smiling, the man replies that he just helped him train, so he should be kind and pay him 20 liang. Gonshin mentally chuckles. He loves money more than he does. However, that doesn't matter, he thinks. His strength is unusual. The man who was negotiating with the guy says that Hogan Sandin will pay him, so let them enjoy the training as much as they want. Kalsen replies, "Understood." Gonshin says that he is pleased to meet him. The mercenary, raising his sword, replies, "Since he has warmed up, they can fight seriously." The guy says, to say that at the first meeting. Watching the man attack him, Gonshin adds that he really likes him. The Blue Devil technique is a technique of lines and planes. Gonshin puts the sword in front of him to block the attack. The sword is a line, but it can also become a point. If you know this technique, you can become many times stronger. His eyes sparkle with deadly energy. The problem with the Blue Devil technique is that all movements, compared to the sword, are unchanged and too simple. In the deserted corridor, a voice sounds. The matter changes its course if you combine Chonam and the features of Jingi. Gonshin asks Uihu to remember everything that is happening now. Sitting at the table opposite the girl, the guy says that this will help her in the future. Uihua, agreeing with him, continues to write hieroglyphs in the notebook. Memories of his teacher flash through the boy's mind. Mentally, he addresses Chunjong. He is now looking at the girl the same way he once looked at him. He promises the teacher that he will make the name of Jonam known throughout the world. In the large hall, more than 10 people have gathered around a long table. One of them asks, "Will Jonam intervene?" The person sitting at the head of the table, calling him father, answers, "Exactly." The head of Habuk Peng, Pengdorip, says, "Understood. Who came from Jonam?" In response, he hears, "The one who survived the clash with Salgak." Pengdorip says, demanding, "Let them tell." They say that according to rumors, this is the exceptional young man who restored Jonam's lost glory. He survived Salgak's persecution. After exterminating them, at such an age he has no opponents. The head says, well. He means that Jeonnam interfered in their family's affairs? What is the son going to do about it? For a moment, silence reigns in the hall. One of the men present says that first they need to deal with this youngster. The son of the head listens as someone objects. This guy is not just strong. An elderly man says, not like the young, even old sages cannot handle him. A guarantee of openness is necessary. One of those present asks, won't they be able to handle this young man? Pengdorip, clutching a cup with a drink in his hand, replies, Jeonnam really has an ace up his sleeve. Raising the cup to his mouth, he asks, but isn't it enough just to make him work? Silence reigns again. Those present exchange glances among themselves. Understanding appears in their eyes. A voice echoes down the deserted corridor. Exactly so. The power of a mighty energy emanates from the mansion. A sparring match takes place between the guy and his new acquaintance. Thanks to the support of Hogan Sandan and training, Gonchan's research and martial arts education were successfully completed. The opponents soar into the air and their energies clash, neither yielding to the other. Around the same time, a meeting date with Heibuk Peng was set. Weihua sits in the hall at a table with a book in his hands. Gonchan, pacing the room, says there are 10 days left. The guy thinks that the problem is that he doesn't know what to do to become even stronger. Looking at him over the book, the girl says, how difficult. Weihua says, he has studied so many techniques and trained so much, but for him, all this is still difficult. The guy answers, Hogan Sandan said that regardless of circumstances, he must become stronger. He explains that his goal is not to defeat soldiers. He wants to reach Hwagan. Sitting down at the table next to the student, he says that the only clue, to reach Hwagan, Sandancheon training is needed. But if a mistake is made, the energy will flow back into the brain. In that case, one can lose memory and remain a fool. Weihua is unpleasantly shocked by his words. Gonchan explains that this is why he is looking for another way to become strong at the Hwagan level. For this reason, he constantly trains and conducts research. Weihua asks, and why does he want to become stronger? Gonchan's voice sounds in the hall. Why? Does she even know why people want to get rich? She answers that she doesn't even know what to say. His answer is heard, to be free from money. He explains, for example, rich people, when they want, can eat expensive food as much as they want. But poor people cannot eat as much as they want. Only rich people, free from expenses, can do that. Getting up, he says. On the other hand, poor people cannot freely manage their choices. The girl says, I see. Demonstrating combat movements, Gonchan says, he thinks he can become free from any danger in any sphere. Throwing forward a palm radiating energy, he says that martial arts are the source of such freedom. He orders Weihua to remember this. The guy says to the girl, well, since they have already finished, then he suggests going for a walk. Weihua asks happily, really? The guy and Weihua walk down the street. The girl is surprised. So many people. A passing man says, let them watch. Try. There is plenty of everything. This is the street where the biggest market opens. Gonchan thinks, in Hogan Sandan there are even employees who announce everything, and no guides are needed. Gonchan asks the man, where is the nearest noodle shop? He answers, let them go further and see. They will be treated at the Cheonpun guest house. Gonchan asks again, Cheonpun guest house?